Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all doing well. We're back with the tournament. So today is going to be a standard 4-round tournament followed up by a semifinal and grand final match. So it should be quite a bit of fun. Let me just check in with our initial players and see if their opponents are showing. Their opponent responding. Got to make sure. Don't want to be jumping into a lobby where nobody is playing. How you guys doing? Welcome. Yes. Yeah, so having a little discussion in chat. Yeah, so I would say that, yeah, you know, some folks are saying, yeah, Conan the Barbarian, probably most similar if you were to have a faction for him to like the founding of the Empire of Man, right? In Warhammer. Because in the early days of the Empire, where the Empire currently is, they were, you know, very much like human barbarian tribes. Obviously not worshipping dark gods like the Norskins up in the north. But yeah, so Sigmar would probably be the closest thing to Conan you're going to get. Like if you look at the early art depictions of Sigmar Heldenhammer, he looks just like Conan. He's got like a giant hammer and just very, you know, kind of barbarian aesthetic. It's super cool. Yeah, super cool for sure. All right, so let's see here. All right, great. All right, so it's going to be Professor Pone versus Renegade Moose in the first round. Should be fun. We'll see how this unfolds. Looks like they're doing their picks and bans right now, so we have a couple minutes to hang out until we get started. So if you guys just want to chill out, you know, have some fun. You're in the right place. Friday night, man. I think it's Friday noon for me, but for many of you, I'm sure it's Friday night. Yeah, just look at the statue of Sigmar in that one map. It's Conan. 100%. 100%. I mean, we can even look at some art depictions real quick. One sec here. Yeah, let's see. Looking up the art here. Yeah, Age of Sigmar Conan, or Age of Sigmar looks more like a Space Marine. But the depictions of him in the one sec here, the depictions of him for Warhammer Fantasy are very much like Conan the Barbarian. You know, let me pull this one up here. All right, 1 second here. I'm trying to find him. There you go. I don't know if there's any more art here on this page. Oh my God, this is like a whole tome of knowledge. Jesus. Oh, because it has like all the lore with the end times and whatnot too, and Age of Sigmar. Oh, all right, I was wondering why that was so insane. All right, 1 sec, guys. Let me pull it over and show you. Hey, Wesley, welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. Thank you for becoming a member. Greatly appreciate it. Yes, yes. Welcome, my friend. And sir, thank you for the donation. Painted my first model yesterday, Necron Warrior. Gonna paint more. Yeah, they're great. What scheme are you doing? The trick to Necrons is just silver. So you spray prime them silver, you wash them, and then you dry brush them with a brighter silver, and then you just add a little bit of green to their various weapons and whatnot, and you're going to be in good shape, right? That's pretty much it. So yeah, looking at the depictions of Sigmar, you can see here he's like straight up. This is like Conan the Barbarian, right? And then this is like one of the classic Sigmar pictures right here, where you can see he's just like wielding the Warhammer. And here, I mean, that's just straight up like this is the early Empire, right? You can see they look a little bit more similar to like, you know, like a barbarian culture. But yeah, it's pretty rad for sure. That's why the Empire is the coolest. I mean, come on, look at their origins. It's great. All right, looking good. And no problem. Pone's opponent will be here in just a second. We'll get this match started. And might as well put the nameplates up. Let me go ahead and do that. What games you guys all been playing? By the way, for anybody who's interested in Age of Wonders, I'm going to be doing a showcase on the new DLC stuff coming up soon. I'll be doing a multiplayer stream, maybe even this weekend. I'm not sure, but we'll do something fun. All right. Yeah, they almost look a little bit similar to Kislev for sure. Rapone versus, this is the Moose. We will put the Moose. Okay, so let's get the scoreboards popped up. Thank you all for joining today. We're firing up the old stream. Letting the good times roll. All right, there we go. Cool. So the Moose is back. Yeah, I'm actually building an army right now that can be used in Age of Sigmar. I'm building a Warriors of Chaos army. It's obviously intent is being used for the old world, but I'm going to keep them on round basis so I can play them with both game systems. Yep. Sharon, can you put a total win and losses tab across all seasons in Total Tavern? I suppose we could. Yeah, I would have to ask my web developer, but it would be interesting to see that. Yeah, the Dragon one. Yeah, it's coming out. Age of Wonders 4 is getting a DLC on June 20th, I think, is when it releases. But they reached out to me and sent me some early action. So as soon as I get that set up, I'll do a stream for you guys. It'll be very fun. Dude, that game is so great. I love Age of Wonders. They did a great job. I put so many hours into that game. Did you hear about the Stormgate gameplay showcases coming on Sunday? Yeah, I'll be watching that for sure. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I'm excited for that game. Hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's good. I'm wondering how they're going to do it. Are they going to be like base building? Is it going to be more of like a lot of modern RTSs don't seem to go for the base building, and I think it's just kind of to it's just simpler to go for objective based play, right? Like you'll see these kind of like Company of Heroes style RTSs that have like capture points instead of like the classic base building with resources. I feel like Stormgate is going to have to go for resource gathering, like it's base expansion. It's just the classic RTS. It's the classic. Yeah, we'll get to see the new dragons. It's going to be great. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm keeping my Slaanesh demons on round bases for the same reason. Totally. Yeah, I think they're going to have trays, like movement trays, where you can basically just put your round bases on like a big movement tray, and it's good to go for old world. So that's what I'm doing with my Warriors of Chaos army right now. Yeah. It's going to be pretty cool doing like a Nurgle warband. So they have white armor with like a green like rotten stain on it, but they're still pretty like bright, I would say. Yeah, it's a very different look. I'll try and do a video showing all my tabletop armies when the time comes. I haven't played it yet, Tobizzle. I haven't tried it yet. No, I'm just going to be diving in this weekend, taking a look. So yeah, just going to be taking a look. Did you see the Summerfest yesterday? Showed some 40k gameplay. I'm very excited for 10th edition 40k. I think it's going to be simplifying the game in a very, very solid fashion. Because 9th edition 40k is just, it's too much, man. There's too many rules and just updates and like just looking through the codexes, and there's like a million stratagems. Usually only like 5 or 6 of them are good anyways. But what they're doing in 10th edition 40k is they're heavily simplifying the game. I like that characters are embedded in unit squads now. I think that's really flavorful to have like, them be the leader of that squad sort of. I think that's fun. Yeah, so it should be good. Hey, Les Kylor, thank you for the kind words. Greatly appreciate it. I just found my old greenskin army at my old folks. It needs some love, but it's going to be ready. Hell yeah, man. Get that bad boy ready. Should be fun. I'm just finishing my Death Guard army, waiting for 10th to fully drop. Same, I haven't really been playing. Granted, speaking of like nerdy hobbies, I'm so excited for the Lord of the Rings set, man. I just want to... Have you guys heard about the bounty from the Lord of the Rings set? So Wizards of the Coast is printing a card called The One Ring. Let's see here. All right. Pone said maybe here, so we'll jump into this one instead. Fun. And it looks like we have a spec slot here. And Pug versus Phoenix. Yeah, we can do this. Sure, why not? Oh, no, game in progress. Let's see if there's any games up. Toxic Fireball here. I don't know if he's in our game. Cast this one. Oh no, what is the password? People put in passwords, but then they don't, Pone said his opponent is having, it's always the first round. It's always some weird connection issue or something. I don't know what it is. All right, so we're gonna cast another game just in case. So, all right. So we got Diving Cow versus Dr. Jellyfish. So let's get this set up. Diving Cow versus Dr. Jellyfish. All right, so it looks like Skaven versus Lizardmen, a classic Warhammer 2 matchup. Should be fun. Let's get the nameplates adjusted. Every time I go to cast Pone's game, his opponent is having connection issues. I wonder if it's just that they don't want to be on stream or something. I don't know what it is. Yeah, let's hope for the best. Yeah, so someone offered $1 million for the One Ring. It's insane. Yeah, I think the guy, there's an NFL player. He's a professional athlete who plays Magic, and I think he's the one who offered $1 million for the One Ring, because they're printing like a single copy of it. It's probably just going to end up in the back of like a Walmart store somewhere, or oh my god, yeah, it's crazy stuff. The old Phyrexian books, I read them when I was really young. I haven't read the Magic books in a long time. But I would say the story that got me the most into Magic the Gathering was I started like first buying packs really early on. Mirage, Ice Age. I don't know if I was like got in on Legends super heavily, but Mirage and Ice Age I had a lot of those as a kid. But the Invasion block story with like Gerard and Captain Sisay and like all that stuff. Yeah, it was super fun. Yeah, Pone, that's it. I think he's offering $1 million for the card, or somebody's offering $1 million. It's pretty insane. Yeah. Could I send you a Skaven versus Greenskin match? Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I think Skaven are fun. Oh, somebody abused pump wagons against you. Well, the thing is, pump wagons aren't that good against Skaven, because pump wagons are good against large targets because they're bugged. So they're really good against like rat ogres, but they're not excellent at clearing out mass chaff units, and they're still vulnerable to shooting, which Skaven can do. So yeah, they're a weird unit. They're just super bugged. Have you seen the Bone Giants? Yeah, Bone Giants are good in a couple matchups, Wesley, for sure. I think Bone Giants, you probably want to use them against, let me make sure here. Yeah, looks like we're all good. But Bone Giants are typically something you want to use against like Chaos Dwarfs. Chaos Dwarfs love bringing single entity flying lords, single entity artillery. So having a Boner Giant to just drop a giant fat shaft on their faces is typically going to be pretty good. Yeah, Baron's Story is such a heartbreaker. I love that set. One of my favorite flavor wins in that that set is the Art of Obliterate. It's so cool. It shows the mage just like obliterating the continent to save the world. It's like, oh, it's so epic. Yeah, it's so good. Is that a self-portrait in the thumbnail? Which thumbnail? Oh, you mean the one for the stream? No. No, I'm not that jacked, that's for sure. No, man. Arnold's the man. He speaking of, Arnold just had a Netflix show. What was it called? Fubar, I think is what it is. Yeah, it was really haggard, but my wife and I enjoyed it. Like, Arnold can pretty much do any sort of movie or TV show, and I'm gonna just enjoy watching him on the screen. You know, he's always fun. All right, Pone, you got his game. Nice, he's working on it. Good. What do you think about the Lizardmen and their current state in multiplayer? I think they're fine. I mean, if we look at Lizards, I think they have a pretty respectable win rate. Let's go look. All right, so going over to the stats real quick and checking it out. We're loading into the first game, but we'll take a look. Yeah, so how are Lizards doing? Yeah, I mean, they're at like a 50% win rate, which means they're a reasonably balanced faction. It's not like they have like a ton of like cheesy shit or any broken units that can carry them. Like, the reason why, like, if you look at the top factions, Bretonia is number one because they have... Grail Knights are legitimately bugged. They have a faulty data or stat line on the back end as it pertains to their knockdown. I did talk to some folks at CA, and it is indeed bugged. So that's why we have a limit on them today. And on top of that, pump wagons are bugged, but again, they've been limited. Chaos Dwarfs, I think, are still on the upper echelon. Yeah, the Chaos Dwarf trains aren't bugged; they're just overtuned. If you're wondering about like the Skullcrackers and different things like that. But yeah, the Grail Knights and Grail Guardians are legitimately bugged. Like, their mass and the way they knock things down there's a bug with it. Yeah, that's why they're just karate chopping everything. Total Recall, yeah, that's a great one. That's a great one. All right, guys, here we are, taking a look at the build of the dreaded Skaven, who are going to be led by the Sons of the Mountain. I have to say, pretty fun seeing the Skaven actually bring a Lord and use it. Times are a-changing. The Dr. Jellyfish going to be coming in here with Ikit Claw. Ikit Claw going to be dropping the Howling Warp Gale on any pterodactyls up in the sky, and Flensing Rune on anything else of value. Over on the far side, we got Clan Rats. We do also have some Rout Ogres. Rout Ogres getting ready to provide some mass against Bastillodons and other monsters. You definitely don't want to leave home without a couple Rout Ogres in this matchup. And the main army is going to be just Clan Rats. Backfield is going to be a bunch of Skaven Slave Slingers. Wow, a lot of chaff units. Going to be throwing an unholy amount of pebbles. Natty Bubo Sharpshooters are pretty great if you can protect them from diving, pterodons and just have them sit and shoot at the Slan, for example. The Slan is going to get melted very, very quickly. So yeah, it's a fun unit. Avalanche Mortars are your dedicated anti-infantry piece for the Skaven. Probably one of the best ones you have access to. They have great range at 250, and if they target a Saurus, a Skink unit, that unit is basically going to be going in the trash can. So that is it. Now, looking at the Dino army on the other side, it's going to be helmed by the Diving Cow, and typically against Skaven, you want to do what he's doing, which is going very wide. You bring a million Skink cohorts, so they can't really be focused down too heavily by Avalanche Mortars. Looks like some Red-Crested Skinks as well. The caster is going to be a Mage of Fire. All right, not a bad idea. Skaven hate Burning Head. It's the one trick that Skaven doctors hate. It's Burning Head. So I would wager that he's going to be dropping this on the Clan Rats to clear them out. And this is really a swarming build. My goodness, look at that. We do have the Chameleon Stalkers. Oh, this is cool. You rarely get to see these guys. But yeah, they can sneak into the backfield. And if somebody's defending like a backline piece with, let's say, some Skaven Slaves or something which is very common, they can use their precursor ammo to almost instantly punish them and then move in, clear them out, and get on top of the good stuff here. So yeah, an Unholy Skink Invasion. And this is pretty normal. Like, even in the days of land battle, Lizardmen basically would just rush Skaven with super wide builds like this to shut down their weapons teams, and then would use Clever Girls and Ripperdactyls, not Ripperdactyls, but Pterodon Riders to dive as well. Those things are pretty good, so always hate the Burning Head, yeah. Exactly. Should be fun, though. So welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. This is game one of the day. As Ikit Claw going to be rolling on his wheel. Look at him going. Oh, yeah. There he is. Pone, if your opponent disconnected or isn't able to connect but wants to try playing in the second round, give yourself a win and just report it as like a mirror match of the faction that you were going to play so it doesn't affect stats, and I'll go back and fix that later. So yeah, hopefully no problems there, my friend. All right, so the Rats looking to be a little bit aggressive. They do park on objective number 1 here, but the Lizards are forming a little bit of a sneaky flank in the bushes. We got the Red-Crested Skinks as well as the Chameleon Stalkers looking to press this back objective. But Dr. Jellyfish, he certainly is looking for blood. He's going to be moving up with Ikit Claw popping unlimited power, which is pretty great. It gives you reserves, it gives you power recharge. Very nice. Lord Baconbane says, let's go Lizards. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing very well. Thank you for your perpetual support, my friend. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. So the rats are moving, looking a little bit nervous as they are getting enveloped by the lizard army. You can start to see that big semicircle coming, right? The big encirclement coming as the lizardmen get like a full surround with a million skinks, which I would wager the rats are going to start calling out some screening units. Clan rats are good. Obviously, rat ogres are going to be pretty good at punishing down the skink units, which don't really have a ton of DPS. So we'll have to see, man. Yeah, this is a great matchup. Fun builds from both players, too. Super wide rats, and now the Avalanche Mortar is going to be punishing. Avalanche Mortars definitely want to be shooting at these Cold Spear Riders if they can, but look at these, man. Secret Agent Skink cohorts, they're able to dodge most of those shots from the Avalanche Mortars. Got to feel pretty good. As the Natty Boobo Sharpshooters don't really have any good targets yet. The Lizards haven't put forth anything for them to really shoot, but now the objectives are open. The back objective is going to be taken by the Dinos. Uh-oh, don't pull a Kark here. You got to grab the objective. Oh, no, don't do it. Don't do it. No, stay here. Oh, God, he's going to leave the objective. I feel so bad when that happens. It's brutal because he's going to lose out on so many points on that one. Maybe he's going to be sending the clever girls back, but that's such an easy mistake to make. Okay, he goes back to the objective. Well played to Diving Cow. Good stuff. The cow versus the jellyfish, the most wild fight of our time. So Chameleon Stalker is coming into the backfield. A couple hounds are going to run past them, a little bit inconspicuous here, but let's see if they use the precursor ammo. And they do, and it does some okay damage. Not a whole lot, but that is going to be revealing them. And now the frontline fighting is underway. As I always find it pretty comedic when you see skinks battling like clan rats. They're like the same size. It's just kind of, I don't know, something about it's just funny. But lizards versus clan rats. Clan rats will probably have a slight advantage versus the red-crested skinks. Oh yeah, I don't know, it's hard to say. They have way more models. Clan rats have like 40 more models than these bad boys. Burning Head going down here doesn't seem to be doing too much damage. It did kind of go through those clan rats and does roast into the back of these ones, but overall not too much. The Skaven seem to be holding the onslaught relatively well. We are going to be getting some rat ogres up here, and they should punish most of these skinks back very effectively, although the backfield is now partially compromised. We see red-crested skinks, skink skirmishers in the backfield, and more of them pressing into the missile pieces, and if they can shut down avalanche mortars and natty boobos, that will open up the opportunity for many other pieces. Now, this is really good right here, too. We see heavy firepower coming in from Natty Boobo sharpshooters, and they're just picking apart these Cold and Spear Riders. These guys are just getting absolutely melted, and that's very cost-effective. They got the shield breaker, they got good armor piercing, and those guys really need to get active and honestly just try and dive through here. But the rats are holding the front line. Clan rats, in my experience, do barely out-trade skink cohorts. It's relatively even. The skink cohorts are way faster, but the clan rats do have the numbers advantage. And oh my god, Avalanche Mortar's doing some nasty, nasty stuff right there. Brutal, brutal damage, and both of those get melted as we see some flyers come in. Yeah, we do see the Clawsodon Hunters. Oh, the MLG lockdown. Look at that. Ikit Claw with the plays, man. He does do the Howling Warp Yell, which locks down the Clawsodon Hunters, which are now being shot by the Natty Boobo Sharpshooters, also Skaven Slave Slingers. Dr. Jellyfish is unleashing the fury of Skaven and showing that, despite the fact that they don't, necessarily always abuse the power grab mechanic anymore, they still got some little rat teeth and they can put up a good fight against the best of them. Back objective being held by the Skaven, it looks like. Yep, just one Skaven Slave Slinger. We see the red-crested skinks being swarmed by the old clan rats here. And the Skaven seem to be taking over the battlefield as a very skink-focused army, which is a little bit on the lighter side here for the lizards, is getting pushed back. Now, finally, the air units here, the Clawsodon Hunters, do manage to get an engagement against the Avalanche Mortars, but it looks like they're going to be getting Flensing Ruined in tandem with some Skaven support nearby. Wolf Rats probably should be able to peel them off pretty easily. Flensing Ruined does a hell of a lot of damage. Despite its nerfs a couple patches ago, it's still really, really good. But look at that. We got Doom Flayers coming out. Oh, I love it. Doom Flayers are so cool. And they're actually not bad against the Lizardmen, because they're reasonably good against Saurus, and they're also quite good at just clearing out skink units. So I don't hate the idea, as a Skaven player, of having like one tech piece in your army of the Doom Flayers. It does feel pretty good. But looking at the value trading, we do see a massive lead for Dr. Jellyfish. Holy shit. It is 5,000 against 2.6. Lizards still holding on, but the Skaven do capture the middle objective, and the Lizards are looking to be pretty much routed on most fronts. We see a lot of skink cohorts all over the battlefield, just on death's bed, just too weak, certainly needing some help, as the Slan is going to be moving into the middle, trying to get his big banana body onto objective number 2 to maybe flip that out of desperation. Dr. Jellyfish is up in points and up in value, and on the back point, the skink cohort here is for sure going to be losing. The Skaven infantry, yeah, they trade pretty darn well, for sure. I mean, the skink cohorts, I guess, have 160 models too. So skink cohorts will probably trade much better, or more evenly, I should say, into clan rats, whereas the red-crested skinks are more of an armor-piercing specialist unit with less models and lower melee defense, so they probably get traded. They trade pretty badly into the cheap rats, I think. Yeah, you need a couple Bastillodons, a couple terror-causing monsters I think can be good. And honestly, looking at the Skaven build, outside of the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters, it really didn't have a whole lot that would really punish like a couple Bastillodons. Maybe some Rev Crystals to move up, I'm not sure. But, you know, you could even bring Saurus too. Like, you can go super wide with Saurus Warriors against Skaven, but you just need to be really proactive about shutting down the Avalanche Mortars, which is doable. If you bring in, like, maybe like 6 Saurus Warriors, a couple Skink Cohorts, and then just like an Air Force, like a heavy Air Force of 3 or 4 Ripperdactyls, you can usually have enough success to put down one big like range shooting piece. And then at that point, your Saurus really dominate the frontline engagement. So we are going to be getting a Feral Bastillodon out here, and he's coming to party. It looks like Cleansing Rune going down on just him, which is an interesting choice. Looks like, you know, the Skaven just trying to end the game. Typically, you'd want to save that for like a blob to hit a couple units, but it's all good. Natty Bubos in the backfield still shooting, but the Lizardmen didn't hear no bell. They are kind of pulling the value back a little bit. It's going to be only 2,400 value at this point, and the Clever Girls do get on top of the Natty Bubo Sharpshooters. Not going to be a bad little grab. Granted, the Rout Ogres should punish them pretty badly. Clever Girls are, you know, a decent unit, but Rout Ogres counter them very, very hard. They have good armor pierce and good combat stats. They can get through the 90 armor and the mediocre combat stats. So the Feral Cold Ones very, very effectively indeed. So objective 2 still owned by the Skaven. Ikit Claw with the Brass Orb right there. Does not do bad damage. Able to rampage those Feral Cold Ones and some of these Skinks. The Banana Toad moving on to the middle objective as we get more Air Force coming out. So the Powhawks of Sentinels, Clever Girls, Chameleon Skinks trying to push. But man, oh man, when I look at this battlefield, I'm seeing a whole lot of rats. There are a whole lot of rats. They are all over the place. The filthy infestation continues. As a Burning Head does go down from this land. Going to be a decent cast, but it looks like Dr. Jellyfish. Did I get his name right on the scorecard? I think I did, yeah. He's there. He's able to dodge that, and the Burning Head didn't do that much damage. I do think the Burning Head is still a really good choice in that the Banana Slun is very solid here. But at the end of the day, man, that Lizardman army just got obliterated in most of the trades. The Skinks just were not able to stand up to the fury of the Clan Rats with the Rat Ogres supporting them. The classic Skaven comp. If you're a Skaven player, that's pretty much like your core. You always want to bring like a massive amount of Clan Rats and Rat Ogres. Like, you know, I would say maxing out on both of them is pretty common practice. And then from there, just, you know, whatever flavor you want to have. Do you want to go a little bit of, you know, Monster Mash? Do you want to go a little bit of weapons teams? It's all fun. Eshin Triads coming in. I do like Eshin Triads. I think they're a pretty great unit. They're anti-large prison shanks. Should be able to put down these Coldwind Riders pretty easily. We also have the Doom players in here, which do some okay damage. And it looks like there's going to be a Flensing Rune coming down or a Howling Warp Gale. Let's see. No, Flensing Rune. Good cast there. Hits Coldwind Riders and also hits the Powhawks of Sentinels as the Skaven going to be swarming all over the battlefield, looking to close this game out. But Lizards are kind of creeping the value back a little bit. For sure. Wolf Rats chasing down the Skink Skirmishers, so that's a pretty cost-effective one. They're not Chameleon Skinks, so they're going to get melted pretty quickly with only 14 melee defense. The Wolf Rats should feast. Yeah, the Lizards are kind of like sitting around like a 3,000 value deficit, and they don't have any healing. It's not like they're using Rev Crystals. You know, Dread Saurian could have been an interesting choice this game, too. Just like a big, scary Dread Beast pushing into the Skaven lines. Granted, Skaven can sometimes tarp at them in Clan Rat Spears. Doesn't always feel good. Back objective here for the Dinos is going to be flipping, ladies and gentlemen. And that is going to be the beginning of the end for this game. I don't see too much of a comeback here for the old Lizardmen. They put up a good fight. Diving Cow certainly scrapped hard, but I really liked the build. I thought it was very fun. Not necessarily the most competitive build in the world, but, you know, you got to try things out. And Dr. Jellyfish also brought... Even many of the top-tier Skaven players that I've been playing with still use the unsummon tactic, and, you know, they just give up their legendary lord, basically. But it's cool to see that Skaven can still do very well, bringing a legendary lord and playing the game normally and all that sort of good stuff here. So, Objective 3 is owned by ye old rats, and Lizards trying desperately to get that one back. Avalanche Mortar still pounding in, doing some big damage as the Rat Ogres and Doom players, the Limp Biscuit machines, rolling, and probably not the best value. It's mostly just been chaff units, but still 112 kills, able to basically clean out one unit there, which is cool. All right, I think that's going to be it. I don't see any comeback. Unsummons for the Skaven player. Dr. Jellyfish getting some nice refreshing in the back. Lizards do get some cohorts back on the objective, but it's only a matter of time before they get pressed. And we're eclipsing 1,000 points right now, so it's going to be a little bit longer. I would wager the Lizardman player probably doesn't quite realize. I mean, he has pulled the value within 2,000. But, like, even if he starts to pull the value back, which is, you know, somewhat common. Usually when you're pushed back into your own deployment zone and your opponent's ahead of you, you're going to start pulling some value back because of the home field advantage you have with summoning units and having quicker reinforcements than your opponent. But the thing is, like, he's just so far behind on points. It's going to take him a long time to potentially resecure Objective 2, assuming he keeps getting these incremental trades. And then, you know, on top of that, going all the way back and getting your opponent's Objective 1 would be extremely difficult. Granted, Lizards do have some decent speed, so they could come back here with some, you know, Feral Cold Ones or something. I don't know, maybe get that objective, but at the end of the day, it doesn't seem like it's going to be easy. The dreaded Burning Head, Desperation Burning Head here, does do a little bit of damage against the Clan Rats, but not that much. It needs to go, like, down that direction. He obviously just wanted to cast it at a safe distance. That's why he did it. And we do get more flyers coming in. It is going to be the Clawsodon Hunters once again. Could the Skaven be running out of steam a little bit? I mean, on that note, they do have the Avalanche Mortars, which are, you know, out of ammo. Natty Bubo Sharpshooters are pretty much off the field. The Skaven army here is looking a little bit more flimsy for sure. But, I mean, the Lizards barely have anything. I mean, they're straight up on death's bed here. Clawsodon Hunters could go in and try and goon Ikit. But the problem is Ikit would just stand on top of the Clan Rat Spears here. And, yeah, they would just get shanked pretty bad. Another Avalanche Mortar Shot, very nice. A little bit of collateral damage there. Some friendly fires. The Wolf Rats get nuked, but classic Skaven tactics. We'd love to see it. And Skink Skirmisher's poking him down. A little bit of skirmishing going, but he is rapidly running out of time. His opponent's going to be hitting 1,200. And now we get some Rattling Gunners coming in the back. The big, heavy weapons teams of the Skaven. You got to love Rattling Gunners, man. Look at these little guys. They're great. So they're going to be moving. Those little rats certainly showing no mercy, as they're getting ready to party and drop some shots. In the backfield here, we see the Skink Skirmishers getting mowed down. Night Runner's going to be chasing them with the old slingshots. I don't know who actually wins that duel. Probably Night Runners do. Yeah, they have the physical resist. The model counts are pretty similar too. Yeah, so it's pretty much identical in that regard. Another Brass Orb coming in. Pretty cool tactic. I love seeing Ikit Claw. I think Ikit Claw is a great lord. The Brass Orb is a really nice ability in domination mode for clearing out capture weight, and you can also send him in, and your opponent will often blob on him, and then you can punish them with the Brass Orb ability, which has 100% armor piercing. So if you use this against like a unit of Chaos Warriors or something, it can definitely do pretty good. So Flensing Rune, also very good. Looking at Ikit, he's got about 2,200 value. Avalanche Mortars using the last of their ammo to basically just annihilate this Skink cohort. As the Diving Cow, he, I don't think he knows it's over yet. He's, he's trying to scrap, but I can tell you, I've been in this situation where, like, you see the value coming back, you're like, okay, I'm not down by 4,000 value. I'm only down by 2 now. I can keep going. I can get back in this. And you're just like in the zone. And yeah, definitely the game's been over for a little bit of time, but nonetheless, cool game. GG, well played. It was a very fun one. I like seeing the varying Skaven weapons teams, Ikit Claw coming in. It's very, very refreshing to see a Skaven player actually use their lord. It's very refreshing. The power grab cheese is like one of my least favorite interactions in domination mode, and but yeah, this is like super fun here. So your boy Ikit's going to be rolling about, causing some havoc, and I hope you guys are all doing well. Thank you for joining today. This is round 1 of our tournament. I would wager, since this game is taking a little bit longer, we'll probably be jumping right into the second round of today's match. A nice Wolf Rat dive into the backfield, pinning units back, and Ikit Claw. What is going on here? Is he trying to cast Storm Demon? No, Flensing Rune. Wow, Ikit's potentially going to be going for a kill here. Burning Head going down. Potentially a nice cast there, but it looks like Dr. Jellyfish was able to dodge that. Sons of the Mountain is a dwarf clan, actually. So Dr. Jellyfish is part of the Sons of the Mountain, which I think a lot of the players in that clan are from Poland. I'm not sure. But yeah, they're playing Skaven too, apparently. They know their enemy as well. The Sons of the Mountain not messing about. Looks like another 20 seconds, give or take, until the end. we can only cast the Bug Zapper. Oh, you guys talking about the weather around the world, eh? Ikit Claw on his way back. Clawsodon Hunter's coming after him. Despite being on his little tiny Doom Flare, he is a large entity. So being attacked by these anti-large flyers would be quite good. But yeah, he looks like he's going to get away pretty happily and just keep rolling. Unlimited power is active. Very underrated ability, allowing Skaven to spam some of their very cost-effective magic. And now the machine guns are coming in. Brutal stuff right there, as the Rattling Gunners just mow down these bad boys. And that is going to be GG, well played. All right. Game 1 is done, baby. The Rats have done it, defeating the Lizardmen. The Horned Rat smiles this day. And let's take a look at the builds. So looking at Ikit Claw, probably pretty good value on him. 2,300 Avalanche Mortars, despite having like very low quality infantry targets, still got 2,400. And the Jezzail's got 21. So this is a big thing, right? Both of the Skaven weapons teams did pretty good. Rattling Gunners coming in as a nice support piece. I'm a big fan of the Teeth Rakers. I think having stealth machine gun rats is quite good. And yeah, the build for the dinos wasn't bad. But like, yeah, the Red-Crested Skinks, I don't know if I like them that much here. They just get out-traded so horribly by clan rats. And, obviously you're going to be running into a lot of clan rats. So I feel like that's a little bit tricky. Maybe change those out for some other stuff and you're in good shape. Voltron, nothing makes working later better than your sultry voice. Much love. Keep up the good streams. Hey, thank you. I greatly appreciate that. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what's going down. Let's take a look at the old Total Tavern, see what we're looking at in terms of the bracket progress. Going to tournaments, seeing if there's any admin issues. It looks like we are not running into any issues, which is good. So far, all is clear in the realm. That is going to be a victory for Dr. Jellyfish. The Jellyfish defeats the cow once again. Nature having a good old duel of fates here. All right. So what are we looking at? Yeah, almost through the round. that game's going to get reported here. And Professor Pone, don't forget to report your game, like I was saying. Just report it as a 1-0 victory for you. And Renegade Moose can try and play in the next round if he wants to, if he can fix his internet. Yeah, so only a couple more games left, and we should be in good shape. Looking at the current standings, we see Hadri's winning his first match, House Cat of War, Puggington, Toxic Fireball, Jay Phoenix. A lot of strong players, Umai's as well. It's looking fun, man. It's looking pretty fun. So we'll see who is going to be emerging victorious as we go into the later rounds. Thank you guys for sticking around and joining here on your Friday. I know there's some new flashy games out. We got Diablo 4. Man, I did not expect that game to do well. I actually thought Blizzard was going to throw it again, but apparently it's doing pretty good. Yes, yes. Turin does have the illustrious voice of an 80s radio. I would love to. That's been one of my power fantasies. I have a couple weird power fantasies, and one of them is about opening up a movie theater in my, like, I live in a very small town. We actually don't have a movie theater, so I wanted to like open a movie theater and just show like, obviously show new movies, but also just run like retro 80s movies and things like that. But yeah, like doing a radio station was one of them too. I always thought that'd be really fun. Just do a lot of like 90s like grunge and yeah, that kind of stuff would be really fun. Just wear flannels and jean jackets and sit in there and play some 90s music. It'd be great. I got the hair for it too. Yeah, it's gonna be good. Never bring a sword to a gunfight. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, that's pretty much everyone against Skaven. The Skaven, yeah, they don't mess around when it comes to their weapons, that's for sure. I don't know who I prefer to fall asleep to, Turin or Sir Patrick. Oh, it's got to be Sir Patrick Stewart, man. I can't tell you how many nights I've spent falling asleep to The Next Generation, the OG Star Trek show. Not OG, but you know, it's in the ballpark. Only 2 games left. We're going to be starting the next round, I would guess, in the next 10 minutes. So stay tuned for that, and it should be good. Would you ever consider tournaments with a higher limit to encourage more elite units to play? So to be completely honest, I use elite units in a lot of my builds. Some people do, some people don't. I mean, there are matchups in which elites are going to be bad even if you scale up the army size. Like, it's just going to be, you know, giving up the same kind of value. But yeah, I've thought about it, but lag is a variable too you have to take into account with this game since it's peer-to-peer. So typically you want the smoother experience. Wesley says, I played maybe 16 years of Diablo, Lord of Destruction Resurrected. I like Diablo 4, but it hasn't really reeled you in yet. Yeah, interesting. Podcasts bring in money nowadays? They can, for sure. They can. I don't even know what I would talk about. I've thought about it. But I don't know. Maybe someday. The Paradox Star Trek game doesn't look terrible. I haven't seen that. Send me a link about that, Max Ben Jim. I have not seen that. No. Paradox is doing a Star Trek game? Is it a new one or is it an older one? Maybe like one that I had missed from before. All right, 2 games going. We have Hliden versus for Poland and Drakens versus a Rave Review. Looking good. And let me check Professor Pone's score. Need to fix his Swiss score here. No problem. I listened to a Turin podcast where he puts on exclusively 80s power metal. The thing is, yeah, you couldn't get away with playing music on a podcast, yeah. Obviously, radio stations probably pay for the rights. They like have contracts with the music companies to be able to play that kind of music, right? But yeah, you wouldn't. Podcast, it would be. Those rights are expensive, I would wager. Ashes says, I've watched some of Inticity's videos on the state of buffing spells and was wondering, some buffing spells are very good, and it really depends on the circumstances. It's like too complex of an issue to just have a blanket statement, in my opinion. If you say like all buffing, yeah, because some buffing spells are amazing, right? Like if you're using Slanesh and just spamming like the debuff spells and buffing spells, like it's good because it triggers, like it has another synergy with that Lore of Magic. So sometimes you have to look at it like that. Like, yeah, a cheap buffing spell might not be as impactful as like a huge nuke, but it's oftentimes it's going to be triggering a lore passive, and there's so many variables. Some of his videos, they might be out of date by now. I know he hasn't been playing the game for a while, and there's been a couple patches, so it really depends. There's been a lot of changes since he made those videos. All right. You going to check out? I might play some D4. I might give it a try. I'm not sure. We'll see. It kind of makes me nervous, though, because I have hand problems, and it's a lot of button mashing, so I'm kind of like, ooh, you know, it's a little bit scary. Yeah, for sure, Wesley. I thought about doing a podcast of like a separate channel. The Total War. Yeah, Samurai, I'll keep doing those. I'll probably record one soon. I'm gonna do a podcast like addressing the things that need to be fixed, ironed out. Labadimir says, I picked up loads of podcast gear. I wanted to play Warhammer games and talk about them in a podcast. Yeah, absolutely. So you're talking about like tabletop Warhammer. That's really fun, yeah. I mean, that's kind of there's plenty of successful Warhammer channels. Warhammer is like a huge brand, right? Like if you're doing like 40K, that is. Fantasy is very niche still, but yeah, if you want to like do 40K coverage for sure, there's a market there for that. Max Van Jim, thank you. Yeah, Plague of Rust is actually pretty decent. It's not bad. All right, so Paradox Star Trek Infinite teaser trailer. Ooh, new Paradox Star Trek game. Yeah, sign me up for that. I'm going to be all over that. We play some Klingons and do some work. I think it'd be fun. What's your favorite faction to play in campaign? So I don't really play campaign anymore, but my favorite faction for campaign is hands down the Empire. Yeah, I feel like the Empire, like it doesn't have the best like campaign mechanics, but its starting position and its units and characters are really fun. Ah, Samurai, yes, yeah. Those are a long time ago. Yeah, I'm not playing today because Professor Pone signed up, and I was afraid of running into him. It's true, he caught me. Yeah. I didn't want to just lose to Pone in the first round, after all. Yeah. Be a little bit scary here. Okay, 2 games still wrapping up. They'll have a couple minutes. I did start 5 minutes late for today's tournament, so they have another 8 minutes before the round timer expires, and then we will move on to the next round. All right, checking here. Looking good. And perfect. Perfect. Yeah, no, Star Trek's really fun. I haven't watched any of the new Star Trek shows. Are they good? Have you guys seen them? I heard the Strange New Worlds was pretty good. The one that's like kind of like a prequel of sorts. I haven't heard as good of things about like the new future one. Picard I've heard mixed reviews about too. But I mean, I have a really low standard of things I'll enjoy on TV. Like I'll watch the worst, not the worst, but I'm pretty easily pleased as it pertains to the TV. Yeah, Skrulk is really good. Yeah, Skrulk is a great lord. Very powerful. His AoEs are nice. His lore magic is good. He's got 2 really strong items. I mean, what's not to love, right? That's really good. Oh my god, if Captains and Priests could ride Demogryph Knights, that'd be so good. Oh, it'd be so good. For real though, I wonder what place turn would be. For real, I wonder what place turn would be if he wasn't mostly streaming and commentating. You're talking about the leaderboard. Yeah, I don't know. I think I could get top 8 for sure. Like I usually train with people who are like in the top 5, and I can take games off them. Sometimes beat them in a series. So I think I could be top 8. I mean, right now I'm like rank 13, so it's not that far away from that. If I were to win one more tournament, I would jump up to rank like 7 or 8. So yeah, that's all it would take. Who's your favorite? Let's see. Who's your all-time top 5 Total War Warhammer player? Oh man, that's a tough one. That would actually be a fun discussion for a podcast. It's funny because in Total War Warhammer we have like, for anybody who follows MMA. No, the Rings of Power was like, I really did not like the Rings of Power. That's like too much. I do have standards. I just because I'm like easy to please, doesn't mean I have some standards. Like I really like generic like police shows. Like SWAT is one I watch. Bosch is fun. Like I just love like cop shows for some reason. I don't know what it is. I just love them. Yeah, maybe I'll do a podcast. It's funny because in Total War Warhammer, though, what I was going to say is we have like our John Jones type characters, like Voidlaws. Like these guys who are just like you have a guy like Voidlaws, right? He comes in, he's just like top tier, crushing most people, right? Like just so good. His micro is so good, but he just can't help but like, in his case, he was like basically smurfing and dual boxing to try and win extra tournament prizes probably, right? I don't know what his intent was for dual boxing, but I can only speculate. But he's like very much like a John Jones type character. Like in Warhammer 3, he was very, very dominant because he was playing on 2 accounts, So we have our John Jones, and then we have our like Daniel Cormier, who's like, the champion, but like there's still that like shadow of John Jones looming over him. It's pretty funny. Yeah. It's pretty funny. All right, where are we at? Sorry, I better get ready for the next game here. Altered Carbon. Yeah, I enjoyed Altered Carbon. It's great. It's great. I haven't seen Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I don't like I like the more drama cop shows where it's more intense, or there's like, might be a little bit of humor, but the focus isn't comedy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It goes off the wagon, yeah. Just can't help but like cheat or something and get himself disqualified, All right, Drakens and Rave review. You guys got 2 minutes left. Hey, well, that's pretty fun. So Max Van Jim is saying Federation, Klingons, Romulans, and Cardassians at launch. That's fun. Oh, that's really fun. I'm going to have some fun with the thumbnails for the Cardassians. Drakens, let me warn them. You got 4 minutes left. All right. There we go. Perfect. Lundgren says, I understand none of these references. So I'll explain it for anybody who's not like an MMA fan. So John Jones is like widely considered to be the best MMA fighter of all time. He's never lost a fight, although he technically has one loss on his record because he illegally elbowed somebody in a fight and got disqualified. But he constantly gets in trouble with the law. Like he'll become the champion and then he'll get in like he'll do something illegal like driving, or like he'll get caught using drugs, or something like that. But that was the analogy, because we have a player who is like very dominant in Warhammer 3, but constantly got themselves kicked in bans for tournaments, basically for cheating, right? Yeah, there are several players like that. Yeah. Gordon Ramsay shows are really fun. Yeah, no, I agree, Medley. Those are fun. Yeah, those can be great. All right, Draken's just reported the score. Looking good. So let's go ahead here and see how this looks. All right, what's it going to be? Yeah, Joey, that fight. All right, so everything's reported, and we're going to be advancing to the next round. So let's advance to Swiss. And here we go. Where are we at? It is going to be Professor Pone versus Ghoul Baby. All right, we can do that one next. Should be fun. Let's see what the professor's up to. I'm going to join his lobby here, and we will get that game going. The next round is started. Grab your opponents. Grab your dancing partner. Let's have some fun. There's Prof. Pone's game. No spec slot. How dare you, Pone? How dare you? Give me that spec slot. Let's see here. Okay. I'm checking here. A little bit of admin work. Yeah, I'm a big UFC fan. I mean, not even UFC. I'm a big MMA fan. Like, I don't care what organization it is. I just like watching fighting. It's my favorite. It's probably the only sport I'll still actively watch is MMA. I used to be really into like NFL and stuff because I played high school and I was gonna play college football and stuff. But yeah, I love watching MMA. The thing is, it's like I can get behind an MMA fighter, like their narrative, their story, kind of the martial art they focus on. It's really fun. It like harkens back to that like 1990s kind of like, like this martial art versus that one. Granted, now it's more like common, but there's still people with unique styles. But I can't really get behind what's it called? Like team sports anymore. Like I just feel like they're mercenaries, And I mean like you'll have like one player playing for a team for like 10 years and then he gets offered a huge chunk of money and he'll go play for their like worst enemy, their worst rival. And to me that like, I don't know. The mercenary element of professional like NBA and NFL, like I'll still enjoy watching a game with some friends or something, but I just can't really get that into it because of the mercenary element. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. No, Joey, I never broke my wrist. No, it's a different issue. Yeah, no, there's some fighters like that, Decay, for sure, that have, poor sportsmanship and whatnot. But typically it's like, yeah, they're the villains, whatever. And the villains are what makes things fun. Why do people watch Floyd Mayweather do boxing, right? People just want to watch him lose. You need your villains, for sure. I think villains are very important. Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, that's another thing too, Peter, for sure. Yeah, so I played football pretty much my entire life, and man, the amount of damage it does to your body, and not just like your musculature but like to your the repetitive stress injury is like, I do feel bad when I watch like sometimes combat sports, although a lot of like MMA fights are kind of solved by submissions and whatnot. But yeah, it's definitely hard watching people take blows to the head in the NFL. When you get these like 250-pound dudes colliding at full speed, it's like, oh, that's not gonna be good in a couple years. Basketball? Are you talking about basketball? That was the movie with basketball. That was like the one with the God, who was in that? That was the South Park guys, wasn't it? Is that what you're referring to, that movie? God, that's some old lore right there. Who is the villain? We don't really have any villains in Total War Warhammer 3 right now, honestly. I don't think we do. There's not any player who's like, I mean, there's some like folks who are like minor villains, maybe. But we don't really have any, like the closest thing you're going to be getting to a villain in Warhammer 3 right now is probably people who just like abuse bugged units to win games. Like those, that's like the closest. You're not getting like the true OG villains that we had a lot of in Warhammer 2 who would like legitimately try and cheat in land battle. Land battle has more room for villainy because there's player enforced rules that are, you know, come up. There's like basically a group of players who come up with rules and those rules are applied. So it's much easier to kind of cheat and be a villain in land battle. Whereas in domination, to be a villain, I guess, yeah, you would have to go to some pretty extreme lengths for sure. Yeah. Will else was the villain of old? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a shame too because he was so good and he didn't need to dual box to win events. You know, he didn't need to do any of that. Like he could have just played normally and been, you know, one of the greatest of all time for sure. That's what people say about John Jones. Yeah. The villain of Warhammer 3 is CA now. No, CA's got their faults, but you know, everyone's got their faults, man. And the thing is, they gave us this awesome game, and it wasn't even designed to be a multiplayer game. Here's the thing, guys. If you go back to Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2, multiplayer was not like a focus, but we made it a focus. Like our efforts as a community, all of us, are the reason why we have domination. It's the reason why we get multiplayer balancing and patches. Like all the efforts we've done together as a multiplayer community, which is great. Which is great. Yeah, you need some in-game chat for some villainous trash talk. I know. Yeah, the chat DLC will come eventually. Yeah, I don't think we'll get chat back in this game. Honestly, it's just you know, I think there was some new laws in the UK that just made it a little bit more difficult. So you got it. Drop yourself. All good. Okay, so let me check here. I know that someone has to drop, so let me make sure they take care of it here. It looks good. Yeah, I think Subachai said he had to drop, so that's going to be a free W for the Phoenix King. Yes. Okay, looking good. All right. Is it Beastmen versus Bretonia? Is this really happening? There's no way. They must still be doing their picks and bans. Let me get the scoreboard updated, by the way. This is going to be Professor Pone, our homegrown hero. Pone is like the antithesis to all the villains. He plays fun units, but plays it at a good level. You know, he's the true sport here. Yes. Give us normal servers already. I know, man. What I would give for some dedicated servers. Oh God. Apparently there was some discussion about having dedicated servers for this game, but it just kind of fell through. Yeah. Pump wagon abusers. Yeah, I don't know. I certainly don't get any joy out of using buggy units. I mean, there are some units that are like, there's a difference between a bugged unit and an overpowered unit. Like you have the dwarven trains like Skullcrackers and Iron Demons. Those units are overpowered right now after the recent buffs, but they're not bugged. They more or less work as intended, but their stats are just too good. Their HP is too good. They're very much like Astrogoth. It's not like we were banning Astrogoth in previous patch. It's not that he was bugged. He was just overpowered, right? But, you know. Chaos Dwarves ended up getting banned in a lot of single faction tournaments at the end of the previous patch because in tandem with their bugged capture weight, Bull Centaurs also had bugged hitboxes. There was a lot of variables with them, which have since been fixed. Granted, the capture weight's still problematic, but you know, it's not that huge of a deal, I suppose. Yeah, it's tricky. You know, this game, it's like the rate at which they fix multiplayer issues is very slow. So sometimes you just have to endure a lot of those problems. If Professor Pone was a Mortal Kombat character, which one would he be? Oh, I don't know. That's a tough question. Probably Scorpion. Yeah, I would call Pone a Scorpion guy. I feel like his favorite would be either Scorpion or Sub-Zero based on his personality. He's the Skeletor of villains. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Yeah, 8-player campaigns would be awesome if we had servers. No, for sure. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get servers for this game. Like, how many DLCs do we have left? I legit think they're doing Beastmen versus Bretonia. Unless they're just taking like 2 hours to do the picks and bans. Let me check. No, they're not picking their armies yet. So no, they haven't like selected their final armies. Okay. We're just checking that real quick. Reptile's your favorite? Okay. I knew it was going to be one of the ninjas. Yeah, I knew Pone would like one of the ninjas. I didn't know which one. It was going to be one of those bad boys. All right, looking good. Hey, Pone, you need to focus on your picking and banning here, man. What is this? Taking forever here. I just saw him say reptile, yes. So in Warhammer 5 multiplayer will be Warhammer 5 multiplayer will be great. There's not going to be a Warhammer 5. Warhammer 3 is the last one in this series for sure. I can see them though if and when they do a Warhammer 40k game, which I think they're going to do it. I do think that we will get a dedicated server for that because that's going to be such a big thing that will pull in so many people. And Warhammer 40k is at its core a multiplayer game, so I think they'll probably put more effort into multiplayer for that. If not, I guess I'll just have to apply to CA and go and make sure the multiplayer is good for that. We'll see. I'll just go there for the development of the game, make sure multiplayer is good, and then just as soon as it comes out, I'll just go back to doing YouTube. I'm waiting on him to ban? Oh, okay, got it. Got it. Ghoul's doing the big numbers in his head, huh? Yeah. Phone out here in chat, shaking hands. Yeah, he is. Doesn't this game just need bigger reach? I feel few people know about this game. It's tricky. Warhammer Fantasy is still a niche, you know? It's very much a niche game. Like, it's a discontinued game system that's getting rebooted and revitalized. And honestly, Total War Warhammer's a pretty popular game. If you look at considering how long it's been out, like since Warhammer 1, it still has a very active player base in both campaign and multiplayer. And yeah, it's pretty, it's active. It has good daily users. It's a poppin' game. Just walk in and take a desk, yeah. Most people display campaign. Yeah, it's true. It's definitely a single player game first and foremost. Yeah, there's a lot more people who are into 40k lore as well. It's true. I think they'll put more of a multiplayer focus on 40k though. Honestly, what they should do is just recycle domination mode for 40k. If they do that, then, it's because tabletop 40k is an objective-based game. It's how the game is balanced, right? Like, you'll have factions that, like the Tau, who can just sit back and shoot, and the Imperial Guard, who can sit in the corner with, a million tanks. And if there's no objectives, they can just corner camp and crush all the melee-focused armies, But the objectives are what keeps the game fair in 40k, in my experience. I play Death Guard, and if I had to, if Warhammer 40k was a game of just killing the enemy army, then Death Guard would basically just be getting trash can nonstop. But the fact that there's objectives at hand forces your opponent to come fight you in some regard, so it allows you to trade well while also accruing an advantage. Like, I can't tell you how many tournament games with my Death Guard I've won where I literally have a couple models left and my opponent has most of their army, but that's just because I held the objectives the entire game. That's how Nurgle plays in tabletop, really. Mike Taylor, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Dukes, my friend. Yes, yes. No, you need to have it because, dude, they don't want to have another game system. I'm sure they'll still have an equivalent of Land Battle, but imagine playing Warhammer 40k Total War and getting draw-kited in that. How bad that's going to be with fast tanks and machines and engines. Holy shit. There needs to be something to force the players to fight, especially in a more sci-fi focused universe where there's way more shooting, there's going to be planes and shit. There's going to be the Thunderhawks. You want to get draw-kited around the map by a Thunderhawk that has the equivalent of 200 speed in this game? No, dude, no. It can't happen. Yeah, Death Guard's probably not going to be great in 10th, but it's all good. At the pinnacle of tournament play, but if you're playing intermediate or casual, you'll be fine. All right, we got Khorne versus Lizards. Wow, another one. All right. Yes, yes. Looking forward to playing Tau. Oh, no. The Tau. It's the villainous Tau. They're the worst. Oh, God, I hate the Tau. I can't tell you how many times when I was first getting into Warhammer in 8th edition, Warhammer Tabletop, that I just got punished by the Tau over and over. God, what a bad feeling that was. All right, Khorne versus Lizards, man. Lizards are so popular. There's so many people who play them, man. Yeah, you want to get draw-kited by Eldar jet bikes? Sounds like fun. In 40k, there's even more justification for having objectives because it literally is an objective game. That is, if they want to be true to the source material. Warhammer Fantasy was different. It makes a little bit more sense for land battle since, there was a lot of maps that were just march forward and fight. But yeah, 40k is an objective-based game. It makes sense. Are Green Knights or Grey Knights? Is that what you're talking about in tabletop? Or are you talking about something in this game? All right, we got Khorne versus Dinosaurs. Should be fun. Big scary demons. Pone's a Scarbrand man, so he'll probably bring Scarbrand. Although Valky is good here too. What you want to do in this matchup is bring a wide warrior wall. So you just go super wide with Khorne shielded warriors, and then you back them up with Minotaurs with great weapons and Fleshhounds, and you can bring any number of different monsters or whatever, and you're going to be in good shape. Hey, Beer, thank you. I got my PC a week ago, so I just got a new PC in myself, and I'm going to be setting it up this weekend. So you guys will be seeing some better graphics and better stuff here in the next week, which is very exciting. I'm super, super hyped for that. Shout out to Rando there. Mainly for Total War multiplayer, I've been watching your content for about half a year and learned tons. The community has been amazing, helping me learn. Dom. Oh, Dog Person's been helping you. Great. You built a great community. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Yeah, shout out to Dog Person. He wrote some great articles on Total Tavern as well. What do you think about the gameplay, AOS gameplay reveal? Oh, did that happen? They showed some gameplay from the AOS RTS game? If so, send me a link in Discord, man. Yes, finally free of the potato. Yeah, so we're gonna have our new rig set up this week, and we'll be looking mighty fly, hopefully. This potato it's weird. I feel like nostalgic about this computer, though. I've had this computer with me since I started doing the YouTube channel. Yeah. Is there a little bit too much downtime in these tournaments? Yes. Yes, that's Total War multiplayer for you. There's no way around it. Unless you do like preloaded builds and things like that. The format that we're doing today has a little bit more downtime because the pick and ban phase takes longer, whereas single faction, they get right into it. But yeah, today's format's a little bit longer, but just kind of treat it like a podcast of sorts. You know, like we sit, we talk strategy, we talk about, you know, the game, whatever, and then, you know, we have our matches in between. How do we feel about a Diablo 4 stream? I'm very tempted to do it. I don't know if you guys would be interested in it. I would just play a Necromancer for sure. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, Norska's good. Norska's a great faction for beginners. Hands down, one of the best ones. Are we going to have a stream to celebrate? Yeah, maybe Frostlight. Maybe we will. It's legit like Dawn of War, but Age of Sigmar. That makes sense. Like if you're trying to make like a very, you know, like it's way easier to do that format. Rather than doing base building and stuff, just having it be like Dawn of War style is way easier for RTS games. Looking at haggard models is always an option. Land battles aren't gone. They're not going to be as prominent on my channel because I think they're not as good for competitive play, but I still will have land battle tournaments. Like I'm currently going to be planning a faction war soon. So yeah, there will be land battle action. Just, you know, it's not quite as often. I just recorded 2 land battles last night too. So they're certainly coming. They're certainly coming. Ultima Online stream? I haven't been playing that lately, no. Holy shit. Oh my god. Pwn living life on the fast lane here. Bringing in a Bloodletter front line against the Lizards. I don't think that's going to go well. They're going to get wrecked by the Skirmishers. So he's got a front line of Bloodletters, which, you know, obviously will do okay against like Saurus and any Lizardman infantry. But if the Lizards come in with like a kiting/poke build, you're going to have a horrible time. We got 2 cultists. Scarbrand looking extra thick up here. He's got his battle axes. And on the low ground, we have the Minotaurs of Khorne with Great Opens, which are pretty effective against these, you know, big monsters and whatnot, but we'll see what they can catch. Now on the other side, looking here at the dinosaurs, it is going to be a very mobile build. So we have 1 million skink skirmishers. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 skink skirmishers against those poor bloodletters. Oh god. Oh, it's going to be tough. Croxagores, they have their spanking paddles. Croxagores also be very good against bloodletters. They did get buffs recently. Croxagores used to have, I think, 26 melee attack or 22, something very low. But now their melee attack is baseline 30, so they're much better. And a Dread Saurian! Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. Sign me up for the Dread Saurian. Dude, he just tried to bite the camera. That thing's out of control. And if you're going to be going with the Dread Saurian, having a life caster is very much going to be a staple for sure. So the battle is on, ladies and gentlemen. And, yeah, he's pretty much just pure demons here, with the exception of a couple cultists on the ground. Scarbrand, Minotaurs, Hellforged Host heading up to the high ground. Those bad boys going to be grabbing objective number 1, and Pwn is going to be colliding with a massive Lizardman host in the middle. But yeah, Shielded Warriors are your best friend in this matchup. They do very well. They outtraded pretty much all the Lizardman infantry with the exception of Temple Guard, and are very durable against the poke. And yeah, they do good. But in this situation, man, I think it's going to be a rough one for Pwn. I feel like a lot of his army's kind of countered. Like Scarbrand versus Dread Saurian is already a hard fight. Bloodletters, they're going to get wrecked so bad by these units. And the Hellforged Host coming in the high ground probably should just send a basic Marauder unit there to grab that objective, like a Shielded Marauder, and then bring the Hellforged Host down into the epicenter of combat. Can Marlon Scarbrando carry Pwn? I don't know. I think it's going to be very tough. The great plan must be enacted, says Itinerant Spark. Yeah, you know, you have a very, very solid point. Well, I don't know if the great plan is going to have too many issues with this build. We'll have to see. A couple Marauder Horsemen coming out to counter the Dread Saurian, but once again, Marauder Horsemen are heavily countered by the Skink Skirmishers. And looks like Lizards are probably going to get a triple cap right out of the gates. No, Khorne will get the high ground objective. Minotaur's crashing down. Minotaurs absolutely annihilate Croxagores. Like, it is a super one-sided fight if those two units decide to go fisticuffs. But yeah, now Professor Pone is going to be realizing the suffering. He's going to see how many skink skirmishers are here for ghouls, and those units are going to get picked apart pretty hard. So a lot of pokes going down, cultists on their way up. Those bad boys going to be moving into the Dread Beast, so here they are, and uh-oh, it's time, baby. Oh, the Dread Saurian. Talk about a mismatch, is that poor cultist there is going to get pounded pretty hard. Throwing Axe is coming up to help, and the other cultist is going to be moving up and absorbing some of the shots. Bloodletter's making their way in, and Scarbrand is going to be trying to go after the Dread Saurian. Maybe trying to rampage it, we'll have to see. Pone does have the Wrathful Reaper, I think, or no, he doesn't. He has the Rage Embodied, but yeah, Scarbrand's going to be getting poked pretty heavily as the cultists do move in. High ground objective taken by the Hellforged Host, low ground objective taken by the Dinos, and Khorne might be able to actually wrestle this middle objective, and we do see the Horsemen moving up and putting some okay pressure in on the Dread Saurian. Throwing Axe is also putting a little bit of pressure on, but the problem is these skink skirmishers here. Essentially what they're going to be doing, and I think many of you guys know about this forbidden strategy, is they're going to be gathering like this and just doing some nice shots right into those horsemen right there. So going to be quite nasty, and Pone does try and get away there, but not before he takes some big damage. Minotaurs with Grey Open and Scarbrand battling the Dread Saurian and not doing bad damage, to be honest, and you could pop the Rampage here. As soon as the Dread Saurian tries to run, if Scarbrand can Rampage that bad boy, maybe, just maybe, Pone's going to be able to make something work here. We'll have to see. So Cultist fighting up here, Bloodletter Summons getting popped, and the Rampage is active, so the Dread Saurian is Rampage. Pone's going for the kill. Nice banishment from the Slan. Going to be banishing some of the demons back to the warp here as these skink skirmishers continue blasting into them. We get more Fleshhounds coming out. Fleshhounds to chase down these skirmishers is quite strong. We see some Fleshhounds over here jumping on top of the skink cohorts and skirmishers, so that's pretty cost effective. And the Dread Saurian is getting pretty damn low. The Minotaurs of Khorne and Scarbrand getting some good attacks in there. And yep, Scarbrand does get knocked back by the Dread Beast. I didn't know they had a sync animation. That was actually pretty cool. Yeah, this is what's keeping Pone in the game, is the damage he's doing on the Dread Saurian, because the other trades are a little bit rough, for sure. Here we got Fleshhounds battling Croxagores. Not going to be great for the Fleshhounds. They'll probably end up losing that trade. And the Minotaurs of Khorne, a little bit low, still 3,000 HP, but those darts are adding up. The Dread Saurian needs to be chased down. Scarbrand just an absolute Chad. Look at this. Oh, brutal, brutal damage. Is he going to be breaking? No, he's at 2 leadership. The Dread Saurian's going to be squeaking away. Pone does not want to let this thing escape. He needs to hunt it with Scarbrand right now. If that thing escapes and heals, he's basically just going to be losing the game. So Cultists here, dropping a fat summon. Bloodletters do have decent armor piercing, so they can get through the armor of Croxagores with enough numbers. And he really needs to make sure that Dread Saurian doesn't escape. So it is wavering. It's at 12 leadership. It gets a heal. Scarbrand gets a nice attack in its back. Its leadership's at 0 right now. Is he going to be able to get it? 10 leadership. Oh my god, Scarbrand's just being poked by all those darts too. He's farming so much value for the Skull Throne right now. And it looks like the Dread Beast might be broken. It's at -5. Man, Scarbrand just putting this game on his back right now. Currently sitting at only 1,400 value, but all of that's pretty much against the Dread Saurian. He needs to chase that thing down. If it comes back, he's going to be suffering pretty bad. Fleshhounds on their way in. Fleshhounds trying to intercept the Coldland Spear Riders, allowing Scarbrand to go for the kill right here. Coldland Spear Riders trying to bounce out after Scarbrand and finish him off. But that Dread Saurian needs to be routed. If that thing comes back and heals, that is going to be quite dicey indeed. Now, the Skink Skirmisher is okay in the ammunition department. Professor Pone might be able to wrestle this middle objective here with the Hellforged Host. And the Cultist high ground objective owned by Khorne, and it looks like the big Dread Saurian has rallied back. Scarbrand attacked by the Coldland Spear Riders, so it looks like he's going to be retreating back to the support of his Fleshhounds. And what is Khorne going to be calling in? What are the dinosaurs going to be calling in? We'll have to see. A couple Fleshhounds do get by, and they attack the Dread Saurian, who's going to be sitting at 5 leadership. They do good damage, but the Dread Saurian does have 100 armor and access to some healing here, so overall I think that Pone is going to be throwing away these Fleshhounds. That healing quite nasty. Really, really good play here from Ghouls, summoning out the Coldland Spear Riders. A great answer against Fleshhounds, and pretty good at peeling off characters like Scarbrand. Middle objective going to be flipping to the Blood God here. A couple Croxagores hanging out, but overall it's a pretty close game. I would say that the Lizardmen are probably slightly ahead, considering that they did manage to stabilize the Dread Saurian. That was really big. If the Dread Saurian had been killed, then all that effort that Scarbrand put in would certainly be more worth it. But it's going to be tough. Scarbrand's still pretty healthy, though. He's got 5,000 HP. It's not like he's on death's bed or anything, so he still has a lot more to contribute. Minotaurs with Great Weapons a good choice here. They're going to be good against the prevalence of Coldland Spear Riders and Clever Girls. And they have some armor themselves. They do have 70 armor, so the Skink Skirmishers don't absolutely annihilate them like the Beastmen variants do. So Throwing Axe is coming out. Pone does get the middle objective. Both Cultists are still in okay shape. Scarbrand's probably just going to be waiting for the Dread Saurian. No regrowth on the table. No, just Earthblood, and that's pretty common. Sometimes people will do that to get an extra unit, save a little bit of money, but I do think regrowth is typically worth it when you're bringing Dread Saurian for sure. Really good, really good Lizardmen play, though. I mean, both these players are playing great. Pone's army is extremely unorthodox, and honestly, I thought his army was going to get dunked on even harder. with the Bloodletters being countered by all these like skirmish units. And here you can see the cultists are being sent up front. They do have silver shields. They have these like big tower shields, so they're able to absorb that missile fire pretty cost effectively. Skarbrand needs to get ready to intercept this Dread Saurian. And does Khorne have any melee here, really? Yeah, I guess Hellforged Host is lurking in the back, and they're going to be a problem for sure. If the Skink Skirmishers can't finish him off, Hellforged Host should butcher both Coldland Spear Riders as well as Saurus Spears. We'll have to see. Couple horsemen coming up, trying to get some throwing axes into the Dread Saurian, which is now sitting at about 6,000 HP, so that bad boy did manage to heal up quite a bit. And here the Hellforged Host is going to be getting darted down. The Skink Skirmishers running a little bit low on ammo. Most of them are very, very low, except this one. So that could be a bit of a boon for Khorne, is that when the ammunition becomes a little bit better, you know, maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to kind of muster some sort of a comeback here. Hellforged Host on its way in to battle these Saurus Spears. Cultists also moving in. One Cultist does get karate chopped, and now the Minotaurs of Khorne going to be doing battle with the Cohort of Hwaddle. Oh, the Cohort of Hwaddle, the big boys, the Power Fist Kroxigors. They'll definitely put up a much better fight against the Minotaurs with their more generalist kind of combat stats. Skarbrand moves in. Looks like he wants to chase that Dread Saurian down, but it's going to be turning around to battle the Cohort. Looking at the value, Professor Pone is up by about 300 value, but realistically, the Lizardmen are probably up by an even bigger amount of value because of the amount of healing they've gotten. Rage Embodied active, going to be rampaging the Lizard army here. There's going to be some foul witchcraft going down. Looks like it's going to be a banishment. It's a little bit hard to tell. Yeah, nice banishment there by the dinosaurs. Also going to be a Bloodletter summon coming out. And Skarbrand going for round 10 with this Dread Saurian, looking to do battle with it once again. As the low ground is going to be getting attacked by Fleshhounds, we have some Chaos Warriors of Khorne moving up, which is going to be really, really nice support, and more Fleshhounds as well. So Pone is barely holding on to that value lead. We do see the Cultists getting broken. Saurus Spear is still fighting pretty well, and Coldland Spear Riders do have an okay little surround on Skarbrand here. But Skarbrand does have some Bloodletter support, although the Hellforged Host looks like they're going to get karate chopped. Only 700 value. Very, very weak against all that poke that the Dinos do have for sure. Minotaurs have rallied, Warriors making their way to the middle objective. Skarbrand wants one giant skull. The only skull he cares about this game is going to be the big Dread Saurian. And looking at the objectives, we do see the Dinosaurs taking over the double objective once again. Khorne going to be forced back onto a single objective play. Low ground point here is going to be pressured by the Lizards with some Saurus Spears coming up. And Skarbrand just trying his hardest to drag down this Dread Saurian, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get it. There's too many clever girls nearby. You got the Coldland Spear Riders, you got the Cohort of Hwaddle. There's way too much powerful mass, which I think is going to be extremely punishing. But Skarbrand is going to get back, despite getting darted. Ammunition for the Lizards, taking a look. They do have a fair amount here on this one Skink Skirmisher. The other one is a little bit low. Chaos Warriors of Khorne will absolutely crush Saurus Spears in combat, and Saurus Warriors too. They trade very well into both those, but I think the Lizards have kind of taken over the momentum in the game. They've gotten the value lead in tandem with their healing. That's going to be a pretty big advantage. Unless Khorne can get some really steady trades here, we see unsummons coming down from the Lizards, which will, of course, give up a little bit of battlefield agency, but not too much. Cultists and Minotaurs battling, but man, oh man, it's looking tough for your boy Skarbrand. Skarbrand works really hard. 2,700 value. If Skarbrand had found a way to kill that Dread Saurian in the first engagement, I think Khorne would have had a decent chance of actually winning this game. Shielded Warriors trading very, very well. More Spear Riders on the way in the back for the reinforcements of the Dinosaurs. We do see the Red-Crested Skinks, and over here on this side, we see some more Marauders of Khorne, which of course will trade okay into the chaff units, but I think that Khorne is kind of running out of steam. Low ground objective is held by the Lizards. High ground objective is going to be stolen by the Lizards as well. Pone does call in some Flyers, some Furies to try and deal with this, but the Furies are just going to, yeah, they'll kill the Skinks, but the Skinks will probably still capture the objective. Flying units in this game obviously don't have any capture weight. No, Dread Saurians are not bad. Somebody in chat talking about Dread Saurians. Yeah, they're quite good, actually. There's a couple matchups in which they're very strong, and they're just very powerful fighters, but they also have the missiles on top. Dread Saurian's hitting at 2,700 value, so it's certainly done very, very well. As Skarbrand comes in, tries to provide a little bit of support to his tattered boys. Here are the Chaos Warriors of Khorne caught in a tough fight, fighting basically 3 or 4 units, and also being rear charged by Red-Crested Skinks who have good armor piercing enough to punch through their armor for sure. But I think that's going to be GG well played. Skarbrand's going to be going down. Pone will probably tap out here in a second. He's got a couple Marauders here. High ground objective is still owned by Khorne, but not for long. And yeah, it was a really good game. It was kind of a race against the clock. Like, if Khorne could have gotten the big kills early on that they were looking for, yeah, I think they could have gotten the W for sure. But a lot of just damage was sunk into the Dread Saurian, and that thing just managed to live. And Skarbrand does go down. The Dread Saurian, with all of his dinosaur buddies, is going to be sending Skarbrand back to the warp. And there it goes. Great game. That was a really, really fun one. Felt like it was very evenly matched. Good stuff between those two mighty champions. And I don't see much more going on here in this one, as the Lizard's probably just going to be cleaning up the map here. You do see the Furies up on the high ground chasing down the remnants of those Skink Skirmishers, but with the Dread Beast being alive, he got a Dread Saurian to its healing cap, ladies and gentlemen. This thing's probably sitting around 3,000 value. Yeah, right at 3K. That is good stuff. All according to the great plan. Well played. That was a good match. Very, very good match. I certainly enjoyed that one. Saurian did not hear a bell. That is certainly true, my friends. Certainly true. All right. GG, well played to both Professor Pone and Ghouls. Really, really fun match. I think the big weakness for Pone's build was probably the Bloodletters. 169, 302. Hellforge Host not as risky of a pick because they have armor, but yeah, Lizardmen are really good at killing lightly armored troops with their skirmishers. So you usually want to bring warriors in that matchup, in my experience. But yeah, that was a great one. He didn't get the skull. No, that Dread Saurian gets to keep his skull for now. All right, so let's go see how we're looking on tournament time. Let's refresh this, see what rounds have finished, and we'll do it. Turn that stream thumbnails on point with the Carl Franz Barbarian. I know, it's really good. The helmet like fit perfectly. It was pretty wild. All right, a couple games are wrapping up here. Looking around. Yes. Phoenix King should have 2. So let me fix his score here. No, he lost the first game and won the second game. Okay, so it looks like his score is actually correct. Yes. How do you normally decide which community replays to show? So a big thing is like the subject matter of the replay is good. Like if they have cool units and unique tactics, but there needs to be like good micro. If like I've gotten community replays that have really fun builds that like, you know, end up working, but like if the players are forgetting units, leaving them and, you know, not reacting to things quickly, I usually won't cast those replays because I don't think it makes for a very good replay. So there needs to be like pretty good micro, and like, so typically if you're playing a strong player or like in a tournament versus a decent tournament opponent, I'll pretty much always cast it if it's, or at least consider it. But yeah, there needs to be some good micro. Scarbrand managed to get some good value for sure. I was hoping for more Saurus. Yeah. I mean, Scarbrand did really good, 3,200 value. The great plan, GG, well played. Yeah. 9, it got there, man. It got there. Yeah, Pone, in my experience in this matchup as Khorne, I found that Bloodletters are pretty bad. Because Saurus Warriors trade pretty evenly into them. Like, it's not a good trade there. Warriors the shielded Warriors, like, can handle the skirmisher fire, and they also outtrade, like, all the Lizard Infantry except Temple Guard. So I think if you just switch these 2 Bloodletters out for shielded Chaos Warriors, your initial fight would have been way better. Not that it was bad. Like, your Scarbrand was super good. You had great play with, like, your Hounds and Scarbrand. It just came down, I think, to the Bloodletters not being super good. Crocscore value, yeah. 600, not bad. The Dread Saurian was, you know, him and Scarbrand were the big money. Wow, 1,900 value in the cohort of Fwaddle, too. Jeez, that's crazy good. It's awesome to see elite units actually, like, doing well, too, you know? It's very fun. Well, Pone, good luck in the next round, my friend. What would I bring against Lizards if I were to play against them? So let's see here. Let us see. All right, refreshing the tournament. Let's go ahead and look. All right, yep. People are finishing their games, but still a fair amount being played. But usually they finish in big waves. People take a bit of time. So my build that I've used with Chaos against Lizardmen is like this. And it's been really good. I'm pretty sure I haven't lost to Lizards yet with it. Yeah, it's basically just like a warrior wall with like some armored mass. So Khorne could do something similar to this. So if I were to play Khorne against Lizards, what would I do? Probably would go like triple shielded warrior. You could even bring a shielded Chosen of Khorne. It wouldn't be a bad idea if you want to like mix in some elite units and have some fun. But the shields are so good against their poke. And yeah, you could totally do something like this. Scarbrand's a great choice. Like, you can go Marlon Scarbrando all day. I do think Rage Embodied and Wrathful Reaper is worth bringing. If he's healthy, it doesn't actually Rampage Scarbrand, and man, he could just does some big work for sure. So then probably a couple Minotaurs with Grey Opens are going to be necessary too. So yeah, that Minotaurs with Grey Opens will handle your business with the mass, and then yeah, Scarbrand's pretty expensive, man. And you could just go like Shielded Warrior. The Chosen aren't like as necessary. I mean, but they're so cool and totally can justify bringing them, I suppose. The Hounds of the Flesh Hunt. I don't know about that. Yeah, the Power Fist did good damage. There was a lot of targets for them. I do like the double Cultist. I think the Cultists are very good. The Exalted Hero of Khorne is also another option. It does give you really good sustained fighting. You can use it, but yeah, the Shielded Cultist just feels so money. So I think Pone was 100% right about that. So you go Shielded Cultist, Icon of Endless War. Wouldn't be bad, just like throw him in the front line there. Yeah, this looks like a nice opening. I would say, against these guys. And then you always max out on flesh hounds, like always. You want to bring more Minotaurs of Khorne. Probably some more. What do we want to bring? Yeah, Forsaken are a decent unit for like getting up there quickly and just clearing out some skink units. A couple basic shielded marauders are always welcome, I think, in this matchup. Do we need any like single entity anti-large? You could bring that. The Arwar Hounds have Gore Feast. Oh, is that true? Do they? Okay, yeah, you for sure bring them then. Wow. The fact that they have passive healing is really good. Yeah, that's really, really strong. I didn't hate the Hellforged host pick, but like I feel like it's typically not going to be that good against a lot of lizard stuff. Probably another cultist. I love the Khorne cultists. They're super good. I don't know about Furies. I think some basic hounds are often good too, because just like maybe 2 of them to get out there and just nibble on like chameleons and things like that. I don't know. Maybe just 1. Flesh hounds like fulfill that role pretty well. And yeah, Marauder Horsemen for sure. You're going to want like 1 or 2 of those to sit behind your battle lines. They're really good here. So maybe we go down to 3 Flesh Hounds to get a little bit more width in our army. Yeah, so the Dread Saurian is a bit of a problem, but like Pona handled the Dread Saurian very well. So Marauder Horsemen of Khorne and Scarbrand can handle the Dread Saurian. The infantry fight should be winnable with the Chaos Warriors. If they do go with like Temple Guard box, you can just play the other objectives and play wide and then use cultists to bash them. Maybe bringing like 1 Bloodletter as a tech against Temple Guard could be good. You could even throw in Hellforged Host, but they're very expensive. Those things cost 1,500, so you really got to be willing to invest pretty hard for that one. Yeah, I feel like a build like this could be good. You could even cut the Minotaurs. 2 might be enough, you know, in your opening build. And what would you want to mix it up with? Chaos Knights against Lizardmen don't feel very good because Coldon Spear Riders outtrade them so heavily. So I feel like you're going to have a pretty bad time. You could throw in some Halberds. I'm really just having a power fantasy about throwing in a, yeah, you know what? Let's cut you, get Exalted Bloodletters. What are they good against, though? The Lizards have so many units that are good against Bloodletters. They have so many. Yeah, I think the Warriors are just the way to go. I just think they're so much better. Yeah, let's throw in a Chosen of Khorne. A Khorne Halberd also could be a viable choice, but let's get you. Chosen of Khorne, what are they going to be good against? Yeah, they'll crush pretty much all the infantry. But yeah, no, I'm like, I keep trying to justify it, but I think just Khornate Warriors are going to be fine. Basic Marauders of Khorne are pretty good. No, the Bloodletter Arwar is okay, but they're just too much of a target for banishments, for dinosaurs. Whereas the Chaos Warriors are just so much more durable. So maybe we bring 1 Halberd Boy just in case we need a little bit of that. Pull this, and now we have 700 left. I don't hate the idea of having like a Fury unit, so I think a build like this looks pretty good. I like this build here. But like also you could go wider. You could cut Scarbrand in lieu of Valkia. Sleipnir is really good, and Demon Shield, it can still battle a Dread Saurian a little bit. And then you could bring like another big centerpiece, right? You could squeeze something in here. You know, maybe you could cut like one of the Minotaurs and bring like you know, a big scary demon or something. If you want like to go, you know, Bloodbrute Behemoth, you could do this, and you could cut the Icon of Endless War. And like this, I actually like this build a lot too. Because you have Sleipnir, the Bloodbrute Behemoth is very vulnerable against Skirmish, but it has insane healing. So the Dread Saurian would for sure lose against these 2 characters. So yeah, there's like a bunch of different directions you could go. Let's see how we're looking. How's it going out of region? Yes, the Khorne champion is here. We just had a good Khorne game. We just had a good Khorne game indeed. All right, so 2 games left, and then we are advancing on to the next round. Hopefully you guys don't mind the building. I think my Warriors of Chaos build guide is about done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yes, I'm still missing a couple matchups here. I don't know. I haven't been able to figure out the High Elves super well. This has kind of been my most recent tech against High Elves. Imrik is just so punishing, so I figured let's go all in on killing Imrik. You know, use the Dragon Ogres and Festus to heal them. You know, I wish you could bring Kolek with healing. That'd be so fun, but sadly you can't. You can't do it. Yeah. I wish I could like see what matchup we're missing. Like going through all this. Oh my god, what is it going to be? So let's see. I think we have. Yeah, do we have a Tzeentch build? Do we have a Tzeentch build? Yeah, we have Tomb Kings or Chaos versus Tzeentch. Warriors of Chaos are great, man. I'm really enjoying them in the meta right now. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday yet. It's pretty close, actually. If you guys keep saying it's my birthday every stream, eventually you're going to be right in July. It's July 12th. Does Artie deal any damage to the skinks? It's not really worth it, in my opinion. No. They have loose formation, and they're just not very expensive units. Aspiring champions are super viable. Yeah, they're super viable. They're very, very viable. Looks like I've run out of time. I have to drop by. Can't for some reason. I got you. Okay, so we have someone dropping here. So we'll drop you this round. Okay. So we will drop him. All right. I have to drop by. Can't for some reason. All right, there we go. Just doing a little bit of admin work while we do this. Missing the mirror and Demons of Chaos. Yeah, I probably have to do a Demons of Chaos mirror match. All right, so where are we at? So that match got reported and looking good. So Lund Green here should have 1. Should not have any points. Okay, so we got to fix that. Yeah, missile. I don't know how missile resist actually the interaction between it and like heavy artillery. I think it still helps a little bit. I'm not sure. Any recommendations on beginner factions to play? I actually think Warriors of Chaos is pretty good for beginners. I also think Norska is probably the strongest beginner faction. They're just very mouth breathy and very easy to play. And it's a good way to ease into the game. It depends on your... I would say, though, if you're like a seasoned RTS player, you know, Empire is a good one because it teaches you how to do everything. But if you're just like really newer to the kind of RTS and fast-paced action, Norska is a good one because like all their units individually are just very strong. Yeah, I always recommend that. Your computer broke right after Warriors of Chaos started to feel complete. Dude, Warriors of Chaos I think are a great faction. Like there's a couple matchups that I feel are bad for them, but not that many really. Let me go here. Just doing some admin stuff. Bretonia, my anti-Bretonian build. I'll show you that in a second. I haven't like ironed that one out super hard yet, but we'll see. Okay. Looking good, and we are ready for the next round. Wow, that was quick. Holy shit. All right, let me refresh this. Vampire counts are they're not as easy as Norska. Norska is like, yeah, because vampire counts you have to, you know, micro single entities very well. Warriors of Chaos is maybe too big for beginners without a guide. Yeah, I suppose that's a good point, Hadries. Norska doesn't have that many units, so you're just like, you know, Norska is the ultimate Unga Bunga faction. But they also have a high skill cap too. Like they can compete at high levels, so it's a good one to learn. All right, so the next round is live, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and do an old Hadries game, huh? Let's do an old Hadries matcheroo. Hadries, send me that invite code. It's Hadries versus House Cat of War. Should be a good one, a heavyweight fight. All right. And send lobby code. So we're going to do Hadries versus House Cat of War. So let's get this all set up. Hadries versus House Cat of War. There we go. Let's reset the scores and update that. Looking good. Looking good. All right, there it is. Someday I'm gonna get like a better UI for the names at the top. I'm gonna look into like getting some like plugin or something. Do you guys just want me to follow Pwn the entire tournament? Oh, somebody asked about the Bretonian build. I haven't really ironed this one out, honestly. It feels really hard. Because Bretonia's got those like bugged cavalry units, the Grail Knights and Grail Guardians, which are pretty much unstoppable. So, but this has been kind of the direction I was looking to go, which was double Exalted Hero on foot, double Dragon Ogre Shaggoth with Festus healing them. Then you call in Severed Claw, some Armored Trolls, and some Halberd Warriors. This was kind of the direction I was looking to go. I even thought maybe cutting these two and getting another Halberd Warrior would be good. Yeah, I feel like this could be pretty decent, pretty respectable. So hopefully that helps you. All right. Let's go join in here. See what they're going to be doing, and outstanding. All right, guys. Thanks for joining. It's been fun. The UI feels like home, but I can understand. Yeah, I get it. I know there's certainly some attachment to it. I think Battle Fritz is the next map, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, no, the Grail Guardians are bugged. Yeah, they're bugged. The Grail Knights and Grail Guardians have like something wrong with their collision mechanics. So that's why they just like launch everything into space. Yeah. Nothing more cathartic than yelling Empire unit codes in bumper to bumper traffic. Yeah, it sounds like a good time. Sigma preserve us. Yeah, vampire counts are fine. They're not bad. I don't think vampire counts are OP right now. They're in a good spot. Like, let's look at the win rates this season, see what we're looking at. Let's see what we're working with. The data certainly does not lie. So Bretonia, obviously the highest win rate, and even when they fix the Bretonian Knights, I think Bretonia will still be a 55-60% win rate faction. They're really good. Vampire Coast, not really enough data to say that they're good. Vampire counts doing great, doing solid. Chaos Dwarfs in a pretty good place as well. I think when they fix the capture weight on labor units, they'll lose a couple points. They'll go down to like 55%. Wood Elves are starting to like normalize a little bit now that other people are playing them outside of like just Wood Elf mains. You can see their win rate going down. Ogre Kingdoms, Dark Elves, interestingly enough, sitting at 52. Empire just always lurks at 50%. It's hilarious, just always. Yeah, and you can see, like, honestly, looking pretty good. Warriors of Chaos are coming up. We brought their win rate up, and other players are following suit. Warriors of Chaos actually beating Norsko, which is pretty interesting. Cool to see. But yeah, this is looking good. Really, I think Khorne, it could be brought up too. The factions that I think are legitimately like needing some milk are Tzeentch, Nurgle, Chaos Demons, Grand Cathay, and Beastmen. I don't think Slaanesh belongs here. I think if some good players picked up Slaanesh, their win rate would easily go up. Yeah. Do you think Beastmen should get a buff? I don't know. I haven't really played enough of them to draw a conclusion. Yeah, I would need to play them a little bit more to figure it out. I wish I could just shout they have wronged us in public. You probably could. I don't think there would be any issues. You probably get away with it. Have we seen the true Bretonian in the patch? I haven't seen him playing too much. No, he's probably taking a little bit of a break. Maybe he's addicted to Diablo 4. Who knows? Heads down, man. They're casting spells. Yeah, the Empire voice lines are great. And it's funny because for the Empire voice lines, for all the state troopers and stuff, and the different like kind of things you hear in the background of battle, they just grabbed a bunch of dudes from The Office and had them like record those voice lines. Yeah, like developers and different folks. It's really fun. When I went to do the Everchosen, some of the old school Everchosens, we got to go to the UK and go to their offices, and I met some of the production team who was like helping us with the stream and whatnot, and they were like, yeah, when the Hunter and the Beast DLC came out, we just did the voice lines for the Empire guys running from the Dreadsorian, and just like some random developer dudes. I was like, that's so awesome. Yeah, it's really fun. That's why you can relate, it's just the common man. Conan was literally on last night. Hell yeah, dude. Conan the Barbarian's great. Some classic stuff for sure. Yeah, so we got Hadries versus Housecat. It should be a fun one. It says the map, so very much a brawler map. I expect Chaos Dwarves. I expect Bretonia from these two. I think we're going to be getting some very, very strong stuff. And yeah, should be good. Should be good. Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. I always like when you get into the later rounds of the tournament and the champions start to emerge from the pack. But even if you like lose to a really high level player in the later rounds of one of these Swiss tournaments, you can still qualify for the top four because your tiebreaker is typically going to be very good. Let's see what we got. Kark currently sitting undefeated. So looking at all our undefeated players, we have these fine gentlemen. This guy dropped Tank. So he dropped out of the event. So it's just these folks. So we have Kark, Puggington, Dr. Jellyfish, who we watched in the first game. Ruck here, Hadries, Housecat, Ghoul, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see. A couple other folks here lurking in the shadows. Professor Pone, he's still got an okay little tiebreaker. If he wins the rest of his games, maybe he gets there. Maybe he gets there. I don't know. We'll have to see. Don't let the zombies bite. Yeah, I love it. The voice lines are so good. This game has so much personality. Like, that's the thing about Total War Warhammer. I mean, I know it's got its janky mechanics, and that's kind of, just status quo. But man, oh man, the personality and the flavor, like the voice lines, the aesthetics, the way the characters move, the lore, like it just puts every other RTS game to shame in that regard, right? Like if you go and look at like any other RTS game and look at like the actual like models, they're usually so haggard compared to Total War Warhammer. But again, those games actually function normally. The units hit when they're supposed to hit. There's no movement issues. Usually there's not as many buggy units. So we pay a price for these things, but I think it's worth it. While the game is setting up, have you ever played Vermintide? Yeah, Vermintide is rad, but I don't play it because it's too much spam clicking. It's like, in Diablo, it's like you can kind of just hold down the mouse button, but Vermintide is like next level mouse bashing. And I have psoriatic arthritis in and it affects my wrist tendons and shit. So I'm just like, it's rough. Yeah, I might do Diablo. I'm not sure. I might do it, but yeah, I don't know if I would go back and play Vermintide. Go Beastmen. The models are top tier. They are, for sure. They are. No, they're still doing their picks and bans. Don't get your hopes up. Hadrius is not a Beastman player, to my knowledge. I mean, he might play them if he thinks there's some forbidden tech that can work, but I expect Hadrius to play... Ooh, I don't even know what his mains are these days. I don't know. What would Hadrius play? Would he play Chaos Dwarves? I think he plays a lot of Chaos Dwarves. I'm not sure. You get one thing. Cool units and animations are a functional game. I know. The units function normally. It's so true, though. It's so true. Does anyone play Cathay? Cathay is not very popular right now. As a matter of fact, they're just in the pits of hell. I don't know what it is about Cathay, but they're probably my least favorite faction to play. Like, of everything. I'd rather play High Elves and just have cool dragons and shit. You know, like, I know Cathay can bring dragons, but only on their lords. I don't know. Cathay's just so boring to me, you know? You should see games then. I don't know what that is, Harmon. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it is. Need an auto clicker? I know, I do. Controllers are actually harder on my wrist than mouse. Mouse and keyboard's way easier for me. You know, Housecat versus Hadrius will always... Yeah, it's going to be a serious fight. But they're doing their pick and ban matrix. So the pick and ban format we have for this tournament is a little bit slower than usual, but it's very good for best of ones. But it does take longer. So that's why there's a little bit more downtime. Whereas in our single faction tournaments, they just get right into it. But yeah, single factions, it's a whole different format. No game wrecked my wrist more than Diablo 1, 2, and 3. I pray for your hands if you truly want to give this a try. Yeah, you know, I would see the writing on the walls, though. If I started to play it, and I would know if it was causing me problems, then I could just stop. So, Cathay constructs. Oh my god, those were some bleak times, dude. Warhammer 3 launch was so haggard. Oh my god, it was so bad. Like domination mode was trash back then. You know, the fact that we didn't have the Immortal Empires factions, like, was so awful. Oh my god, it was the worst. You ever considered using a foot pedal? No, I don't need it that much. Let's see. Oh, more than that, Joey. More than that. Yeah. Evil Dead wrist. I do have an Evil Dead wrist. Yeah. Cathay can have shooting builds, which is not my jam. Yeah, it's true. They don't really have too many viable playstyles. Like, Cathay is just like, they don't have enough killing power to play anything outside of like shooting. So yeah, they're pretty predictable. It's interesting how Kislev really surpassed them, right? Cathay's just kind of been left in the shadow, but Cathay will be better once they get some DLC. Cathay and Kislev both have very limited rosters, like very limited rosters. So we'll see. I guarantee you, when they get a DLC, you're going to see people playing them. And knowing Creative Assembly, there's going to be at least 1 or 2 units in the DLCs that are just broken and or bugged and make them extremely strong, and that will be the meta-defining action. Chaos Dwarfs vs. Ogre Kingdoms. The classic sweat factions. Yes, unleash them. All right. No, Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings versus Chaos Dwarves. Oh, Bone Giants incoming, most likely. All right. The Bone Giants. Yes. Somebody in chat saying they miss Anticity. Yeah, no, he's a lot of fun to watch, for sure. You know, there's a lot of people who play this game and come and go. You know, it's pretty normal in the lifespan of Warhammer. There's very few, like, competitive players who, like, play all through all 3 games. I think, like, Zyphos is, like, one of the only Game 1 players. I mean, I guess if you count me, too. I was playing a lot in Game 1 at a reasonably competitive level. Yeah, there's not too many people who stick around for all 3 games. Yeah, it's tricky. I'm trying to think. Like, Zyphos is one. Myself, I don't know who still plays from the. Let's see. Let's go to the Total Tavern and look. I played Game 1 a tiny bit, kind of when Norska came out. Yes, you started playing in 2017. Let's see. We can go to the Warhammer 1 Hall of Fame. So these are the top 16, the top 10 players from Warhammer 1. We had somebody keep Shetland Apache. Awesome dude. He kept the stats. Yeah, Zyphos plays. Yeah, none of these guys play anymore, except Zyphos plays occasionally. So he's the OG. Zyphos is like that scrappy old veteran who sticks around and can still hang with the best of them. Yeah. King of the Dead started playing in Warhammer 2. Yeah, he started playing in Warhammer 2. He plays a little bit. I see him on every now and then, but he doesn't really compete in tournaments or anything anymore. Prof Pone, when did you start playing a multiplayer in Warhammer? Were you like playing multiplayer heavily in Warhammer 1 or? Yeah. He's that bad. Pwn, you're not bad. Come on. Yeah, I'll be playing the Age of Wonders DLC soon. We'll have a stream up, hopefully, in the next few days. I'm not sure when. Okay. I think Kislev is definitely better than Cathay. Granted, Cathay, I think, can counter Kislev. But I do think that Kislev is overall a better faction than Grand Cathay. Yeah. They can do more. They can definitely do more. Yeah, Wesley. Yeah, people come and go, though, you know. But, you know, Sigmar endures. We weathered the storm, man. Through thick and thin, we keep going. Definitely excited for some of the upcoming DLC action. I'm most excited for the Nurgle one. The Nurgle Empire and Dwarves is like literally like some of my favorite factions just getting a fat DLC, which is so exciting. Yeah, Empire skirmishing is really good. I mean, Empire has Pistoliers, Outriders, Grenade Launchers, War Wagons. Like, it has a really good skirmishing core. Which makes sense, because their infantry quality is terrible, so they're going to need to have something to make up for that. I watched one of the first turn replays. He brought Ungrim to counter Giants. Yeah. Ungrim probably loses to Giants now. I don't know. Or I don't know what's changed. Giants have been buffed quite a bit since Warhammer 1. Yeah, Cathay is definitely way more static. Kislev feels like a Warhammer 1 faction, says somebody at Warhammer 1 release, says Mr. J. Yeah. Warhammer 1, you know, it was pretty bare bones, obviously. And they've built upon it quite a bit. Yeah, War Wagons are so good. Yeah, War Wagons are amazing. They're just top tier unit. They've been nerfed a couple times. I don't think they're like OP or anything. Some factions have trouble interacting with them, but yeah, like War Wagons are a staple of the Empire. Hands down. You basically just run them in circles and make sure they're near things that they want to be shooting. And yeah, they'll do the job. Yeah, Empire Knights are good. They're pretty solid. Giants had 500 weapon strength in Warhammer 1. Wow, that's a big difference. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. It's going to be the Tomb Kings coming in with an erect Bone Giant Khalida build, facing off against Hadries with the Sorcerer Prophet, the Double Iron Demon, and the Deathfreak Rocket Launcher. Deathfreak Rocket Launchers are pretty good against single entities, but I believe Boner Giants do win that duel. If they just sit there going fisticuffs, I'm pretty sure that the Bone Giant wins it, but we'll have to see. Pone says, first time I ever saw Turin, he brought the OP Morker versus Air of Carthage. Yeah, that's really funny, Pone. Yeah, I remember that replay. That was when Morker could summon four of the Chaos Spawn. Yeah, that was wild. That was wild. Shane, no, not anymore. No, not to my knowledge. Yep. All right, guys, this is gonna be a fun one. Let's see what's going down. For the Tomb Kings, front line is going to be Skeletons and Nehekar Warriors, so just a combination of kind of chaff and mid-tier infantry. Bone Giant, in case you guys are newer, is an excellent tech against the Chaos Dwarves, especially with the reduced range on Magma Cannons. It became exponentially more viable. So Bone Giant, anti-large armor piercing, also got an accuracy increase, so it typically will hit those engines and do some good stuff for sure. We have Queen Khalida. Khalida's going to be coming in on her snake, which is rad. Hell yeah. And she has the Venom Staff, so maybe there's some forbidden RTK tech of the Venom Staff being good. We're going to find out here today. Screaming Beam Catapult is also a great choice. This thing is pretty good at clearing out, you know, any sort of infantry, blazing beards, chaff units, whatever. It has a leadership discouraging effect. And, you know, though the rocket does outrange the Boner Giant on a map like Battle for Itza, the Giant's going to be able to close the distance very quickly. Caster is going to be a Lich Priest of Nehekara, going to be spamming the Righteous Incantation of Smiting. Oh, yeah, for the missile damage on the Bone Giant. Sign me up for this. And we do also have Jaff's Incantation of Cursed Blades. Now over here, the forces of the Great Hadries. He's going to be coming in with a Burning Headcaster and a Fireball Caster, I would wager. And he does have the Vial of Heshut. So this is going to be dropping some fire weakness, allowing the Bale Torse to get in there and do some big damage. I love the Bale Torse characters. They're so cool. I mean, who doesn't love a giant flying cow? On the grounds, Blazing Beards of Basharik, some Goblin Laborers, chaff units mostly hiding in the trees. Double Iron Demons. So we got the new and improved Chaos Dwarf War Machines. These things are so good now. They're very nasty, and definitely have some good armor-piercing shooting as well. If they can get in range of the Boner Giant or any of these other tools, certainly will be pretty good. And yeah, that's it for both armies. So Iron Demons, and we do have the Deathstreak Rocket Launcher, which is going to be trying to hide behind... Oh my god, can this thing shoot over the trees? The way Hadries positioned this, like having the Deathstreak Rocket Launcher back here, makes me think that he's like planning to shoot up and over the tree line. Oh my god, that would be crazy. And obstructing the Boner Giant would be brutal. I don't know, we're going to have to see how this works out. Alright, so the Bone Daddies are moving up. We do see the Bone Giant coming. Ushapti Great Bows chosen to the gods at the ready, General. And oh, the Righteous Incantation's going down. He pops it, and the Giant Shaft to the face. Hadries jukes it. He pulled a Morpheus. He dodged that shit pretty hard. I don't know if using that spell right now is a good idea on the Bone Giant. It does give missile damage, but a player like Hadri's is not going to let you just shoot him. He's going to be moving, and the Deathstreak rocket launcher is going to be sitting behind the trees. I guess if it shoots like straight up and over, maybe it gets the job done. I'm not sure. But obviously, the Chaos Dwarfs are going to be hiding in the bushes for as long as possible to avoid the shooting. And when the objectives open up, they're going to move out and fight, and they'll be forced to fight, which is pretty cool. So, man, I'm going to be watching this Deathstreak rocket launcher. I think it legit does. Okay, let's watch this together, guys. This is some seriously forbidden tech. All right. All right. Where's it going? Is it shooting? Oh, it hit the tree! It hit the tree! Oh, no. Hadri's needs to scoot it back. That feels bad. I don't know if he's noticing this either. Oh, that feels really bad. If Hadri's rocket sits back here and just keeps shooting into the tree, oh, my God. Here it comes. Ready for round 2? Oh. Oh, come on, shoot it. Oh, no, Hadri's. Hadri's, no. That's going to lose him the game if he doesn't notice that. Okay, I think he notices. Yeah, he's moving his rocket up into the tree line now. All right, so it's a good thing he noticed. Otherwise, that would have been a pretty sad game. Just having his big, expensive artillery piece just blasting into the tree over and over. Durthu is not having any of that thing's shit. It is all business. So Eyes of the Desert heading to objective number 1. Hadri's going to be calling out some more Goblin Labor units as his Baeltor's character just continues juking and wasting the ammunition of the Bone Giant. The Bone Giant should definitely stop shooting at the Sorcerer Prophet. Hadri's is just paying super, super close attention here. And he did realize it, though, and now is going to be moving up. Somebody just yelling short in chat. I love it. Short! Just out of the blue. Hey, it does make sense. They are dwarves, after all. So, yeah, they're a little bit coming up short on firing that rocket for sure. So House Cat of War looking pretty comfortable, though. He's got those objectives on lockdown. Hadri's a little bit of a defensive posture here. Bull Centaur renders are setting up, and the Deathstreak rocket launcher is still hiding in the trees. Is it coming out? Where is it going? Okay, it's moving this way. The Deathstreak rocket launcher is going to come, like, maybe set up on the high ground here and start shooting at Khalida. We'll have to see. But those laborers going to get wrecked pretty badly, most likely. Khalida's going to come over there on her snake, and I don't know who would win in a duel, honestly, though. The Sorcerer Prophet taking a bit of damage from all that shooting. It does get ambushed by the Eyes of the Desert, so really, really good ambush by House Cat of War. Hadri's having his Sorcerer Prophet down to, half health at this point is a pretty rough start for him. A very, very rough start. Bull Centaur Renders coming out, though. Bull Centaur Renders will handle the Eyes of the Desert in combat, but with Khalida there, I don't know. A little bit of a different story. Skullcracker being called out from Hadri's as well. Skullcrackers are just pretty good against everything because of how high their melee attack is. Definitely an overtuned unit. Not bugged in any way, but overtuned for sure. And we do see the Sorcerer Prophet coming out and going to be looking to drop some burning heads, I would wager, but man, he is getting pounded. The Bone Giant doing some consistent work, and now Khalida is going to be getting hit by the Deathstreak. Nope, Deathstreak's going after Sepulchral Stalkers, just incrementally picking off those models as his objective does start to flip to the Chaos Dwarves. This opening fight, though, is not going well for Hadri's at all. The fact that a Sorcerer Prophet is this smashed is definitely rough, but man, look at the Iron Demon shooting, dude. That did some huge damage against those Skeleton Warriors, and now they're just going to get Limp Bizkiting pretty hard in here. As we're probably going to see a burning head on these Nakar Warriors here in a second. Bone Giant Shaft, where's it going? Oh, that shot! The Iron Demon getting crushed by the Boner Giant. Who would have thought that the dreaded Bone Giants would become this meta pick that is actually strong? This is like, I feel like we're in the Twilight Zone sometimes with this game, man. It's weird stuff. Deathstreak Rocket Launcher is still shooting at some of the skirmishers back here. Burning Head going down is going to be pretty nice, but House Cat of War seems pretty prepared. I mean, he's not making any mistakes, really playing a almost perfect game here. And Khalida is obviously going to be pretty good against these things as well. With her armor piercing and her mass and her poison, should be able to perform reasonably well. But it looks like the Sorcerer Prophet going to be going in maybe for a bit of an all-in as the Boner Giant continues causing havoc. The breath attack from the big Chaos Dwarf. It's a little bit of damage there, not too much, but now Khalida is going to be getting gooned. Does the Vial of Hashut get used? It does. So Fire Weakness, Fireball, Khalida getting absolutely sniped here. Brutal damage from the breath attack, the Fireball, and all the different debuffs. The Boner Giant shot misses, and now the Baeltor's character is going to be landing down there. Khalida is in the danger zone. I mean, Iron Demons do hit pretty hard. The curse is active. Khalida could be getting karate chopped, ladies and gentlemen. And to the backfield, Hadri's does get the Bull Centaur Renders diving in, but they are standing on top of spears, as well as Eyes of the Desert, so they're going to be losing out on that fight. And the Skullcracker has dove into the backfield as well. Khalida looks like she might be able to get away, but man, oh man, this is looking tough. She is low. Vial of Hashut making her weak to fire. Unfortunately, the shooting for the Iron Demons has a mind of its own. Another shot does miss. Fireball coming in from the Boner Giant might lead to crumbling here. Oh, the Vial of Hashut was still active. So Fire Weakness going down. Negative leadership. Khalida is going to be gone, gone, gone. And just like that, oh, and the rocket with the steel chair crushes Khalida. And now the Chaos Dwarfs are back in business. They are for sure back in this game now, as the Chaos Dwarf Lord is going to pull away. Hadri's pulling just the shred of life from the jaws of defeat. As he continues pressuring in the backfield, we do see the Skullcracker being attacked by a Tomb Prince, so it is taking some heavy damage. And the double Iron Demons are now surrounding the Bone Giant, going to be getting attacked by the Horseman Archers. Yeah, Khalida going down like that was really, really brutal, man. And nice burning head from Hadri's. As the House Cat of War does have the objective lead. He's got 2 objectives here. The value lead still favors the House Cat of War. But man, oh man, that rocket on the head of Khalida was truly something magical. And the Trained Legion with more power active, battling the Bone Giant. Bone Giants are not the best of fighters. Eyes of the Desert and Ushopti Greatbows getting some good firepower in there. And we do see the Skullcrackers getting worn down. Ushopti Greatbow shooting in the back, trying to shut down the Blazing Beards of Basharik. A very, very good call there. Side objective is being taken by Hadri's here. So it looks like the Hobgoblin. Sorry, that rocket was just hilarious. It was just definitely pretty funny stuff. Eyes of the Desert, laser beaming into the Skullcracker here. We do see the Chosen of the Gods blasting downtown into the Blazing Beards. Still some good work as we have the Unholy Labor Legion up here. It's funny that we have the 2 factions with bugged capture weight fighting each other. They certainly deserve one another. Skeletons, of course, the Tomb Kings and the Chaos Dwarf Labor units. Over here on the high ground, Nehekara Horsemen trying to do battle, or not high ground, but top of the minimap, I should say. They typically will defeat Hobo Goblins, but Hadri's is going to be getting healing on his Sorcerer Prophet from that Amulet of Blood and Darkness, which is crazy good. So this guy is going to be healing up. You can see he's actually approaching his healing cap. As the Tomb Kings are routed off to the side point, we do see Hadri's pull the value to pretty much even. The trains pushing into the backfield, pretty much just going on a suicide mission here. As this Skullcracker is very low at 900 HP, the other ones are pretty low as well. So most likely these big demon engines of the Chaos Dwarfs will be going down, but not before Hadri's is able to grind out some really, really nasty value. Chaos Dwarfs do move up to the middle here, and yeah, the leadership issue is going to be pretty big for the Tomb Kings. Like, all of their units, Undead did get blanket leadership nerfs to a lot of their infantry and whatnot, well, to the whole roster, but, so yeah, when you lose your Lord as the Undead nowadays, it's even more impactful. Demon Engines, 54 leadership, so one of them is going to go down. The Tomb Prince of the Tomb King should get the final prison shank on this one. Bone Giant still fighting pretty well, so one of the Demon Engines does fall back here. Iron Demon still kind of chilling out in combat, but probably getting some good value. Yeah, 1,500 on this one, and the other one sitting at 1,400, but yeah, they're going to be going to their doom back here. I don't know if they're going to be able to escape. Maybe if they have the more power active, we'll have to see. Lich Priest getting blasted, but Hadri's does take advantage of, you know, throwing his 3 tanks away back here. Or I mean, they're not being thrown away. They're getting pretty good value, but to grab all the objectives, which is very, very strong. So Eyes of the Desert are fleeing the scene, being chased by Hobo Goblins. Certainly not what they want, especially when their backs are turned. The Hobo Goblins will get a bonus for attacking something in the rear or back, which is 25% damage. Certainly feels pretty good. Nehekara Warriors heading up to Objective 1 should be able to start clearing off those laborers, but what a good player will do is just split them up and kind of kite you around the objective. Burning Head going down. Not a bad cast there by Hadri's. Does go through the Skeleton Spearman. Certainly a good roast, as this Iron Demon is going to be rolling, and using its machine gun. The other Iron Demon did go down. So Hadri's has almost lost all of his trains. He does have the last one, but really the value, like the comeback, was all based on the gooning of Khalida. Khalida getting karate chopped like that in enemy territory was super, super strong. This Iron Demon sitting at about 1,300 HP, being chased down by the Tomb Prince. Tomb Prince is probably getting good value, and he's got about 700 or 800. And yeah, he should be able to finish his off, but I don't know if House Cat of War is going to be able to get the momentum to really like push the Chaos Dwarfs off the objectives. I guess Hadri's Lord is also super low and on death's bed, so that is something that could flip the game. Death-Free Rocket Launcher is still shooting. I would wager probably over 1,000 value. Let's go and take a look. Only 600. Wow, Death-Free Rocket Launcher shooting this entire game, using all of its ammo. Only 600 value there, so... yeah, and the last Steam Tank has gone down, or the last Demon Engine. I don't think there's any more. So Hadri's has used all of his trains. They've all paid the iron price. House Cat of War certainly had tools in his build for killing those, but yeah, losing Khalida was rough. If he had maybe Ark in the Black playing more defensively and using Spirit Leeches, he could have killed the trains probably much, much quicker, but yeah, everything's easy to say in hindsight. Khalida seems like a good option, but man, that Bale Taurus character, despite being on death's bed, really, really did a lot of damage. Top objective, we have the Nehekara Warriors slowly clearing off the Laborer pieces, and more Skeleton Warriors are on their way up. So those bad boys going to be hustling here as we get more Nehekara Warriors pushing back the Hobo Goblins. We got Spears and more Warriors, but man, Chaos Dwarf Warriors are not like as stalwart as their Dowie cousins, but they're pretty damn close. 44 melee defense, pretty good base leadership. I think their base leadership is, 70? Yeah, so I think Dwarf Warriors are a little bit higher, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's going to be tough. Those Dwarf Warriors definitely going to win that fight. Curse Blade's going down, and the reason why he's casting that is just to give the army-wide heal. Capture weight in the middle starting to flip. Could we see a Tomb King's comeback? Oh my god, that burning head hit all 3 units and just crumped them super hard. So Hadri's realizing he needs to hold on to the objectives, is going to be sending in the old Chaos Dwarf Legion now. So now we see the elite infantry come out. As in the back, we do see the Skullcracker returning. Palpatine has returned Skullcracker up to 1,400 value. They cost, I think, 11 or 1,200, so it's certainly paid for itself and done pretty good. Yeah, the Vile Fireball combo was really, really good. Because all the Tomb King's characters are weak to fire, so... Why is Khalida weak to fire if she doesn't have regeneration? I always felt that was a little bit weird. Like, even other undead characters, like, I think vampires aren't weak to fire unless they have, like, true regeneration. I don't know, is that not true? Maybe they do. Yeah, maybe it's just an undead thing. The Shopkeep Gatepost getting charged to buy the remnants of these haggard hobo goblins. Certainly going to be quite cost effective. Tomb Kings calling in Skeleton Horseman Archers. Side objective, maybe the Tomb Kings are going to be able to grab this one back. We do see Skeleton Warriors here, as well as Nahakar Warriors, parking up on the point. And this objective looking like the Chaos Dwarfs do have a pretty strong stranglehold on this one, especially with the Skullcracker coming back in. Yeah, she's a mummy. Yeah, I guess it makes sense, but, you know, it is what it is. Skullcracken just kind of sitting semi-AFK here. Will move in eventually. I guess it's nibbling on the edge of this formation. Tomb King's up on the high ground. The problem is the Sorcerer Prophet's still alive, and every time there's a heal going down, or a spell going down from the Tomb Kings, he's pretty much healing. It does have a 1.5-minute cooldown, but he's been able to heal almost to his healing cap, back up to 3,000 HP. If House Cat of War had been able to seal the deal and kill this Chaos Dwarf Lord early in the game, he would have just won this one super easily. Oh, that was so cool. Did you guys see that? He like shot his pistol while the bull was attacking. Oh, that's rad. Oh, that's so cool. So Sorcerer Prophet cleans up the high ground. Hadri's going to be able to easily secure that one, and now the Sorcerer Prophet's going to head down to the low ground. I don't think that House God of War knows yet, but this game is for sure over. I don't see any way he's coming back. Not with the big character still being alive and Khalida just being absolutely karate chopped. She's not like a super cheap character. I think she costs like around 2,000 gold, so on her snake mount. Skullcracker taking a little bit of damage against Chosen of the Gods in combat, actually, but for the most part should be fine. Currently sitting at 1,800 value as it continues grinding. And over on objective number 3, we do see the Chaos Dwarfs sitting pretty comfortable. Infernal Guard, as well as the Hobo Goblins doing their thing. Nice friendly. What were they even shooting there? You see that Deathreek rocket? What were they even shooting? Legit just like bombarded their own unit. Were they trying to hit these Skeleton Warriors? I'm not sure. Yeah, Infernal Guard, a nice anchor piece in the late game. Certainly very tough to remove, kind of like Ironbreakers, and not quite as durable as Ironbreakers, nor are they immune to psychology, but should be able to handle a couple skeleton units, no problem. That is going to be a victory for Hadri's as we look at the score. He will be advancing up in the series. Well, I guess it's not a series. It's still best of one, but that was a good game, man. It was a fun one. Yeah, those train engines are really good. That's definitely the new meta for Chaos Dwarves. They're a little bit overtuned, for sure, to say the least. 1,900, 2,000. A couple of them were summoned twice. Deathstreak Rocket Launcher only got 900 value there. The Bale Taurus character carried pretty hard also. The Bone Giant tech was really good. Man, if he had come in with the second Bone Giant, holy shit. Like, imagine if you just bring DJ Kotzep and double Bone Giant. Might have been able to just close it out there, and we'll see. And looking here, Sepulchral Stalkers did good. Ushaptis did decently. But yeah, Khalida getting nuked was the catalyst for defeat. Yeah, it was the catalyst for defeat for sure. GG, well played. Look at that. He even had some, look at that. He had the old Kidai Fireborn in reserve. Pretty interesting stuff. GG, well played. All right, guys. So let's take a look at the breakdown. Well played to both players here. We're going to go back to the tournament page and see how we're looking on today's event. So thank you guys all for joining. Yeah, Bone Giants are good, Weston. They're good. Against the Chaos Dwarfs, they're really solid. They're like meta. You did miss it. The Bone Giant was crushing it early in the game until it got compromised, yeah. You got to rewind, BRB. I know. Enjoy, my friend. Enjoy. All right. Okay, scrolling down. Yeah, games are still going. House God of War still has a pretty good chance of qualifying, though. Hadri's is going to be a strong tiebreaker for sure, considering he's not going to be losing too many games, I would imagine. Although this is the third round. We still have one more round after this. And, oh yeah, it's 4 rounds. So the 4th round is, let me go ahead and type this. Do an announcement. 4th round map is, what was that? What was the map we were going to do? What was the map we were going to do of Everqueen? That was right. Got to answer it. All right. So the 4th round map is the Glade of the Everqueen. You just had a crazy game, Pone. What was the matchup, man? What did you end up doing? Okay, pulling back. Let's do this. We can go work on some of our builds for a second, which should be fun. I think we're missing Demons of Chaos. I don't think we had a build against the Demons of Chaos, which I actually don't know what you would probably bring there. Demons of Chaos are so unpopular nowadays. So I'm still trying to finish that Warriors of Chaos build guides. You think so, B-Master? If you can find evidence of that, let me know, you know. I've looked at it myself, and from what I've been able to analyze about the trains, is it seems that their melee attack is just way too high. Their like HP melee attack is just too good. But if you can find evidence that they are indeed bugged, let me know, and I would need to pass it on to CA so they can fix it. I haven't. Most people who've looked at the Chaos Dwarf trains have just kind of agreed that they're just kind of overtuned. But you know, I'm starting to limit buggy units in the tournaments because it's just stupid. So if you can find evidence that they are, just let me know. Yeah. All right. So what would I do against Demons of Chaos? Probably like a Sigvald character is pretty good. Archie is going to be great though too. Yeah, so we probably go Archie with Crown of Domination to give ITP. So the meta for, what is even the meta for Demons of Chaos? It used to be Plague Bearers and Bellicor, but now that he's been nerfed, it's probably not going to be as much of a thing. Burning Head and Spirit Leech, I think, are going to be the pick for our baseline infantry. Chosen, Demons of Chaos do have some okay armor piercing. You're going to run into Bloodletters. You're going to run into to Pit of Shades, probably. Yeah. Gotta be Master. Well, yeah, send me any, DM me any information, please. And we can, you know, limit them. If that's the case, then we would just limit them like Grail Knights and probably, you know, have to put the old hammer on them. I believe CA gave them extra attacks. However, it was intentional as far as I can tell, says Weston, yeah. Yeah, so I know Weston. Weston has done a lot of modding stuff and looking at the back end stats. Yeah, I think CA just buffed them too much. So yeah, I think you're onto something with like Tzeentch units. I think Festus is too risky because you could get sniped. I do like Archeon. Tzeentch Knights seem like a pretty metal choice, so probably let's do the Tzeentch. Yeah, I do like Tzeentch Chosen here, actually. That feels good. Severed Claw for sure. And then we would bring in some Halberd boys. Would you go Halberds? Probably just Shielded Warriors. Yeah, because like Monstrous Infantry, I can't really think of like them doing too much that's really scary. And I love any excuse to bring Chosen. Like any excuse to bring Chosen. Yeah, because the magic damage is so good. Okay, looks good. How do I get rid of this emote thing that's covering up chat? Just refresh the stream. It should work. Grail Knights are banned. I just limited them to one. They're legitimately bugged. So you definitely want a Mass Marauder Horseman here in this matchup. They're very good. Aside from that, so we have one Chaos mark left. We have one mark of Chaos. So that could be an Exalted Hero of some sort, maybe like a Cornate one to grind. Archie is going to be pretty strong. And then we could, oh yeah, Tzeentch Knights, yeah. Oh, we could go with Knights of Immolation. The Knights of Immolation against these guys, Severed Claw are for sure a standard, I think. Knights of Immolation, the problem is Screamers will give them the business a little bit, although they'll also mess up Screamers pretty badly. Oh, I actually like that. That feels like a really forbidden tech. Knights of Immolation against like Demons of Chaos. Magic damage, they also have bombardments. They can fight like the big monsters characters pretty well, like the various Demon Princes. Although the Chaos Knights are just a little bit more cost effective. So like a shielded Chaos Knight of Tzeentch would be pretty good. Yeah, you know, I do like that. That feels a little bit better, I think. How can we save some money on Archeon? Because we need more chaff. So yeah, we don't need Paragon of Ruin. Fight or Die, we can cut this. And now we can... Paragon of Ruin, what does it give? ITP? That's not bad on our Chosen and stuff. Can you get a Nurgle caster? Yeah, you'd have to bring a Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle. I think Archeon is probably really good here, though, because he bashes all the Demon Princes, and he's also got Burning Head against like Plague Bearers and different units like that. So I think Archie is probably the way to go. So maxing out a Marauder Horseman. I think couple Forsaken to like fast clear Nurglings and Blues would be good. Maybe like 3 of them. Seems pretty good. You don't need Grey Open Marauders, obviously, so just Chaff Marauders are going to be the way. Aspiring Champs feel really good against Demons of Chaos, actually, because of their ability to do magic damage and grind down demonic units. So I think like throwing one more of those in. Do we have any need for Trolls in this matchup? I don't think so. It's like I'm so used to having Trolls in so many of my builds. Could bring the Summoners of Rage. Summoners of Rage would be a good tech against some of the big scaries here. 375. We got the Horseman mexed out. Let's cut you. Exalted Heroes. I do like foot characters a lot. I do like foot characters. Huh. Hounds? Yeah, we need Hound units, obviously. So we can throw in a couple Poison Hounds. Maybe if we throw in 2 of the cheaper Hounds, that leaves us 325 left, so not enough to do anything fun. What about a Chariot against like Mass Plague Bearers? Like a cheap Chaos Chariot? So what would we have to cut? Like one of these and then just throw in... Yeah. This build actually feels pretty good. Yeah, Arrow. Ethan says demons are probably not in quick battles because CA can't figure out how to stop people from loading their custom lords. It's probably true. Dude, they still haven't fixed the leaderboard yet. You know? It's just like... The leaderboard still doesn't even work. Yeah, it's crazy. Alright, so that's going to be Chaos. Chaos versus Demons of Chaos. See how we're looking on the round. We should be advancing to the next round here in a minute. Exalted Great Unclean One could be a bit of a problem. But I think you could counter the Exalted Great Chungus with... okay, 1 game left. So we should be ready in like a minute. So the Exalted Great Unclean One could be problematic. You have Archaon, though. And you do have Marauder Horsemen, like in droves. Archaon with Slayer of Kings and Spirit Leech could probably kill the Great Unclean One. Did we bring Slayer of Kings? No, we didn't. Okay, I'm a potato. You definitely want Slayer of Kings. It's such a good item. So let's bring the Slayer of Kings here. And then we could just basically get like 1 better unit, I think would be fine. Manscore doesn't seem like a bad idea actually to mix in either if we can find a way to afford it. Yeah, Summoners of Rage could be okay. Yeah, well, yeah, it's fine. The build's good enough. We have the template, so when we play, we can make sure we have a Spirit Leech and a Burning Head. So now I have 22. I'm missing the Mirror. So I have Beastmen. What faction am I missing? Do I have a Wood Elf build? I do. I do have a build against Wood Elves. Vampire Counts? Do I have a Vampire Counts build? Yeah, we do have Count Chocula. This is my Count Chocula build. This is one of my favorite builds. It's double Chosen of Corn, Severed Claw, Harry the Hammer, Festus the Leech Lord. This build's so heavy metal. It's just pure badass units. Yeah, Rebel, that's what we would end up cutting, yeah. Rancid Visitations is a great spell. It does a hell of a lot of damage. It's very underrated. All right. Okay. Thank you, Pone. Got the replay. I'll certainly take a look and cast it probably. Are we done with the round? And we are. All right. So let's move on to round 4 and advance the round. Good. For anybody in the tournament, the 4th round map is Glade of the Everqueen. Round 4 is live. Good luck, have fun. All right. So round 4 is live. Our undefeated players are Ghoul Baby, Hadries, Reginald Puggington, and Kark. So we'll see what the tiebreakers look like as we advance. I think I have a Kislev build there. Do I? Hold on. Yeah, I have a Kislev build. Yeah, here's my Kislev build. This build's been pretty good against Kislev. I use a Slanesh caster to bombard them and just go super wide and pressure. It's pretty money. It's pretty money. What's your opinion on Curse of the Leper? I haven't used it too much. I'd have to experiment. Warriors of Chaos defeat Vampire Counts on a blob fight now because of the Harry the Hammer. Yeah, they are pretty sweet. Okay, so let's see what game we want to cast. Let's do some undefeated matches. Let's do, we have Kark versus Hadries. Let's do Puggington versus Ghoul Baby. That'll be fun. All right. Puggington's one of my favorite players to watch too. So, lobby info. Casting your game. All right, so we're just waiting for the lobby info, and we'll head over there. Yeah, I'm trying to think what matchup I'm missing. I mean, I could just... Oh, who are we missing here? Who is missing? There's 20... We're missing 1 faction right now, because we don't need to do one. I don't play mirror matches. Mirror matches are for sweat lords. Granted, I can be pretty sweaty at times, but... if you like, when you're playing mirror matches, I mean, come on. We have 24 factions. You really need to play a mirror match, dude? Don't be that guy. Don't be the guy picking mirror matches into people. It's awful. Yeah, I don't know what we got. Well, we'll come back later. I'll figure it out tonight. All right, so Pug versus Ghoul. Let's spectate this one. And we're all set. Let's reset these scorecards here. Thank you guys for joining today. It's been a fun one. We have Puggington versus Ghouls. All right. This is the last of the regulation rounds, and we have the semifinals and the grand finals after this. Players are doing their picks and bans. We're just hanging out. Yeah, Vampire Counts want to avoid the blob, 100%. You want to play wide. I have Wood Elves. I have Vampire Coast. It's Norska. Is it Norska? It might be Norska. Yeah, it might be Norska. Oh, God. We'll take a look after this. Thank you guys for your help. You're missing Norska? Yeah, I've seen several people say Norska, so that's probably what it is. Yes. Yes, good. Going to be ordering some Chaos Knights soon. Have you guys seen the Chaos Knight models from Games Workshop, the new ones? Oh, they're so good. I'm working on a Warriors of Chaos army right now. Let me show you these guys. Like, look how awesome these models are. There's so much detail on those. Oh, they're so cool. These giant thundering beasts. I love the banner too. Yeah, so we'll be making some Chaos Knights soon. The fantasy army I'm looking at doing is for Warriors of Chaos. I mean, I don't know anything about the old world rules yet, but like I'm gonna have like a brick of like 20 Nurgle warriors, 10 Nurgle chosen, and then 10 Chaos Knights, and then I'm just gonna have like some sort of a Nurgle sorcerer character. I'll probably use Festus, honestly. Just use him in as my lord for my army. His model's kind of haggard, but oh my god, look at him! He's like pouring the concoction. Yeah, it's pretty great. So there's Festus the Leech Lord. The Chosen are sweet too. The Chosen of Chaos, yeah, they're rad. So here's the new Chosen models. These guys are badass, dude. Look at the Chaos. It seems weird. Like, do you really think a Chaos Warrior would like play a drum? I guess maybe if he thought it would like scare his opponents or something. Yeah, I don't know. Could be neat, but yeah, we're gonna get some Chosen in our armies. I'll probably do a little kit bashing. I don't like the head on this one in the back, so I'll replace their heads. What I've been doing with my Warriors of Chaos army is taking the Nurgle head. So you do the Putrid Blight Kings. So I've been taking these helmets and adding them onto the Warriors of Chaos models. Like, it looks really good, like the Nurgle helmets. Yeah, it's very fun. Could also just use these guys as Nurgle Chosen. Just grab these and, you know, they would look pretty great as Nurgle Chosen in a Nurgle Warband. I don't know. We'll have to see. Putrid Blight Kings are pretty sweet models. So, all right. What's it going to be? Norska maybe for Puggington? I don't think they picked yet. What do you think of the Cities of Sigmar Knights? I don't really like them too much. Nah, I don't know. There's something about the aesthetic of the new Cities of Sigmar stuff I just don't really care for. The final map's in Discord. It's Glade of the Everqueen. All right. One sec here. All right, someone says they played somebody in round 1 and they got matched up against each other. Gotta look into that. Perfect. I don't play Age of Sigmar, but I do plan on playing it with my Warriors of Chaos army because I'm going to keep them on round bases. And then just use movement trays to adapt them to Warhammer Fantasy when Old World comes back. So that's my game plan. Yeah, it's going to be good. I just noticed that Games Workshop charges more for their products in the US. The Vanguard, is that true? Am I on the US on the Games Workshop website? Let's see. Yeah, I am. Putrid Blight Kings are pretty cool models, though. They're rad. They're very creepy looking. Very creepy. I wish Undivided Warriors and Chosen were all at the same tier as the Monogod Warriors, but with their own unique buff. Yeah, it could be kind of cool. They're still good, though. They're a little bit cheaper, so at times they're better, right? Just because of the cost. Puggington versus Ghouls. We casted a Ghouls game earlier. Ghouls, I think, was it Pwn who played Ghouls? I think it was, yeah. I think it was Pwn Dog who played him earlier. It was a very close game. Yeah, I agree with that, Lobatomir. He says the Cities of Sigmar stuff feels like it's not grounded anywhere. There's no culture or personality. It feels very generic. 100% agree. I mean, their culture is just going to be, you know, God King Sigmar, like Space Marine Sigmar, you know. I really, really dislike the Stormcast Eternals. I think they're just awful. The aesthetic of them. Granted, you know, from a gameplay perspective, I'm sure they're cool, but I don't know. Like, I think the protagonists of the setting, I mean, they're basically just Space Marines, which I don't know. It's just... I bought some Stormcast Eternals and started to like paint a couple of them, but I just like kind of like couldn't get behind it, you know, the flavor of them. But this was back when they first came out, and you know, their lore was basically that they have infinite like respawns. Like even if they died, they just get reforged like instantly. And I know the lore is changing now, but yeah. Yeah, and you know what's cool about the Cities of Sigmar Cavalry, though, in their on the other side of the coin, is that you could kit bash them. So you could buy them and then just like kit bash them with some Warhammer Fantasy helmets and make some really cool Empire Knights, like new up-to-date Empire Knights, which is rad. So you could definitely do a lot. You could do a lot. Yeah, I have played Age of Sigmar games. I had a Cities of Sigmar army. I just used my Empire army from Warhammer Fantasy. And I played some Cities of Sigmar games. I had a Demogryph Knight list with a bunch of handgunners, and it was pretty fun. But like the double turns really turned me off. Yeah, it really turned me off. I hate double turns. It's just such a toxic mechanic, in my opinion. It's awful. I remember one of my like first times I was getting an Age of Sigmar. I was at like the game store and there was just like this. God, what was the matchup? Somebody was playing the Ogre Maw tribes, and they were playing against some. What was the kid playing? There was like this 12-year-old kid playing against. I don't know if it was like his older brother, or just some random dude at the store, but like the Ogre player literally just like the kid took his first turn. He moved his army up, and then the Ogre player moved his army up, and then got a double turn and got to move again. So the Ogre army just literally got to alpha strike this kid's army before he could even respond. It was such bullshit. I was like, dude, this is. I know you can play around it, but it's not a fun mechanic. Like, it's not fun. I hate double turns. It's awful. It's awful. I think that the Lord of the Rings Middle-earth strategy battle game was really, really quite good in terms of its rule system. Like, that one's really cool. Like, the activation system of combat seems really fair in the Middle-earth strategy battle game. And that was written by Games Workshop as well. I think it's one of their best rule systems, actually. I just had the most vile mobile Lord of the Rings ad. Oh no, I'm sorry. I don't have any control over that. Yeah, sure. I can understand, like you said, double turn. Some people like it, and there are tactics to play around it and whatnot. But I think like you have to look at the experience of the casual player, not just like top tier tournament player when you look at games. And I think double turn on a casual level is really not fun. That was just been my experience as somebody who played Age of Sigmar casually. Granted, I've played tournaments in 40K and have won tournaments in 40K. But yeah, no, it's like Age of Sigmar, I'm very much a casual. Yeah, there's more reaction commands you can do if you get doubled. Okay, that's good. I mean, if they're adding some like buffering in to like make double turns not as bad, that's definitely a step in the right direction. Yeah, that's definitely something in the right direction. Battle for Middle-earth rocked. Yeah, it did. The Lord of the Rings minigame is pretty good. I have a full Gondor army I just finished recently. I'll show you guys. I don't know if you ever looked at the models. They're not bad. They're like older, but like generally they're pretty decent. So players are taking their time on the picks and bans. This system is a little bit longer with that, but yeah, the models aren't bad. Like you can go to Minas Tirith. Some of them are very potato, but like these guys are great. These models are so good. This is Faramir, and then you have the two other rangers of Athelion. So these are the guys that are like defending Osgiliath in the movies, and because the Games Workshop version is based on the movies, you can see they look like the actors and everything, which is pretty cool. So yeah, so this is I have these guys. The Gondor like troopers aren't bad. Like you can tell they have a little bit of age on them, but like you got Gandalf over here. Gandalf that's a great model. That's a really good model. And he's got, looks like he's got Peregrine Took. Pretty fun. And then you have Aragorn, who looks like he's just like a caveman. This is my favorite. Just look at the forehead on this guy. He's pretty serious. That model is metal. That's like a straight up OG metal model. It's crazy. But yeah, this is a really fun game. My problem with the Lord of the Rings game is it's really hard to find people to play with. It's not super popular, so it's hard to find people to play with. But like this right here, this is like a 500 point army. So if you want to get into Lord of the Rings, like if you want to start a Warhammer army, buying like 5 models is like $60 from Games Workshop. But a full Lord of the Rings army is $90. And like this is a full army right here, guys. Like this is like 400 or 500 points, and that's enough to play like a full game, which is pretty rad. And you could do, get a Mordor one. They have an Isengard one. The Witch King is awesome. The Witch King looks really good, and you can see the Warg Riders back here and the various orcs. And on the Isengard Battle Host is pretty solid too. That one comes with Saruman and Grima Wormtongue. Grima's pretty fun in this game. He actually can be embedded in enemy like armies and troll them. It's very, very flavorful. So yeah, it's a great game. If you have a group of friends, like let's say there's like 4 of you guys, who are all interested. Each of you pick up a battle host: Rohan, Gondor, Isengard, and Mordor, and you're good to go. But yeah, it's hard to find people to play that game. Yeah. It's hard to find people. Gondor Rangers are very similar to the ones in the north. Yeah, the Gondor Ranger models are good too. Witch King is great. Witch King is really good. But yeah, Subutai. So you guys know the competitive player Subutai. He lives pretty close to me. And we meet up like maybe once a month and play that game. He has a Mordor battle host. So he's got the Witch King, he's got Gothmog. And I play Gondor, so we just have little duels of fates. Yeah, Grima's a model. He's good. He's not bad. He's like a support kind of trolling utility piece. Yeah, the models are unpainted, but the fun of it is painting your models. Like I painted the Gondor is like one of the easiest factions to paint. They're so easy. You literally just spray paint them silver, paint their faces, and like wash them, and then like maybe paint their weapon like half brown, and you're like done. It's super easy. Yeah, Lord of the Rings isn't like super supported, but like honestly, the game system is fine. Like if they just leave it as it is and don't mess with it too much, and just update some new models every now and then, like boom, you're in good shape. Yeah, the Lord of the Rings minis are way more cost effective. Give me some run, yeah. It's a great game. It's really fun. I've had a blast playing it. The dueling mechanics are really good. The hero mechanics are good. Yeah. Dude, we got all the nerd activities in my garage, man. We got Magic the Gathering, we got Lord of the Rings, Warhammer 40K, we got a little AOS if you want, some Warhammer I think I already said Old World, but I guess it's not out yet. Okay, so Puggington is going to be on Bretonia versus Lizards. Interesting. Now, Grail Knights are limited to 1, so you can still bring 1, but that's it. Here, see what it's going to be. Sounds good. Man, a lot of Lizardmen being played today, dude. Just over and over. We're seeing him so much. Pone wants the Smaug model? Yeah. Yeah, Jay. I've heard that the Middle-earth strategy battle game is really big in the UK. Not so much here. I've really struggled to find people to play with. Yeah, I've really struggled. I love grabbing a beer and an audiobook and a model to paint. Yeah, no, it's a great time. That's what I do almost every night. I go in the garage and do some painting. I don't have a cube at the moment, no. What I really enjoy with Magic is playing Commander. Commander is my favorite, hands down. And after that, drafting. Like, I would say Commander then drafting is my order, my sequence of events. Yeah, the Hair are there. I can show you. These guys are going to probably take a hot moment to build, so I can show you guys. The Hair. So let's switch back. Let's look. So they would be here. Yeah, Far Harad. Yeah, check this out. So you have like the base soldiers, which are pretty potato. I mean, it's not the worst. It's not the worst. And then these guys are pretty cool though. You got like this dude riding a camel. Yeah, those are rad. And then you do have the Mumuk. Oh yeah, look at that bad boy. This thing is actually giant. It's like the size of an Imperial Knight, but yeah, it's a cool model. I've never seen one in person. But yeah, the army's not too big, but I believe they have more models on Forge World, which is cool. The Nazgul are really badass too. They did a great job with that. So you can do Angmar is the Witch King's faction. And yeah, here's some Ring Wraiths. Yeah, those models are sick. These are super easy to paint too. Like those, you could paint those, like I could paint those in like 15 minutes probably. Well, you'd have to wait for the washes to dry and whatnot, but they're very, very easy to paint. Probably one of the most meme factions I've heard of people playing is Sharky's Rogues, which is basically Saruman scouring the Shire. It's obviously, for those of you who've only seen the movies, you probably wouldn't know about the scene, but it's like the thugs that raid the Shire at the end. It's so shitty. Look at those models, dude. That would actually be like, those would make good models for like a Warhammer fantasy kit bash or something. Yeah, oh, that's fun. And Rohan is obviously great. Khazad Dûm is pretty cool. The dwarves, you got like the Dowie. Well, not Dowie, the dwarves. They got some cool models. You could also play the dwarves from The Hobbit too, the ones that like ride, and they have like the Hobbit army. So you got Goblin Town is a pretty funky one. You got the Goblin King. Remember him in the movies? Yeah, that's one thing you got to give credit to, Games Workshop for. Like they know that people love the movies, and they didn't try and change anything, right? They're just like, yeah, like people love the movies. Let's make Gandalf look like Ian McKellen. Let's make the characters look like they do in their beloved depiction, right? You see a lot of like companies like just totally warp the way the characters like are perceived, like written in the books and perceived, and it's just like, I don't know. This is definitely they did it pretty honest there. Sharky and his thugs, I know. When is the Old World coming out? My guess is it's going to be coming out around Christmas time. I legit think we're going to get Old World either around Christmas, Q4, or I think we're going to get Old World in the new year. Down to Goblin. Yeah, it's so down. You have a pretty significant Goblin Town army. Super fun models. Yeah, they are. They have more on Forge World as well. Yeah, this is the last round of Swiss. Yeah. Yes. Check here. Yeah, you're supposed to be playing, dude. You're playing House God of War. Yeah, this is the last round of Swiss. I forgot to add a map on the website, so I'm being pinged here. All right. It was a mistake. There was... Okay. 1 second. There is a 4th round. I just forgot to update site. Map is Glade of Everqueen. Good luck, have fun. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I guess some people didn't get the memo. I forgot to update the website. So, yeah, go ahead and get those games going. My bad. So it might take a little bit longer to get to the top 4 now, but it's all good. It's all good. Perfect. And the battle is on. Hopefully people are still here. Looking around here. Let's see here. What do we got? Yeah, looks good. Sorry, guys, doing a little bit of admin work. Definitely screwed the pooch on that one. How dare you? All right. So let's break it down. Looking at the builds here, it is going to be Bretonia. Alberic coming in with his recent buffs. Poor Karl Franz sitting there with 5,000 HP while the Bretonian lords are sitting at 6,600. So sad times, but you know, someday perhaps. So for Bretonia, we got men-at-arms with polearms, foot squires, battle pilgrims, the classics, and Grail relics are super good now. Though they did get nerfed in terms of what they give in leadership, they also give melee attack. So it makes foot squires into a very cost-effective armor-piercing unit. So those guys aren't messing about. On top of that, more foot squires, more men-at-arms with polearms, and no cavalry in the starting army. We do have Henry the Massive. So Henri le Massif going to be coming out to do battle. Now remember, in today's tournament, Grail Knights and Guardians are limited. So they are going to be a little bit lower in regards to their numbers. And the hordes are moving out. Now looking at the Dino army, it is going to be the Dread Saurian. The Dread Beast is back for round 2. He feasted on Scarbrand earlier, and he's back, and he's pissed. He's going to be back and maybe munch on some of these bad boys. We will have to see. So, Saurus Warriors. Saurus Warriors, Slan Mage of Life, couple spear units to try and fight off the cavalry. The Dread Saurian obviously going to be the big kind of heavy counterpiece here, or the big centerpiece, I should say. Looking to terror out and cause some havoc. And honestly, yeah, Grail Knight will still do pretty good against the Dread Saurian if it can catch it in open field. But 15,000 HP is really, really no joke. It is serious business. So minimizing one last time here. And looks good. So everybody should know that there is a 4th round. And if they don't, then, you know, we'll see it. We'll see him on the other side here. Alberic circling. Alberic is an anti-large armor-piercing fighter, so he can put some hurt on the Dread Saurian. But in a straight-up fight, Alberic probably would lose to the Dread Saurian, I would guess. Here we do see Henri le Massif going to be going for the back objective cap. So Lizards look like they're moving over towards objective number 3, which is a good call. This is like the contested objective. So grabbing that one first is going to be nice because then you can just summon waves and waves of units to pressure your opponent on your home objective, which I think is a pretty good play. We'll have to see the domination tactics here and how these players decide to split things up here. So Peasant Archers being called in. We do also have a Blessed Field Trebuchet. Blessed Field Trebuchet. Going to be shooting at the Spearmen. Temple Guard are okay here, but the problem with going Temple Guard, my friend, is that they kind of struggle against Foot Squires with Grail Reliques. Foot Squires have bonus for infantry and good armor piercing, so if they get stuck fighting Foot Squires while the Grail Reliques are nearby, it's a very cost-ineffective trade. You definitely will suffer in that one. So Lizards take objective 3, Bretonia takes objective 1 here in a moment, and the back objective of the Dinos, or the home objective, I should say, is going to be taken by Bretonia with Henri le Massif. And now we get more beasties being called in. So it is going to be some Feral Cold Ones, some clever girls looking to head over to objective 1. I wouldn't be surprised to see like a spear unit head this way with the Dread Saurian and maybe do that, because obviously you can't just win by camping on one objective. You're going to have to move out and, you know, get a little bit nasty here. Pterodon to the Fire Leech Bolus. Quite curious to see how they do here. Could be a decent tech against the cheaper Bretonian infantry like the Battle Pilgrims and the Peasant Bowmen if they can kind of catch them in a bit of a precarious situation. And now it looks like the Dino's going to be doing kind of a square push. So just kind of moving up just like this and looking to engage Bretonia. In the process, potentially taking objective number 2 while also pushing the home objective of objective number 1 there. So Flyers are about. Look at that. We get some Pegasus Knights coming out for Bretonia. Pretty cool. Pegasus Knights are very much a hard counter against Pterodons. Pterodon's getting hunted pretty badly, so that was a cool tech. And yeah, there they are, man. Cool to see Pegasus Knights being used, isn't it? That's really, really fun. Now, what do we have here? The dreaded Dread Saurian on objective number 2 is doing battle with Henri le Massif. But the massive one gets a prison shank in there and is able to get away before the Dread Saurian can return the favor. But you better be careful. You mess with the Dread Saurian, you get the mouth, and that Slan's going to need to come by and provide some healing. He brought regrowth this time, which is good. In the earlier game, he didn't bring regrowth, but I definitely think that's going to be a staple. Star Spears engaging versus Men-at-Arms with polearms. Peasant Archers shooting into the Dread Saurian. Dread Saurian did make contact with Henri Le Massif and did a little bit of damage. And now we get the sneaky coming in. We get some Fire Leech Bolus, but like, what are they even going to be trying to get? Is it really worth diving a Blessed Field Trebuchet? I honestly don't think so, but we'll have to find out. Grail Relique, really strong here, giving melee attack, leadership, as well as ITP to these halberds here. So these guys going to be holding on all day. That Dread Saurian certainly not going to be too happy about that. And the rest of the army of the dinos moving up. Sweet banishment right here from Ghouls. What a beauty. He nails several good quality Bretonian units. Men-at-Arms as well as peasants and some halberds back here. Not bad at all. As the Blessed Trebuchet screams in and hits the tree. That was pretty funny. I guess the tree is a bit of a target there. And now we get Knights Errant coming out. So he's going to be using the cheaper Bretonian Knights. Back objective still under the control of Bretonia. So Bretonia really just aggressively holding their opponent's home objective. And we do see some more troops coming out. So Skin Cohorts and Chaff units definitely good. You want to be throwing Chaff units into Men-at-Arms and Peasants and then, you know, support with monsters and whatnot. Pegasus Knights have been really disruptive. They've just been hunting down these Pterodon Riders. And the other Pterodon unit probably going to get chased off the battlefield. So the Pegasus Knights certainly will probably be paying for themselves before all is said and done here in this game. Alberic jumping into combat. Looks like he's going to be trying to get a Trident and Manon, maybe blobbing up the Saurus, but nope, looks like it was just a cycle charge on the Slan. And now the Dread Saurian's going to be coming in to protect his homie. More Knights Errant, and no super elite cavalry yet. They are limited in this tournament, but you still can bring a Grail Knight. But honestly, even without Grail Knights and Grail Guardians, Bretonia is still a super strong faction right now, like super strong. Cold One Spear Riders engaging Knights Errant normally would be favorable, but with Pegasus Knights for the lady coming in with a big rear charge, that is going to be super punishing. Pegasus Knights do have anti-large, though they lack armor piercing. Just a sheer shock of that rear charge there is probably going to be enough to break those Cold One Spear Riders. See their leadership -11, and they do end up paying the iron price. Alberic does also give bonus versus large, so he gives bonus versus large to the Knights Errant, which makes him trade better into those units. Certainly very good. Somebody in chat asking what is ITP? It means immune to psychology. So if a unit has the ITP stat, it means they are immune to being terror routed. Alberic in enemy lines though, getting hunted by the Dread Beast. So the Dread Saurian looking to hunt down the Pug, but the Pug is too slippery with his micro and is going to be pulling away with Alberic. In the backfield, what do we see? We see some clever girls diving the backfield but being dragged down by Men-at-Arms and peasant mobs and some other peasants. So things are getting a little bit crazy right there. Objective number 3 is currently owned by the dinos, but probably not for long. Foot Squires do outtrade Saurus Warriors, in my experience, with Spears. The Spear variant isn't going to be having enough stopping power to get through the Foot Squires, and they will be losing that fight. Saurus Spear is going to be pulling back, and Foot Squires will be heavy in pursuit. Whereas over here, Saurus Warriors obviously butcher Men-at-Arms. Not going to be much of a surprise there. But Bretonia is pretty up in value, 4.6 against 2.5. However, there's some healing. You know, we do have the Slan. He provides a little bit of support. Back objective taken by the Lizards. And man, look at that Dread Saurian. He just took a big old bite out of those Pegasus Knights. Dragged down a couple of those models. Alberic actually trying to kill the Slan, which is pretty wild. I feel like going after the Slan is always a bit of a mistake. They're just so tanky. And when that thing has regrowth, I mean, why does Slan have so much HP? Like, you would think the Prince and Emperor of you know, Franz on Deathclaw would have as much HP as a Slan. But these things literally have like 7,000 or 8,000 HP. They're such linebackers, which I guess makes sense. They're giant gelatinous toads sitting on a stone chair, so what's not to love? Here comes the Dread Saurian looking to hunt down Alberic, and the shield goes down to the old ones. Will Alberic get caught? It looks like he is able to get away there. The Howdah does apply a little bit of poison as he retreats. The Lizards are still scrapping. They're still scrapping, ladies and gentlemen. Objective 2 owned by the Lizards. Objective 3 owned by the Lizardmen as well. Foot Squire is still trading very cost effectively. And now we get some Knights of the Realm coming in. And though Knights of the Realm aren't like amazing against infantry units, they're not like terrible either. They have a charge bonus of 65 and pretty respectable stats with 37 weapon strength. So they can hammer down like lightly armored troopers and things like that. So Alberic getting a regrowth, I would imagine. Yes, regrowth going down on him, which you know, really even further solidifies the value lead for Puggington. The fact that he also has good quality healing. Bretonia unleashing a holy arsenal as those trebuchets just continue poking away at the spears. Peasant archers nuking the last of those Saurus. The Dread Saurian trying to get some value here. Maybe he's going to be able to kind of carry the game back. We'll have to see. But he does get Henri Le Massif a little bit low. Cold One Riders move in, but get countercharged by Pegasus Knights. Pegasus Knights with extra bonus first large from Alberic. Also, Knights Errant with bonus first large. Going to be able to just melt these guys pretty bad. The Dread Beast moves back in with some Saurus Spears coming in to saturate and trying to help out in this combat against all these Cav units. And the Dread Saurian goes after the Grail Relique, which isn't a bad idea. If the Grail Relique does fall, that will lead to potential terror routes. While that thing is active, no terror routes are possible. Top objective looks like it's going to be going for Bretonia. The Saurus Spears are getting very worn down. They don't really have a lot of support. Bretonia isn't that far behind on points in either. We do see Objective 3 held by the Dinos, but you know, starting to waver here on pretty much both fronts. Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis will definitely dominate these Saurus warriors if they cycle charge a little bit. For example, if they came up and around like this and just did a nice rear charge, that would just be super devastating and break those units very quickly. But Bretonnia is going to get that objective. As far as this fight goes, the Dread Saurian's doing pretty good. It is anchoring this, and we do have a lot of Saurus Spears kind of in the mix, with their anti-large attacks helping to grind down some of these units. Peasant Archer Fire slowly grinding down the old Dread Saurian. I remember the days back in Warhammer 2 of watching the Dread Saurians just getting pounded by like 12 Peasant Archers and still not being able to kill them. But, you know, times are changing. Bretonnia is much stronger than it once was. As the Dread Saurian looking to waver, sitting at 12 leadership right here. He's certainly in the danger zone. Poison on fire. Alberic getting them old shanks. Yes, there he goes. Will the Dread Saurian get his prize? Doesn't look like it. The Grail Relic probably going to go down to the Dread Saurian at least, but yeah, I think that Bretonnia is starting to take over the game on too many fronts, because now that Bretonnia has dominated this fight over here, what's going to happen is Bretonnia is just going to be gathering up all of its forces over here. Oh, hold on. I got to get my drawing tool so you guys know what's going on. Oh man, I'm getting worse at drawing them. And they're going to head over here and just collapse on objective number 2 and then basically just, you know, do all sorts of nasty stuff on that objective there, and it's going to be GG. Yeah, I don't see too much coming back for the dinos. They're down 2,000 value. Both sides have access to healing. The Peasant Archer is doing massive damage. And remember, guys, Puggington did all of this without using Grail Knights or Grail Guardians. So just a testament to New Bretonnia's strength. They certainly seem to be quite a bit better with, you know, the Grail Relics giving melee attack and some of the different buffs to those Knights and all those tools. Yeah, the Dreadbeast is down. Alberic, the Duke of Borderlow. He's got his Trident Madon. Certainly going to be chasing the Dread Saurian back to the seas from whence it came. And back here we got defenders battling against Coldland Spear Riders. Objective firmly in the control of Bretonnia. Foot Squires, Battle Pilgrims, Grail Relics. That's going to be incredibly difficult to rip. And now we are going to be seeing this objective right here. I feel like I'm getting worse at drawing him. Yeah, I feel like we're getting worse. Like I when I first started drawing him, I was like, oh man, we're actually kind of good here. But now it's tough, man. It's tough. So a lot of Bretonians rallying. Puggington definitely needs to do some housekeeping. You need to unsummon these. Unsummon these characters, you know, get them back in the pool so you don't run out of units. That's, you know, perhaps one way you could run into a little bit of trouble. Men-at-Arms moving over here. Squires. I like how all the units are like Pokemon. They just like say their own name when they, you know, when you click on them. It's pretty funny. Knights Errant with anti-large though, from being near Alberic, you can see, yeah, currently they got that bonus for its large at plus 12, which is insanely good. Alberic is such a good character. You can also give Hippogriff Knights, the big scary hippos. You can give them bonus for its large, and you know that could even become a bit of a meta choice, I bet. It seems like it'd be very strong. Like, they just become good against everything, right? So Lizard's going to be trying to salvage the Dread Saurian, but are they going to have enough time to get the objectives back is the question. An unholy amount of unwashed peasants heading towards this point. Probably could start shooting this land. We do see a Feral Stegodon coming out from ghouls. Could the Lizards be resurgent? Could they find a way back in this game? I would certainly be impressed. That would be really cool, because I feel like Bretonnia is pretty far ahead. Although the Coldland Spear Riders back here don't have a bad trade, and the score is still pretty close. All right, pretty cool. I dig it. The Dread Saurian getting a nice save. Coldland Spear Riders able to intercept the Knights Errant. Knights Errant do have anti-large though, so they're actually trading pretty good here. Looks like there's a Damsel of Life. If the Dreadbeast can salvage, maybe, just maybe, Ghouls is going to be able to pull something back. He's only down by about 1,100 value right now, so all it would take would be a couple like good gooning plays. The Slan moving in here with the Stegodon, and it looks like the Peasants are going to be getting terror routed, while Henri Le Massif with his anti-large attacks continues to shank this Slan. So the Slan probably going to need to grab the Feral Stegodon and go after Henri Le Massif. And there are some spears nearby as well, so he might actually go down here. Lizards hold the back objective, and it looks like they are pushing for objective number 3 with a big box of Spear Riders as well as Feral Cold Ones, so a fair amount of Clever Girl armor right here. Knights of the Realm being called in, more Foot Squires from reinforcements. Bretonnia looks like they did a little bit of housekeeping, and Henri Le Massif is going to be paying the Troll Toll here, as he does get karate chopped by the Stegodon, as well as the Slan sitting at -5 leadership and also getting terror outed here. So not the bravest of paladins, he certainly tries his best. The Dread Saurian does get chased off the edge of the battlefield though, so that's very nice. Good play, as the Duke of Bretonnia is able to dispatch the beast over here at the Glade of the Ever Queen. Back here, Coldland Spear Riders moving back into battle, but Pegasus Knights going to be intercepting them. I love that Pegasus Knights are getting some love and actually are doing good. It's very fun to see them. Like, they're an expensive unit, and they were always just kind of janky, but like borderline usable. But after the recent changes, I believe they have the ward save buff too, right? Do they have the Blessing of the Lady, the Pegasus Knights? Let's see. No, they don't. They just have the Night Trade. So I think the Royal ones do have the Blessings of the Lady. But yeah, the thing about them versus other Cav units is they're always going to get the charge. They have the flying, so they're going to be the ones getting the charge bonus, whereas the enemy cavalry will not. But the Slan is broken. Ghoul Slan is going to be running for its life. We see the Bretonians here with Men-at-Arms. Squires moving up to grab that point. And over here on objective number 3, we do have the Spears, Grail Relics. That is a tough box to break. Like, some Saurus Warriors would for sure be able to grind through this. Like, baseline Saurus Warriors, not the Spears. But overall, the dinos are going to be completely busted off that objective, and this one is going to flip pretty soon, I would imagine. Once a couple more men-at-arms make their way up, it should be good. And here we do see Henri Le Massif getting a fat regrowth, and the Dukes of Bretonnia have done it. GG, well played. Laughing in French all the way to the bank. All right, that was a fun one. Cool game. I really, really like seeing what Bretonnia is capable of without, you know, exploiting their bugged units. We do have limitations on the bugged units in this tournament, but Puggington showing how top tier of a player he is, not needing to use any of that stuff, just playing straight and honest. And yeah, it was great, man. I loved it. Good game. Cool seeing the Dread Saurian back several times. That was also a fun little thing. So Puggington gets the dub. Let's refresh, see how we're looking in the tournament here. And where are we at? Okay, looks like a couple games have finished, not too many, as somebody did drop there. So how many did he win? So where are we at? So 1, 2, 3, 4. So he should have 3 points. Let's go ahead and fix this. Perfect, perfect. For the lady indeed, yes. Great game, both players played very nice. It was a good match. So we'll go finish our Chaos build guide real quick, and then we will get ready for the semifinals. I could have sworn I put 4 rounds in the tournament description. Yeah, well, hopefully it doesn't delay it too much. We'll have to see. It gives us time to work on our build, so should be good. Should be good. All right, so I just got to fix these points. Looking good. Outstanding. And looking over here. Fey Enchantress is good, but honestly, the new other Bretonian lords are just as viable now. They got massive buffs, like big HP buffs, and are pretty damn strong. Pretty damn strong. Yeah, you have to have healing if you're going Dread Saurian, in my experience. Yeah, you really, really need it. Okay. 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so he's got 3 points. Yes, that's correct. So the top of the tournament is starting to emerge. Puggington reporting his score here. And let's go do our builds. Let's go work on them. We got some time. Lizardmen are a great faction, honestly. I know you've seen them win today. You've seen them lose. They beat Khorne. They lost to Bretonnia. You know, it is what it is. Can't win them all. All right, so where are we at? Let me stretch out the old legs. So I think somebody said we're missing Norska. Norska. No, we have Chaos versus Norska. This is our build here. Dragon Ogre Shaggoth to handle the old Mammoth, Severed Claw, Trolls, that sort of thing. The Ice Trolls are a little bit tricksy, but we do have the healing. Honestly, mixing in, you know, Halberd Warriors might not be a bad idea. Simon Benjamin, great to finally catch a live stream. Thanks as always for the amazing content. Thank you for your support, man. Hope you're doing well. Lizardmen OP, I know. They're just out of control. All right. So, let's see. We have a Cathay build, we have a Chaos Stork build, we have a Bretonnia build, we do have a Beastmen build. So let's see. Okay, we're going to go through this the old-fashioned way. Do we have all of the Order Tide? So we got Bretonnia, we got Dwarves, we have Empire, High Elves, Wood Elves, and are we missing? I feel like we're missing one there. Yeah, we have a Dwarf build, right? Did I see a Dwarf build here somewhere? Yeah, we do. The dwarf build's pretty good. It's basically Festus with a couple of Exalted Heroes of Khorne and a little chariot action. It's always good as well. Vampire Coast. Let's see. Do we have the undead? Yeah, we have. So we have. Let's see. Coast. Do we have Coast? We do Coast. We have Counts and we have Tomb Kings. Okay. We have High Elves. We have Dark Elves. We have Wood Elves. Do we have Wood Elves? Yes. Now let's do the Mono Gods. Do we have Tzeentch? We have Slaanesh. We have Nurgle, and we have Khorne. Undivided Chaos, we have Skaven, we have Beastmen. We don't need the mirror match. And yeah, I think that covers that. And now, well, yeah, Cathay is in there too. I know we have Cathay, it's right here, I'm looking at it. Dude, this is like so troll, the fact that we can't figure this out. Demons of Chaos and Vampire Coast, we have Coast. Coast is right here. Man, let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Oh no, I think we have them all. I think we're good. I counted 23, so it would be 24 including the mirror match. Okay. Unless I counted wrong, I think we're good. I'm pretty sure I have every single matchup now for Warriors of Chaos. No, we're good. Yeah, sorry guys. It's pretty funny. All right, so who do we want to adopt next? Which faction do we want to work on a build guide next for? Chaos Dwarves are pretty good, but they are like very strong. I like adopting the underdogs. It'd probably be Nurgle, honestly. Nurgle's pretty fun. Now we have all the factions. Tzeentch is one that I've kind of like been getting interested in lately too. They have some really cool ass units, man. They're really fun. Just got Total War Rome remastered. It's the only game I played in days. Great stream. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying it, and I hope you're enjoying the Rome action. Rome is a classic. Yeah, I remember playing that back in college. It was very fun. All right, checking the tournament, see how we're looking. Games are wrapping up. Yeah, it looks like you got a bye rounds, so that's fine. Should have gotten a dub there. Okay, so a couple matches still concluding. Reginald Puggington is undefeated. Kark, I believe, is still going. Let's see. Yeah, Kark and Hadri's duking it out. Tiebreakers. If Hadri's wins that, then Kark will likely still qualify with his tiebreaker score being so good. Show that Skaven can work. Skaven, you want rats? I don't know. Okay, let's put it to a vote. I don't know. Cathay is just not fun for me. I don't enjoy Cathay at all. I think I want to do Tzeentch, guys. Let's do a little bit of Tzeentch action. Show Skaven Lords. We actually saw one earlier. That was very cool. I need to redo my Empire build guide. I usually delete my builds each patch and rework them based on changes. So, you know, because all the price changes and things like that. Greenskins are pretty damn good. But Greenskins meta is kind of already developed. It's basically just Wurzag, so I don't think there's too much to explore there. Tzeentch could be fun. The problem with Tzeentch is they're going to get a DLC, so it's going to change my builds. Yeah, so we probably should just avoid Tzeentch for now. Go for somebody who, you know, isn't as loved. You want rats? Just utter conceptions. Yeah, Tzeentch is getting updated soon, so I think I want to work on factions that aren't going to be getting updated as much. Chaos Dwarves probably won't get anything for a long time. Yeah, but Chaos Dwarves is just spamming trains right now. Elf factions have never really been my jam. Dark Elves, I know how Dark Elves play more or less. Yeah, I think it's Nurgle time. I think we gotta, you know, embrace our inner Plague Father, you know? So let's go ahead and do this, and we can switch to Nurgle. So this was a Nurgle build I used against the Empire the other night. It's gotta be Nurgle, right? Ogres are already top tier. Corn and Nurgle would be fun. You guys want the Nurgle, right? Let's put it to a vote. All right, so faction focus, Nurgle, Corn, or yeah, we'll do Nurgle and Corn. Both sound very fun to me. Yeah, but Nurgle's going to be getting a DLC too, which is kind of annoying. I mean, it's great, but for the sake of this build thing. Yeah, Warriors of Chaos. Warriors of Chaos will stay pretty similar. We could do Coast as well. I feel like Coast is a pretty underrated faction. Beastie Boys. Yeah, okay. I like the idea of Beastmen. You know, they're like never going to get, they're not going to get updated for a long time. So let's work on some Beastmen. All right, so firstly, we're going to do Beastmen against Chaos Dwarves. So against Chaos Dwarves, which I think you do, is you get a Brave Shaman of Death. You get a Chariot character. Tuskor is fine. And you get Spirit Leech. Spirit Leech is there to counter the Dwarven trains. Let's go for Beastmen. Beastmen are like a faction that's really an underdog. So let's give them some love. Nurgle will wait till they get like a DLC to do a full build guide. Because I don't want to, I'm going to do videos on these and I don't want to just them to be obsolete in like 2 months, you know? Come on. You guys know you want some sad beasts. Sad beast face. So, you have 3 Swiss points for winning 3 games. Hold on, guys. Just doing a little bit of an admin thing here real quick. Okay, got some messages in Discord. Alrighty, taking a look around. Nope, we're all good here. And let's see what we got. Perfect. Yeah, no, I've seen those. I've seen those, Jason. Those are really nice. All right. So we continue against the Chaos Dwarves. And ironically, you want to use the Gorgons. Gorgons are insanely good against Chaos Dwarves. They regenerate, they kill all the Chaos Dwarf monsters, they chase down the trains, they can snipe single entity artillery. They're super disruptive. So As far as infantry goes, I think like just the gore herds, like the dual wielding gore herds, are going to be like a good staple piece. Probably a couple cheap ungors just like pop out of the bushes. Do we want to get the, yeah, probably the spear variant's going to be better here. Although their killing power is pretty pitiful, so maybe the sword and board variant. Okay. So is there any other characters we don't want to bring? Minotaurs with great weapons would probably be a nice inclusion here. I think having a couple of those to fight the trains would be nice. Centaurs with great weapons, probably shielded Centaurs actually, for diving missiles and just like, you know, clearing chaff units faster than the Centaurs with great weapons, and maybe one Razor Gore Chariot to help you clear out like overextending Chaos Dwarf infantry. A couple Centaurs with throwing axes too. And for our core infantry, I think we just go with Gore Herds, dual wielding Gore Herds. They're really good. They'll be able to vanguard up and cause some power. No, the Gorgon healing is really good. It's 0.20. It's really, really nice. Armor piercing infantry, you don't need as much because you have Minotaurs, you have Chariots, you know. And what you do for that is you throw in a couple, yeah, and then we throw in the Milk Cows. The Milk Cows are really good here too. And as far as our last unit goes, we can throw in Ungor Spear. That feels like a good starting army. It's very elite, but I think it could be pretty nasty. Double Death-Free Rocket Launcher could be a little bit problematic for us. But on that same note, we might also be able to dive. Now, Vestigors suck pretty bad. Yeah, in my opinion. Okay. Taking a look at the tournament. Let's see how we're looking. This is like, yeah, double Death Streak Rocket could be a bit scary, but like, I don't know if people would do that often against, yeah, so we still got some games going. Okay, so Bray Shaman plus double Gorgon and Butchers of Kalkengard and Ungor Spearmen. Double Mino Great Weapon to battle trains and Bull Center Renders, and also give you good armor piercing against the Dwarf Infantry. I do like this so far. Butchers do have weakness to fire, yes, but they're still really good. The regeneration, the armor piercing, the fact that they cause terror, I think is really, really good. I played this matchup last night against Subutai, who's a very good player, and it was a very close game. With like almost this build. It was really good. Do we want a Manticore for any reason? I feel like bringing a Manticore just to like have a little bit of single target gooning isn't bad. So we got Centaurs for back pressure. We need Hound units. Hound units are really good. So this build's a little bit pricey. Maybe we just go one Minotaur since we already have one in the starting army. And then get some Hound units. And is there any reason to bring Harpies? So Harpies are infantry sized, which means they would be harder for what? Bull Centaurs to fight? And having like a flying dive unit is never like a terrible choice to have like one of. I don't hate this army. It's a little bit light on the cap weight, I suppose, but not that much. Yeah, I like this build. I think it's good. The Spirit Leech spam, you just, you know, snipe trains down. You just wear the trains down, you wear down Foghorn Leghorn, you wear down their lord, whatever. Seems pretty good. As far as like other magic goes, like Pit of Shades could be okay, but I do like this build. I think this is pretty nice. So let's save that. So that's going to be Beastmen versus Chaos Dwarfs. Alright. So now we can do Beastmen versus Ogre Kingdoms, another very popular faction. I don't know. What would we do against Ogre Kingdoms? See, here's the thing. I know how to play Chaos pretty well, but Beastmen I'm really just kind of guessing right now. Does Hashit like Minotaurs? Probably. Yeah, I'm sure they're homies. Okay. What do you do against Fireglaves? You just dive them. You could just jump on top of them with your big monsters and they won't be able to kill you. Yeah. Yeah, you use Harpies and Hounds, different things like that. Fireglaves aren't like super common anyways. Alright, so most of the games are done. There's only 3 left. Yeah. Looks like Puggington is qualified. Kark still playing with Hadries to decide that. House Cat of War's got 3. Alright, yeah, so we'll see what this looks like in just a second. We'll see what it looks like in just a second. Okay, so against the Ogre Kingdoms, I feel like Morkar isn't a bad choice. Torox also could be good. Because like he does fire damage and he can hunt down like their characters pretty well, right? At 1800. Feels like a reasonably good deal. Bray Shaman, you throw him on a chariot just for mobility. Honestly, Lore of the Wilds could be good. Because Ogres love the blob. So what you could do is you could just go Traderkin. And Traderkin spam on the blobs of Ogres. And I feel like that would be a pretty strong combo. Yeah, Ungor Raiders are pretty money here. Minotaurs with Great Weapons are also quite good. I mean, there seems to be a lot of options. You could even do a double Gorgon build against Ogres, but the problem is you probably won't be able to get objectives if you do that. I think on some maps it might be reasonable, but on a lot you'll just run into issues. So you definitely want Sons of Goros to help deal with the Sky Striders. Minotaurs with great weapons, probably going to be pretty good. But you need something to kill and clear the Noblar Trappers. Noblar Trappers are just absolute monsters now. So probably some shielded Gore Herds, like to the max, I think would be like your core. Because they'll trade pretty well into... They'll do okay against Ogre models too, especially if you have Minotaur support nearby. Raiders, and then we just... Man, throw a little spear in there. Is there any more money we can get? Jagged Dagger. Just gives power recharge. Yeah, 160% on that is pretty sweet. Could bring this character on foot to the Bray Shaman, and that would allow us to get like another good unit. No, I think the mobility is too useful. Empire build versus vampire counts. Yeah, I could do one after this. I could do one after this. Theory crafting is so fun. It's like you could stay here for hours. All right, there's 2 games left. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. So far, it looks like it's going to be Puggington, Hadri's, Kark, and House Cat of War. Although we have a couple people tied on the tiebreaker, Ghoul Baby and House Cat. But it depends on their leaderboard position. So it takes leaderboard position after that. So Lead Belchers, basic Centaurs are really good in this matchup. Like basic Centaurs, use those to dive. Get a couple of basic Hounds for diving as well. A couple of Harpies just to disrupt Lead Belchers. And then I almost like, man, I feel like Double Giant. Should Kalita get regen? I don't think it'd be the end of the world. Like if she got regen, but yeah, I don't know like how necessary that is, but yeah. Butchers of Kalkengard could also be the choice here. I think that's good because they regenerate and cause terror, so they'll terror out Noblars off. So you have this. Let's get one more Minotaur Great Weapon, and then we want to get some like cheap spear units. So we'll get Destroyers of Drakewald, cheap spears. We have a couple Raiders, but like if you go too heavy in Raiders, you can kind of lose the grind against them. I'm really excited for the Age of Wonders DLC stuff. That's going to be fun, and I do like the idea of a single Manticore. But granted, Gorgons might be really good against Ogres too. Yeah, there's so much like tech here you could do. But this feels like an okay build against Ogres. Not like amazing. I don't know. I don't know how those Gore Herds are going to hold up getting charged by Ogre units. I mean, granted, you do have the Minotaur supporting them, but Lead Belchers are going to be blasting you. The Double Giant is great. Yeah, it's potentially good, but the Ogres will just outmaneuver you. I think if you're on a map where it's like a really small lane and it's easy to play 2 objectives, this is like for a bigger map. This is for like a big Chungus map. So we'll save that. Beastmen. I don't know about this build. It has yet to be tested. I feel like it's not bad. But yeah, like what you could also do is just do something like this. You cut these guys and go a little bit lighter, and then you just go like double Gorgon in the starting army. That feels really like hard to stop. Like that feels like it's going to be way more disruptive for sure. Because Gorgons, man, anti-large. This build just feels stronger. You got Torox in there. He's going to be able to move with the blob and cause some havoc. But the thing is, side objective. So what? You capture your home objective and then you just press the middle with these guys, and then you swarm with everything else. Yeah, Gorgons, I'm telling you, are nasty in this matchup against Ogres, I feel. You know what? Let's actually save this. This feels like a stronger build. Gorgons are such a steady piece in this situation. Let's go ahead and get the Hag Tree, Miscast Chance. Yeah, just whatever. Just throw that on there. And then we can save the army. Beastmen versus Ogres. Yeah, I like the double Gorgon. It feels harder to deal with. Because you can like juke Lead Belchers, they heal. And like, yeah, it's not giving them as many good targets. You also kill Iron Guts more effectively. Whereas if he comes in with Iron Guts against my Gore Herds and shit, I'm just going to get pounded. Here, this seems harder. And we still have good backline dive too. Plenty of support. Yeah, double Gorgon and Torox feels nice. So somebody wanted to see what? Vampire Counts versus Empire? There's several builds you could do here. But we'll do this for you real quick. Let me just check and make sure they're not waiting on me or something. Empire. Like, I feel like I'm rusty with Empire. I haven't played in a hot minute. This is your 15 Lead Belcher build? Yes, the forbidden one. The forbidden Lead Belcher build of Professor Pone, known across the realm. Far and wide. All right, Hadri's and Kark still battling it out, man. That must be a really sweaty one. All right, so let me message Hadri's. Oh, I won't message him during game. I don't want to distract him. All right, so against Vampire Counts, as Empire, you got plenty of choices. But yeah, let me just throw a build together. So Flagellants are really good here. Sigmar Suns are great. That's your front line, right? Aside from this, you go with Boris. Boris is usually my go-to. You can also bring Marcus with nets and go like net spam, but I'm a big Boris enjoyer. I feel like he does great work, so you just bring him. And you want wagons, and then you want to bring a probably a Burning Headcaster is going to be a safe bet, but Buna is also good too. You can use Buna to counter their heavy cavalry, but Burning Head is just so clutch. It's really good here. So you Power Stone and put him on horse, and outstanding. So this would be like your opening build. You could also do this, which is one of my favorite ways to kind of play it also, which is Marcus, just with a snare. And then in reserve, you bring in another caster, okay? And you put him on light, like this, exorcism, just bring the Power Stone. And all you bring on this homeboy is Net of Amnitok. So if they're pressuring you hard, you can summon nets and just use them to react. Free Company Militia are a staple in this matchup, hands down. Grenade launchers also, you want to have at least 2, I'd say. And then another really cool forbidden tech is the Black Lion's Chariot. So you can have that in your starting army like this. And although if we're going Black Lions, we might want to just have more like crowd control with nets. Because the only risk you're at is getting your stuff like Dove. So you could go with light, actually. So then we would cut this, go this. There's a couple ways to play this matchup, like I said. This isn't like an all-set build. And if there's nothing to net, you can also just bring Shem's Burning Gaze to like snipe their characters and stuff. Yeah, that feels pretty good to me, boss. All right. Wagons are good. Yeah, well, wagons are great against Empire because you can't really protect your standard shooting against the vampires. Knights of the Blazing Sun are often my go-to because they wreck Cryptor super hard. I think bringing a Demi Halberd is also really good in the backfield as a sweeper. You could even go Lance Demi if you want to clean out Graveguard. And they do good enough against Blood Knights that you can get away with it. So you can go with like a Netcaster, or if you want to get a little bit spicy, you can do this too. So you can go with the Jade Wizard. Let's throw him in. Let's do the Lore of Life, and then we can just do like a Regrowth, Power Stone, cut Life Bloom, get him on horseback, and we cut 1 Flagellant. A build like this is totally viable too. You got double nets, and you have healing for demis and heavy cavalry. So yeah, there's plenty of options. There's plenty of options. So this looks good so far. Great swords. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of great swords these days. Spearmen with shields are pretty good. They fight Cryptors and they just kind of handle business. Silver bullets aren't a bad choice, but with the wagons, you don't really need them too much. They kind of do the same thing. And silver bullets are just very easy for like a dog or a fellbat to shut down. Wagons are typically always better than Outriders because Outriders are very vulnerable, right? They can get Buna. The Vampire Counts can just bring a Buna and just own you, right? So this build might be a little bit like bloated, but having like the net control is very strong. And I'm telling you, the Black Lions will destroy Vampire Counts if you keep them online. Like, it's absolute obliteration, like just punishment time. Okay, looking good. We can probably get some more State Troopers. And we got Demis. The only thing I'm kind of missing is like cheap screening units like Empire Knights, but this build works fine, right? So here's one build that I think is pretty solid. All right, let me refresh. You could even cut the wizard here and just throw another wagon in with your main army. You just cut the Power Stone. You throw this in with your main army. And then from here, you just throw in an Empire Knight. Like, this is also a very viable build. This is probably a better build now that I look at it. You got an emergency Empire Knight. You have some State Troopers, grenades, plenty of single entity shooting. 3 wagons in your starting army. What's not to love? So this would be like a build I would probably recommend against Vampire Counts. Feels very, very good. Yeah, Pistoliers are okay in some situations. Yeah, they're definitely not the worst. Okay, so checking to see. Hadrius and Kark have finished. So now we're advancing to the top 4. All right, so we got our top 4. Ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime. So here's the brackets. We got Reginald Puggington and Hadrius tied for essentially, in the top 2 spots. And then Kark and Housecat of War are here. So let's go ahead and advance to top 4. Click this. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. One sec here. All right. So how are we looking? Yes. So go to tournaments. And now we have the top 4, which should be appearing. Yeah, there it is. Housecat of War versus Kark and Reginald Puggington versus Hadrius. All right, let's cast these games. Top 4 is live. All right. Top 4 is live. All right, so let me tag the players. Has anybody else been having lag in Discord lately when you like try and like do like server-wide, not like server-wide tags, but like tag people? Maybe it's because our server is so big, but I've been having weird lag issues with that. House Cat of War, Kark, and then we have, I believe the last player was Puggington, Kark, House Cat of War, Hadries. Who am I missing here? Let's look here. Hadries, House Cat, Kark, and Puggington. I don't know what it is. We've been having some weird lag with the Discord lately. It's just my computer. It's just struggling. So I will cast. Let's do House Cat of War versus Kark. That'll be fun. Let's see some forbidden tactics from the Korean meta. Should be fun. All right. So loading in here, and here we are. So Axel says, finally bought Total War Warhammer 3 after a few years of Warhammer 2. If I want to join multiplayer, do you need any mods? Yeah, so the mod that we use is the Total Tavern Tournament map pack. But Axel, what I would recommend doing is just joining our Discord. All the resources you need will be there. The tournaments, finding people to play with who aren't trolls on ladder, lots of good stuff. So here's a link to our Discord right here if anybody wants to join. Yeah, ladder sucks though, pretty bad. So, I mean, I still play it every now and then if there's no one on that I want to, no one that is on that I'm going to play with. But otherwise, yeah. There you go. All right. Yeah, Total Tavern map pack. I mean, you can play Domination Ladder without any mods, but it's awful. The maps are terrible. So, yeah, CA just won't add new maps to Dom. It sucks. So we have to do it ourselves. We got to do it ourselves. Reginald says, the past weeks I've played 3 tournament games against Hadries that ended up in Dark Elves versus Ogres match, really? You can play the ladder with the map mod, but like people aren't searching with it, right? Usually when people are using the map mod, they're playing with people in Discord, or like arranging matches via Discord. Yeah, ladder is awful. It literally is the Chaos Wastes. No, don't mess with the ladder. It's terrible. I've been doing this for 6 years. I can tell you from experience, ladder is trash. You run into there are some good players on there every now and then. The land battle ladder is actually slightly better because there's more maps and stuff. The maps are better, but that's if you want to play land battle, but it really depends on what you're into. Honestly, the High Elves seem pretty good. Yeah, they've been. I dread playing the High Elves, man. They're scary. Yeah, they're definitely scary. So who is Kark playing against? He is playing against House Cat of War. All right. The House Cat of War should be on their way. Let me go ahead and invite them. House Cat of War. We got House Cat, we got House Plants, we got all the different creatures of the house. All right. Top 4 is there. Let me go ahead and finalize here. I actually had some fun playing some land battles the other night. It's fun playing it when you run into like, honorable opponents who aren't going to draw kite you and stuff. Yeah. All right, where are we at? Yeah, but I'm enjoying 2v2. Yeah, 2v2 ladder isn't bad. 2v2 Dom is reasonably fun, actually. We have another tournament tonight? No, that was from yesterday. So tomorrow we got a Swiss tournament. That looks like it just got posted. At what time? 5:30? Who posted that? Who's hosting this one? Who be hosting this tournament? Yar fiddly yar. I don't know who it is. All right, so let's finalize this one. That one looks all done. Excellent. Finalizing the regular rounds. Yeah, the Dom maps do suck for 2v2 because they're so small. They were designed for smaller armies. They weren't designed for the good stuff, so. All right, where's House Cat of War? Is he coming? Is he AFK? Is he still in a game somewhere? Let me message Kark and see. There he is. All right. The House Cat has appeared. Borderlow Landing is the map. And the time is now. Do you still do newbie tournaments? Yeah, we have them on our website all the time. I don't usually host them. Other people are, but we have beginner tournaments all the time, yeah. Yeah, it's great. God, I remember when we used to have to play tournaments on those like terrible maps. I honestly think the map making efforts have saved the multiplayer community. Like without the new maps, Dom would just die. Like it would just be, it would just be the haggard pits of hell. All right, House Cat versus Kark. There we go. The dreaded scoreboard update. There we are. And so it begins. So it begins. The greatest battle of our time. Yeah, I don't think we're ever... I honestly feel like CA will probably never fix the ladder. It's just not worth their effort, you know? Like, because what's the point of fixing ladder if it's just a shitty experience with no maps, you know? It's like, they fix it and it's not... People will still not play it much because of the map sucking. So unless they can address that... Yeah, it's going to be Trixie Hobbitses. Have you ever played Total War with Tobias Fate? I see him playing sometimes. Yeah, I have played with him. I played on his... So we played a little bit off stream. He hit me up once, and I also played on his stream once. We did some battles, and it was like a training stream. Yeah, it was pretty fun. Yeah, he's the Gangplank Lord, right? League of Legends. Yes, that was a long time ago. Yeah, I was talking to him like, man, maybe 3 years ago. It was a long, long time ago. The Forest Camping Championship. Yes. So they're doing their picks and bans right now. We're going to be going a little bit longer. It's not. We're not at the end yet. This is a semifinal match. And then we have a grand finals, which are best of 3. This is best of 1, and then the semis are, the grand finals are a little bit longer. So, yes, yes. Let's see here. Scrolling up. Is there anything I'm missing? Nope, looks fine. All right. Cool. Looking good. Still don't have the faction selected yet for these bad boys. Do not expect the Turin Tobias Fate crossover. Yeah, no, we played a little bit a few years ago. That was like, what, 2020? I think it was like pre-pandemic, so it was like 2019. Yeah, we were playing a little bit. I know he likes dwarves. I think I ran into him on ladder once, and he was playing dwarves. He likes his gyrocopters, if I remember correctly. It's pretty cool that he plays this. Yeah, it's pretty rad. We've got some new maps whenever the map pack gets updated. Yeah, it's going to be great. How many maps are we looking at, Medley? Is it just a couple? We got 3 or 4 new maps. We're so spoiled, man. We're so spoiled, you know? Ah, it's great. We got so many maps to choose from now. And there's some that are more like aesthetic, not so much designed for the competitive multiplayer, but still really cool to have them in the range of options. Maybe they don't want to add your maps to avoid feeling like they have to fix ladder. I don't know, man. I don't get it, dude. It's just some bureaucracy bullshit is what it is with the maps. It's like, the work's all done. They've been tested hundreds of times. They're exponentially better than the product. They're being given to you for free. It's like, I feel like it would take them like 10 minutes to add them. You know, and then there's like this big fuss made about like, oh yeah, well, if we add your maps, we have to QA test them. I'm like, homie, I don't think you guys QA test a whole lot of these things that get added to these patches. You know, like these just broken ass units all the time. Just throw it in there, man. Let's see how it works. That's what I would do. Yeah, he's got Kruber as his picture. Yeah, he does. Yeah. How could you not like him? He's got the glorious man of the Empire here. Just do It's a Black Ark and that one health map over and over. I know. And Death Pass is okay too. Yes, we need a map with water in the middle so the Noblar RORs can heal in it. That's the forbidden tech here. Are we really doing Lizardman Bretonia? All right, checking. Okay, I'm gonna take a sneak peek of the build. Is that really what... Oh my god, is this really what's happening here? Oh shit, it is Bretonia versus Lizards. Okay. I'm surprised. What is with the Lizardmen being so popular? You know? What is with it? I don't know, man. I have no idea. Lizards have like been getting played every single match today. And if we look at the stats on Total Tavern, I think that they're probably, let's look here, one of the most played factions. Yeah, like looking at the total game. So Lizardmen have, 140 plus games. Who else has been played that much? Bretonia as well. So Bretonia probably... Lizardmen are probably the most played. Yeah, look at that. Lizardmen are the most played faction. Like, unless I'm missing something here. Yeah, no, Bretonia is second most. So Bretonia is sitting at 139. And then we got 145 for Lizardmen. Yeah, I don't know what the resurgence of popularity is with them, but they are getting played a hell of a lot of games. And doing pretty well, too. Sitting around 50%, which is very respectable. 50-50 versus Warriors of Chaos. Cool. And, yeah, holding it down. Holding it down indeed. All right. It's showtime, man. Yeah, Lizardmen are they're popular. I don't know what it is. They just got a bunch of new models in tabletop as well. You know, they got a whole bunch of new models. Have you guys seen the new lizard models? They're awesome, dude. Awesome. Okay, pulling this out. I don't know when the next faction war is going to be. Sometime this month, though, for sure. Sometime this month. Sometime soon. Trademark soon. Oh my god, I just tried to go onto Games Workshop's website and there's a queue? There's a wait time to get onto their website right now? Look at this. Is this real? Or did I go to the... Oh, it's because there's a Leviathan box thing. Oh, because there's like they just put their box on pre-order, I think. Yeah, okay. So the Leviathan box just went on pre-order. So when you try to go to their website, it puts you in queue. I was going to look at the new lizard models, but yeah, that's funny. A Coatl-based bounty? I think we had one. I'm not sure. I think so. The faction war is a format where you have one champion for each faction, and it's all best of one, and they play that one. I thought about doing a domination faction war. I thought that'd be really fun, but the tricky thing about that is the games take a long time, so it'd have to be split up over 2 days. Otherwise, it'd be like 2 hours. I don't know. Could we? So let's see. So we would have, God, man, round of 20, 23, 24 factions. Oof, 23. Yeah, it's a lot. Turin, what is your opinion on Khorne Forsaken? Yeah, they're not bad. They're okay. The haggard part about Khorne Forsaken is, oops. Oh, it's Chaos Dwarfs versus Bretonia. Oh, never mind. Okay. So Kark is Bretonia and Housecat is Chaos Dwarfs. It looks like they just finished their picks and bans. But, what was my brain going to say? I got distracted there. Yeah, so Khorne Forsaken, you're paying extra for Frenzy and lower melee attack on them because they have lower melee defense, than the other ones. But like they already have Frenzy, so you're basically just like, yeah, the Khorne Forsaken are probably the worst deal of all of them in terms of just money. But it doesn't mean they're not useful because they're high speed and high damage. But yeah, the Khorne Forsaken have lower melee defense, and you're paying for Frenzy with the Mark of Khorne, but Forsaken already had Frenzy, so that's kind of the janky thing about them. But it doesn't mean they're not worth bringing. Yeah, it doesn't mean they weren't. A 15-minute wait to get onto the website. That's pretty crazy. I got kicked out of the website and put on queue. I don't even want that box. I was looking at Necrons. Yeah. They did get an armor buff. Yeah, it's true. It's true. So Chaos Dwarfs versus Bretonia, man. The ultimate sweat is going to be unleashed here. I am going to take a peek at the builds because I'm genuinely curious. All right, looks pretty standard here. And Bretonia, oh my goodness, that is an army. Holy shit. The new forbidden tech that has emerged. You guys are about to see some wild shit. Most of the Chaos Dwarf stuff is probably what you would expect, I think. Well, hard to say. Hard to say. Everything's kind of up in the air right now. Nurgle Forsaken are really good. So are Tzeentch Forsaken. They're honestly all... Slaanesh Forsaken are good too. Like all of them. Khorne are probably the worst ones. But it doesn't mean they're bad. It just means when compared to their brethren of the other gods. Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like the Nurgle ones are great. They have poison and they have pretty good melee defense. Still hit very hard. The Slaanesh ones have devastating flanker, right? Which is a very good ability. And yeah, Tzeentch has Protoss shields and they also have magic damage, which is pretty solid. So yeah. Good times. It's good times. All right. Pug and I also landed on Chaos Dwarfs versus Bretonia. Really? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our semifinal match. And hey, Dries, you guys can go ahead and play your game. You don't need to wait for me, by the way. We'll catch one of you guys in the finals. It is going to be Astragoth Ironhand with the double Skullcracker, as well as the Death Freak rocket launcher coming in, getting ready to party. And they're going to be facing off against Bretonia and Rapunzel. Now, Rapunzel is probably going to be brought on foot with Felix. This is like some forbidden tech that I've seen in a couple replays recently. Rapunzel counts as a knight character, so if she's on foot near all of the foot squires and battle pilgrims, she like gives a big leadership buff. Really, really good for that like Death Star style of play, which is pretty radical. We got foot squires, we got the old battle pilgrims and Grail Reliques, and I would imagine some elite cavalry are going to be coming in reinforcements. Yeah, Astragoth is pretty good. Granted, Rapunzel's going to be able to fight relatively well because she has bonus versus infantry and he is infantry sized. No, Rapunzel is actually a bit of a thing right now out of region. Yeah, I had replays from Tim the Wilder, who's a top tier player, and several others showing that Rapunzel on foot is pretty good. The Skullcracker. It was funny. I was casting some replays the other night, and I legit like couldn't stop calling it the Nutcracker, just over and over. Oh my god, dude, it was so troll. Okay, what is this? All right, looks good, and we're all set here. Vito says, after all these years of watching your great content, I finally get into multiplayer, but man, it's really a shame that it's really hard to enjoy the 1-3 multiplayer like other games. It is. Yeah, you have to jump through a lot of hoops. It's like, it's almost like playing an old vintage game. You know, there's like a niche dedicated community, but like the core ladder just like sucks. So the core experience is like just really, really haggard, you know? Oh man, it looks like they just added, what is this? I can like add icons here. What is that? If I click that, oh, interesting. All right. So it looks like literally during the live stream, YouTube updated some features on streaming. Oh, all right then. We'll have to see. We will have to see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Chaos Dwarves coming in. Hobo Goblins. Hobo Goblins making a bit of a comeback. They have good capture weight and honestly can fight relatively well against peasants. We got Astrogoth looking to be the ultimate grandpa here. He does have Flamestorm against Foot Squire blobs and Cavalry blobs and Cascading Fire Cloak just to sauce up some key fights. Death-3 Rocket Launcher, not a bad choice. You can use Spray Fire mode against infantry or have it just shoot at elite cavalry, and it generally will do well. Granted, I personally think that the Magma Cannon is a little bit of a stronger choice here. Skullcrackers, we've seen how good they are. They are nasty, nasty. They got those old chainsaws and those poking sticks in the front. So they're going to be moving out, running over the Bretonian infantry, and also being exceptionally good against the Bretonian cavalry as well. So that appears to be it. Now, looking on the other side, we do have the forces of Bretonia. We got Rapunzel here. Going to be coming in with Felix Jaeger. So Rapunzel's on foot, but notice that she does have the knight keyword. So she marches with the peasants, gives them leadership, which is pretty rad. And she does also have the Fleur-de-Lis banner. So the Fleur-de-Lis banner is pretty badass too. When she's in combat, 10 melee defense, 10 melee attack. So Rapunzel and Felix are like this Death Star, and Felix heals. Felix is not only a good fighter who can fight Foghorn Leghorn, but he heals Rapunzel, which is very cost effective. So I love it. It's a great build. Foot Squires in the back. We got some cavalry, Grail Reliques. For the lady, indeed. Yeah, Foghorn's on his way back. He's still a pretty good choice. I think that Chaos Dwarves have some strong lords. Astrogoth is good. Zaytan is probably a little bit less popular because he's not a caster. So you have to pay for a caster on top of him, which isn't, you know, always the best feel. So Astrogoth is, I would say Sorcerer Prophet's the most meta, followed up by probably Astrogoth. And Trazhoth, unfortunately, is just like a more expensive version of the Sorcerer, who, yes, is a bit of a better fighter. But overall, oh, there's like some weird artifacting going on with Astrogoth right there. No, I'm good now. Thank you. So here we see the Blazing Beards of Asherik moving up. Hobo Goblins coming in from the distance. Chaos Dwarf Warriors backing up the rear. And in the Chaos Dwarf Army in reserves, I'm pretty sure I saw some Infernal Fire Glaives. But really the big kind of center carry here for the Chaos Dwarves is going to be the dreaded Skullcrackers. Which, yeah, obviously when people are Bretonian players who are spamming mass infantry, you're going to want some big, scary, anti-infantry piece here, which is going to be the Skullcrackers. And they have an insane bonus for infantry of 22, so they're really, really well designed. I think a nice change for Skullcrackers would be to lower their melee defense by 20, so put them down to like, 30, and then just increase their bonus for infantry by like, I don't know, 5 or 10 or something. They seem to do a little bit too well against big targets, but yeah, time will tell. Time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. Death-3 Rocket Launcher is coming, and it is going to be going around and nuking some peasants. For the lady, as they get blasted, and it looks like 11 of them will fall to the Chaos Dwarf Engineering. And the Chaos Dwarfs look like they're going to be taking a head-on fight with Bretonia. Oh, the sneaky. Look at this guy, sneaky Hobo Goblins coming through the trees. So the Hobo Goblins going to be heading up and doing an ambush on the back objective, which I absolutely love. I mean, they do have the bonus for infantry, and honestly shouldn't be terrible against the Battle Pilgrims. We'll have to see. So here they come. Skullcrackers, let's see what kind of damage they do. Obviously against peasants, it's going to be pretty respectable. Knocking those foot-based characters away. No surprises there. Cascading Fire Cloak is activated, and it is time. So Peasant Archer's putting a little bit of firepower into them, which does some okay work. Rapunzel and Felix going to be trying to chop them down. We'll have to see how this all unfolds, and we do see Felix starting to take some damage. I would imagine that the Skullcrackers are probably just going to try and snipe Felix out, which is very, very smart. And strangely enough, like, why are we not seeing any elite Bretonian cavalry? All right, there they come, the Grail Knights. So our tournament does allow players to bring one Grail Knight. So the Grail Knights are going to be on their way in. Oh my god, look at that! The Death Shriek hit those Peasant Archers at the same time as the Grail Knights were riding over them. And the Grail Knights just took some fat damage right there. Foghorn Leghorn coming in, but the Grail Knight's going to be charging in for the lady. Lance is couched, and that is going to be some big damage, as they do have good armor piercing now, and we'll be able to start melting. Felix getting chased by the old lawnmowers, but not taking that much damage considering he's got like 2 giant monstrous pieces after him. Rapon's coming in to try and help, and we do see Bretonia trading pretty well in most of the infantry fights. Back objective, the Hobo Goblin Sneaky Gits are going to be hiding in the trees, waiting to ambush. So it is going to be the Grail Knights coming on in, and what kind of work will they do? Felix is getting terror routed and knocked around, but he's still in okay shape, and the Grail Knights should put up a good fight here. It looks like they are going to be getting a fat regrowth there, so we'll see what kind of work they can do. In the backfield, the old bombardment piece, the Deathstreaker rocket launcher, man, nuking those peasants. Oh, he's pulling what I like to call a Turin play, where he lets his Deathstreak rocket launcher get up into melee before he notices. The MLG high-level plays coming in here in the semifinals. So Grail Knight's doing big damage, just mowing through these Skullcrackers, at least one of them. And Felix does get chased, but he might get rallied. I mean, if another Bretonian Cavalry, Knight of the Realm, comes in, it should be able to save Felix. And then all that effort that the Chaos Dwarfs have put in trying to dive Felix, he should be able to survive. So the Knights do block off Foghorn, and Felix looks like he's probably going to come back. He's broken, but most likely will rally here as the Grail Knights continue causing havoc and disrupting the realm. So it looks like Grail Knights have bounced out. Knights of the Realm going to be chasing down the Skullcrackers in the back. What are these Hobo Goblins doing? We have the Hobo Goblin Sneaky Gits back here, man. Oh my goodness, look at that. Are they going to be ambushing? Oh man, were they really waiting for the Bretonian peasants to leave? The patience with that strategy. Oh my god, if Housecat gets that back objective, that's going to be so funny. So Skullcracker is in a very bad situation, heavily surrounded by anti-large cavalry, and these are no mere cavalry. These aren't, Empire cavalry. These are Bretonian cavalry, so the attacks are going to start adding up for sure, as we do see a bombardment coming down here. Rapon's actually given the business to old Foghorn. Foghorn is an infantry-sized character. Rapon's is bonus versus infantry with heavy armor piercing and pretty good combat stats, although apparently Astrogoth has better combat stats than her, which is kind of strange, since he's like a caster, but it is what it is. Rapon's probably costs like half as much. So we do see one Skullcracker down to 2,000 HP. The other Skullcracker sitting at about 4,000, looking to be in good shape. Middle objective owned by Bretonia. Back objective is going to be owned by the Chaos Dwarves. Looks like there are some Battle Pilgrims fighting over the point, and they might be able to actually wrestle this eventually. We'll have to see. There are some Chaos Dwarf Warriors and Hobgoblin Cutthroats, so those are good quality units. And guys, the dreaded ambush has come. The Hobgoblin Sneaky Gits steal the back objective from Bretonia. Oh my god, that's so troll. I love the ambush. See, those are like fun things, like the tactical play you see, those like sneaky engagements. And yeah, Housecat's going to be feeling the pain I felt last week of sending your dreaded Deathstreak rocket launcher up into melee here. So this artillery piece should have been like back here. There's like no reason that it should have been getting karate chopped, right? But it is what it is. Let's look at the value on the train so far. So this Skullcracker has gotten 1,000 value, so it's not quite paid for itself, and the other one is just now paid for itself. And it looks like some of the Knights going to be hammering in once again as the Knights of the Realm are routed back. Grail Knights heading to the back objective, so this is where the elite cavalry went, which I think is a bit of a mistake. I think keeping them on the big trains would be a little bit of a preferable play, but the Hobo Goblins are obviously going to get massacred. They're just going to get bounced around. You can see these guys just absolutely wrecking them. Oh my god. Other Hobo Goblins are fleeing, which is smart. Trying to get the Hobo Goblins out of that situation I think is good. It's going to take Bretonia some time to recapture that objective, and it also buys you a little bit of time to value trade. Infernal Guard Fireglave's a great choice against Bretonia. Good armor piercing against Foot Squires. Good at shooting as well, so they can drag down Bretonian Knights. I think in the previous patch, bringing like 2 of the guns was just super meta in this matchup. But yeah, Hobo Goblins have pulled back, being rode down by the Grail Knights. How will they do? Probably not super well. They don't really have good armor piercing, and Grail Knights are unholy linebackers. Still rocking 36 models. Do we see Bull Centaur Renders coming in at any point? No, not quite. Just more Hobo Goblins and Wolf Riders, and the Infernal Guard Fireglaves appear to be the main centerpiece that's going to be moving up. But yeah, Housecat with the dreaded melee Deathstreak rocket launcher. I don't think it's even shooting right now. I think it's legitimately just staying right here. In my experience, Magma Cannons actually do crazy good damage against cavalry too. Probably more so than the Deathstreaker. I think the Magma Cannon might be preferable. I don't know in this matchup. Just my opinions, but back objective owned by the Chaos Dwarves, but it looks like we do get some Hobo Goblins and some Laborers who are able to kind of stabilize that one. A couple Chaos Dwarf Warriors coming, and it looks like they should be able to finish off these Battle Pilgrims with the Chaos Dwarves in tandem with the Hobgoblins right here. Big epicenter of combat, the Dwarven trains. One of them has fallen. Astrogoth, Foghorn, Leghorn still fighting here and being attacked by Felix Jaeger. Felix coming in with Karagul. It's just like the books, man. Getting the bonus for his infantry using his giant rune sword, and Foghorn's in some trouble. He's at 1390 HP. If Felix keeps hitting him, those bonus for his infantry attacks are really going to be adding up here. Raponce is still alive too, and Raponce is buffing all of these different units. So the Foot Squire is going to be getting buffed if she's in melee nearby. Granted, looks like they do get routed there at the last second. As Knights of the Realm do get a beautiful surround. This is probably going to be GG here. I think Kark is going to pull this one out with the lady. We see a big surround. He does get that Deathstreak rocket launcher shut down. Foghorn's in bad shape. Skullcracker's in bad shape. And the Halberd guns will trade pretty well in combat here, but they're about to get swamped pretty heavily by Raponce as well as Felix. Bretonia sitting on objective right there, sitting on the back objective here, and the home objective is owned by the Chaos Dwarves, but is still being heavily pressured by the Battle Pilgrims of the Grail League, so certainly quite scary. But yeah, a lot of the Chaos Dwarf like big centerpieces are about to get wrecked. And we see Kark pulling up in value massively as Astragoth is being dragged down by the Knights of the Realm, and the Skullcracker is also going to be getting dragged down as well. And here comes Rapunzel. Going to be getting the swords out for the lady. And here she goes. Halberd guns doing great. Grinding that value up against the heavy cavalry. And Bretonia even chasing the Chaos Dwarfs back to their spawn zone. We do get another Infernal Guard Fireglaive, which is a great choice. Chaos Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons are also a good inclusion because of their ability to fight the cavalry. But I think that is going to be it. I think that is going to be it. I don't see any comeback for the Chaos Dwarves at this point, as the forces of Bretonia have done quite well against them. And honestly, Bretonia seems to be tailor-made in some ways to deal with them, right? Like the prevalence of cheap, cost-effective armor-piercing infantry and foot squires. Their cavalry will dominate most of the Chaos Dwarfs' mass. It seems like a tricksy one. Although I do think Chaos Dwarfs going with like a wider infantry-based build, magma cannons, Infernal Guard Fireglaives, and like a Laborer front line with like some Chorf support could be pretty good. Like I actually remember beating Bretonia in previous patch, but again, this was before their buffs, with a lot of Infernal Guard Fireglaive builds in the opening. And Magma Cannons killing Foot Squires and things like that feels very, very cost effective. So yeah, the Skullcrackers did okay, but you know, they weren't like out of control this game. They caused some disruption. I mean, this thing still got, wow, okay, I guess I was wrong. Holy shit. I was like assuming they didn't do that much, but this Skullcracker somehow managed to squeak out 3,000 value. That's absolutely insane. Definitely. I mean, it does have a lot of targets to fight, like the characters in Felix, but holy shit, I was just about to say I didn't think they did that good, but I guess the one that lived was able to grind out some value, but it does end up dying at the end. It goes after Rapunzel and chases Rapunzel back, so Rapunzel's going to get run over by that Skullcracker. Yeah, something's a little bit funky with those guys. I'm going to have to do some investigating and see what's cracking. Back objective here is going to be captured by the forces of Kark. So Kark is going to be grabbing this one, and yeah, they chew through everything. Well, infantry and cavalry and as single entities. Whereas pump wagons before were, you know, just massacring large targets. But yeah, you know, it could be something that you just like limit them to one. If I find out it's bugged, I would consider limiting it. But I'm going to have to do a little bit of testing because CA might have just overtuned its stats pretty hardcore. But yeah, looking around, guys, Bretonia's got just a fully erect triple cap. They're up in value despite the crazy amount of value on that. And yeah, Knights Errant securing this point. The Chaos Dwarfs are just not going to have the capture weight. Even though they might get a consolation prize of taking out Rapunzel at the very end, it's going to be tricky. And dude, Foghorn Leghorn going with 30 HP, dude. Jesus, look at that guy. He's just sitting at 500 value. Foghorn didn't hear nothing. We got to just follow his journey, guys. We need to play some of that 70s music from the Hobbit movie. You know, like the Ballad of Bilbo Baggins by Leonard Nimoy, and just and follow his journey as he marches to his death. Is he still? No, he's broken. Okay. I thought he was like marching back to his doom or something like that. Yeah. Pretty wild. So Grail Knights on their way, and Infernal Guard Fireglaves, yes, getting rode down by all the cavalry units. An old Foghorn Leghorn does get taken out. The damsel is certainly not in distress as she takes down the Chaos Dwarf Lord. Their OP trains will not save them here today from the wrath of the lady, who only used one of the Grail Guardians. Just a testament to how good the rest of the Bretonian roster is, even without those units. It's certainly going to be a meta menace for some time. GG, well played, and that is going to be a victory for the lady and for Kark with the dreaded Foot Rapunzel Felix build. Very cool. Foot Scars were great. Grail Knights getting 3,400 value, so they certainly deserve one another here. Yeah, crazy stuff on those things. So, yeah, something to look into. All right, so let's go check and see who won the match on the other side. Let's see what it's going to be. The greatest adventure. You know exactly what I'm referring to. All right. Yeah, John, that's something I would consider for sure. All right, thank you for the update. We'll investigate, and if I find... Okay. Outstanding. And looking good. Okay, so that match is going to get reported here in a second. Rapunzel certainly showing no mercy. Deathstreak Rocket Launcher getting up into melee feels rough. I really do think, like the what's it called? Yeah, let's like test this out real quick. So if we got Chaos Dwarves and we have like 2 Magmas, right? Let's like get some Bretonia and have them move in here. All right, so let's get Bretonia. And then we can go ahead and get the Grail Knights. All right, I just want to like see what kind of damage they take on the approach here for magma cannons. It's so annoying how like every patch there's just like 1 or 2 units that CA just like busts and makes broken, and then you have to deal with it for like months. You know, like you're forced to put restrictions on and just like all this stupid shit, and it's just like, God, I don't want to be doing that. Can't you just give me a game that works? It's like it's so annoying. All right. Okay, there we go. And here we are. Skullcrackers do a steam 360 AoE attack sometimes, right? Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know what it is. I haven't investigated them yet. They've just been rising. It's like playing whack-a-mole. You just like with this game, you just are always like finding like semi-broken shit. All right, so Chaos Dwarves are here. And I want to see what the Magma Cannons do against the Grail Knights. Like, I feel like they're better than the Death Streakers in that matchup. Yeah, Chaos Dwarves definitely seem able to fight Bretonia, but the Foot Squires are so good. That's like a really underrated thing you don't realize, is that Foot Squires like dominate like all the Chaos Dwarf infantry for the cost. All right, so let's do this, and see what kind of damage we can get. So Magmas are up, and shots are being ripped. Okay, a miss. Okay, the one that it hit, it did pretty good against. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't hate that. That seems pretty good. I mean, Grail Knights are an expensive unit. And the thing is, these cannons are also good against infantry. Obviously, when they get in contact, they're going to get wrecked. Yep. I think the Magmas are pretty good. Like, that's only a couple shots from a Magma cannon just sitting on a Grail Knight, and it did a lot of damage, actually. That's really cost-effective. So, yeah, I would probably still use Magma cannons. Yeah. Probably still use Magma cannons. Okay. Let's do this. You know, one of the reasons why the units don't get fixed quickly in this game is because of, like, people in single player don't care that much. If they get a bugged unit, like, they just usually enjoy it, right? It's like, oh, this is fun. Look at my, you know, Grail Knights plowing through all the AI. It's like, but if this was like a game that was focused on multiplayer, like that was the priority of the game, which obviously I understand why it's not, but it would get fixed way quicker. Like you would probably get hot fixes within like a couple weeks, you know, instead of having to wait months and months. All right, so Kark with the victory. Reginald Puggington and Hadri's playing the exact same matchup, which is probably pretty similar. Yeah, the Magmas, the range nerf was good on them. They were definitely really OP at 450. So this is our top 4: Housecat, Kark, and then Reginald Puggington and Hadri's. So we'll see who's going to be emerging here, looking at the stats so far. Let's look at the leaderboard and see how that's looking right now. A stack of Pumpwagon Flappas will murder a stack of almost anything. Yeah, it's true. Like, even your lords, like, will just die. Yeah, Platypus. Oh, Platypus looks like he won another tournament. Man, 7 tournament wins? Is that really He's won 7 tournaments? Jesus. He's been playing a lot and also winning. Yeah, crazy. Outer Region doing great. Outer Region in chat, looking good at the number 2 spot, brother. Looking good. We got Hadri's, Ulrich, Housecat, Houseplant, Kark, the whole crew. All the good times. Alrighty. So we can continue on our Beastmen build guide. So we got Ogres, we got Chaos Dwarves. So back to the Beastmen, back to the basics with the Beastmen. Where are they? Yes, here's the cows. Oh, we need to go into a custom lobby because we can't do that here. But imagine Hadri's and company will be finishing their game soon, and then we'll go into the grand finals. Or delivered. There, yeah, it's like, oh, there's always been bugs in multiplayer in this game, like always. It's just the nature of the beast. I play a lot of single player, and I hard disagree with the balance is bad, which is why it's... Yeah, it's... No, I agree. I think, like, yeah, I don't know why the folks in campaign wouldn't want it to be balanced either, but I guess if you're playing Bretonia, having a Grail Knight that can just plow through, like, 30 melee units feels kind of fun. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Outer Region. Hey, man, you put in the work, man. You've earned it. Yeah, you've earned it. Yeah, Death Shriekers are good. Yeah, they're very good. They can just sit on single entities, but Magma Cannons are also crazy good. I like that Chaos Dwarf Artillery is strong. They don't feel like busted anymore. They feel strong, which is, you know, the identity of that faction. But like the Skullcrackers feel pretty cracked, and so too do the Grail Knights and Pump Wagons. Those are kind of like the last problems. Yeah, I wonder. The broken stuff is what mods are for. I know, it's kind of annoying though, like having to do more mods. We could include the mod, like that type of stuff in the mod pack, map pack too. So it just like fixes those bugged units. But like, it's hard to find out what's wrong with them. You know, CA is a little bit more familiar with that once they actually end up taking a look. Yeah, no, there is an issue with them, John. It has something to do with their collision. I was talking to someone, one of the CA guys, about it. Yeah, something's a little funky on the back end. Yeah, it cheats too much. Yeah, he deserves the broken ground lights. 1v1 Flappa pump wagons kill Sky Striders. Not 1v1. It takes 2 Flappas to kill the Sky Striders, which is pretty absurd. You know, like this little anti-infantry chariot with a couple haggard goblins dragging down Sky Striders. It's so awful. Yeah, it's pretty damn troll. All right, so checking the tournament here. All right, let's see what we got. Like, I don't even know why Bretonia needed changes. Like, they were already pretty damn good before. Like, their Elite Knights did see some, like, fringe play as well. Like, in giving Noblar Trappers a bonus versus infantry, there was just some weird decisions, dude. Like, really, really weird decisions that were made. I don't know, like, and they must just not play multiplayer. It's probably just all campaign, is what it is. Because, like, the Ogres were already top tier, and Bretonia was sitting around, like, 58% last season before they got buffed. And now it's, like, this whole new problem here. Scarbrand Gorefeast, help my boy out. Yeah, that would actually be a really cool change. Yeah, it's wild stuff. If you're broken and stuff, you should down. Yeah. It's just it's unfortunate that we'd have to address such things via modding. But you know, if like people's experiences are being ruined by like broken OP stuff, then yeah, I think like it's maybe warranted. Yeah, it's wild stuff. All right, so Hadries and Reginald Puggington are still wrapping up their game. Must be quite the duel of fates. And then let me set up a lobby for the grand finals. So this will be Turin grand finals. Turin grand finals. Yes. Host game is spectator. No, I didn't play today. I'll play probably in the next one. Usually if it's early, I don't play very well early in the day. My brain like really wakes up later in the day. So yeah, that's how we roll. Okay, so where is this? Kark. There he is. Lobby for finals. All right, the Pride of Korea will be joining us in a moment. And the maps for the grand finals, let's take a look here, are going to be the Halls of Karagdum for the first one, which is always a fun map. And Kark is always so quick to respond. He's like in the lobby within like seconds. He's got that serious APM. The other pump wagons are busted too, but it's the Flappas, which are the charge bonus, is what makes them really nasty. Yeah, they just like do so much work. Yeah, Bretonia sucked in campaign. Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, they didn't suck, but they were like kind of like yeah, no, I understand the change. Yeah, it's pretty wild though. But I mean, yeah, I think if they bring Grail Knights and Grail Guardians down, like Bretonia will be a top tier faction, but it won't feel as bad to play against them. Yeah, it's like that's one of the issues. Like I've had a lot of close games against Bretonian players in this patch since they got buffed, even where they were spamming 4 or 5 of the the broken Grail Knights, and they were close games. Like I feel like I could have won if they were using normal cavalry. So it's really that is kind of the issue. Yeah, the update is cool. It's cool. Yeah, I think the update is neat. Like I'm happy for Bretonia to get updated, but just like getting egregiously broken units sucks. Yeah, slightly upgraded stats. Yeah, for sure. I'm happy with the changes, aside from the balancing aspect of things. I'll pay for the game to be balanced, set up a GoFundMe. I know. Is it known as Kark playing? Yeah, Kark is, I think he lives in Korea, yeah. So apparently his connection holds up pretty well. I played with a lot of the Korean players, and usually the connections with them are pretty good. I haven't seen too many issues. I've had more connection issues with folks who are in... So I got invited to play in a Chinese invitational tournament like a couple years ago, and that like typically when you play with folks from China, there's some pretty serious lag with that. That's a Trixie Hoppitz's one there. Yeah, generally the lag hasn't been too bad lately. A copy, I think I've seen it. Yes, yeah, I've seen it. It was fun. Yeah, no, I hear you, Sergeant. I hear you. Okay, so where are we at? Let's see how we're looking here. Dude, I feel like that game we had was reasonably long. This is like it's like a Titanic duel of fates over there. Yeah, so Halls of Karagdum, Gates of Ekron, and Oakenshield are going to be the maps for the semifinals. Okay, so we got those all squared away. Yeah, sometimes some it's strange. Some players in Australia will lag and others won't. It's very different. South Korea is pretty famous for great internet. Koreans got a massive internet buffs. Experienced it myself. Games seem to respond faster to input as well. It's cool to hear. Yeah, I always thought it'd be really fun to go to South Korea. Check it out. You know, they got a big gaming culture, so I feel like that'd be fun to explore. Like, go to some like esport event over there. It'd be cool to go to one of those like StarCraft esport events and see what that's like. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Yeah, that'd be a cool tourist destination. Massive competitive gaming scene. Oh yeah, for sure. How many of you guys have been playing Diablo? And if you have you been enjoying it? I would like to see some takes. I'm literally like every single night before I go to bed, I open up BattleNet and I look at like the Diablo 4 buy button, and my eye just like twitches. I'm just looking at it like, no, fight. And I've been able to fight it off so far, but I wanted to hear some takes from some of you guys, some of my trusted pals, to let me know. Yeah, the dedicated servers thing, God, it sucks, dude. I wish we had it. I played Overwatch when it first came out. I'm not a huge fan of it. Yeah, it was all right. A little too cartoony for me. Yeah, didn't tickle my pickle. I prefer more grimdark and that type of thing. I've been to 3 live SC2 events in Korea. That sounds like fun. Or to 3 live SC2 events. So Diablo's fun. Been loving it. Been seeing a ton of yeah. Been seeing a lot of Diablo videos from Sparty. Oh yeah, Sparty's very much like a variety channel now. He'll cover like newer games and whatever's like new. He'll make some really solid guides, I'm sure. Oh, just get the game really good. Yeah, I've been hearing good things about it, which is really shocking. I'm super casual though. You like theory crafting through, and Diablo 4 is good for theory crafting builds, yeah? Playing with my brother and sister-in-law, it's been great. Visually, it's great. Story is great. Endgame needs some work. It's grindy. Yeah, but that's also the action RPG thing. Like Diablo 2 is one of the greatest games of all time, and you want to talk about grind. Me and the homies used to do Mephisto runs for hours on end. Hours. Just killing the same boss, the same shit over and over, you know? Yeah, so it's, you know, I think the grind, I don't even know how you solve that, really. Very polished AAA experience. All right. All right. So Reginald says, wow, these trains are no joke. Game against Hadrius was super close. If I knew the trains were that bad, I probably wouldn't have picked into Chorfs, though. You know, Puggington, we actually just had Bretonia beat the trains here on this side. So it is possible. Bretonia can beat them. Did you use a Grail Knight? I do ask your opinion, darling. I do. Of course, I value it. That's the reason why I'm eyeing it in the first place. Anna has been the main temptation. Every time I walk past her lair, I see her playing, and I'm like, I just want to join her. I always listen. All right, so let's see who won the game. It looks like it was Hadrius. So let's do this. Let's see. And we can do that. All right, so Hadrius is going to be on the way in. He's warning me that there's potentially going to be some serious lag between him and Kark. If that's the case, and if it's unwatchable, then you know, we'll figure something out. We can jump out and I'll play some battles or something, and then we can do it via casted replays or something. Yes, join her. It should be fun. It's been fun, but it has some server stability issues. Yes. Age of Wonders is causing whole hours to disappear like a bad hang. Dude, it's so fun. I love Age of Wonders. It's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing. All right, so it looks like the battle is on. You guys ready to test some haggard internet connections? Because that's what's about to go down, apparently. Hadri saying that him and Kark usually have lag, but maybe since I hosted the lobby, they'll be connecting to me or something. Maybe there's some sort of witchcraft. Yeah, maybe there's some sort of witchcraft. Who knows? I know, they're adding dragons in Age of Wonders. That game is really good. I love the theory crafting of that game. And it also kind of channels the inner Heroes of Might and Magic experience. Like that side of the game is really fun. A little bit different, obviously, because you have grid-based expansion, whereas in HOM 3, it's like, you know, you just have your city and, you know, resource nodes nearby, but it's great. Anna says she packed 200 hours in Age of Wonders. Let's see who has more hours between you and I, darling. Okay, so I'm going to Age of Wonders. All right, Age of Wonders is... Okay, I have 187 hours in Age of Wonders 4. Anna has me beat, my wife. She's got me at... She's at 200. All right, let's have a contest, guys. It is time. Let us know in chat how many hours you have in Total War Warhammer 3? I'll start off. All right, let's go. I think there was someone did like a little coverage about like who had the most hours between like folks who covered this game. I think Legend of Total War had the most. In Total War Warhammer 3. All right. There we are. That game sucks your life away, yeah. It's so good. Yeah, I'm going to be covering the Age of Wonders DLC soon. Yes. So those are my hours. Okay, Medley's got 803. Wow, that's... I wouldn't expect too many people to have more than me, considering I do this for a living. But I wouldn't be surprised. 555. Holy shit, out of region with 1,000. Hadrian's at 926. No, Jorm, there's no way you have 2,500 hours, bro. Really? I mean, that's seriously impressive. Gideon says 2927 looks back in regret. Holy shit, I thought I would have a lot of you guys beat. Okay, it seems like a lot of you 500, 700, 529, 351, 452. A modest 740, fair play. Pone Dog coming in. Pone, how do you have only 457? Yeah. Wow, 1463 for Lobo there. Okay, that's a pretty serious number. Same, 2,300 on Wild Grim. Damn, dude, that's serious. Under like 200, 1,300 on Warhammer 2. So you were more active in Warhammer 2, got it. 21 to 34 from Fancy Man. Holy shit. Hadri's just randomly typed 60. Hadri's, you need to focus on your picks and bans here. Yeah. Was unemployed when it came out, so you just went hard in the paint. Yeah, no, fair play, dude, fair play. 1,900, but then I left the game in the Latin campaign in the background, yeah. 69. Okay, we got some seriously respectable numbers, guys. And combined in all of... Leroy's got 7,000 in Warhammer 2. Let me see how much I have in Warhammer 2. Hold on. Total War. Holy shit. In Warhammer 2, guys, I have 5,220 hours. All right. So, I think our winner for most played. I think somebody had like... Yeah, somebody up was... Oh, hold on. I'm scrolling up to see the dreaded numbers again. Jorm had 2,500. Who had that beat? So Jorm, I think, has the win at 2,500, if that's indeed true. Yeah, I think it was Jorm. Hold on, let's see here. Yeah, it's a lot. No, but Warhammer 2 was like literally my full-time job for like 5 years, right? So of course it's going to have that many hours in it. Yeah, it's a lot, man. You know what the most depressing shit in the world is going into World of Warcraft and looking at like your playtime. I remember one of my Frostmage that I played the most had like literally like hundreds of days of playtime, and it just depresses me so hard. I'm like, I literally could have like learned a different language. I could have been a black belt in some martial art. I could, like just hundreds of hours, dude. Oh God. Oh God. I got friends out there who are like engineers and shit, and they're like, oh, what do you do? I'm like, well, I talk about dragons and wizards. Yes. Yeah, it's good times though. You're such a casual. Hey, there's no shame in that. Hold your head up high. Is this the matchup? It looks like it's gonna be the something versus something here. All right, looking good. Nothing beats World of Warcraft stuff. Nothing beats World of Warcraft. I think that was like probably the biggest time sink. Like if you were like a millennial who started playing World of Warcraft at launch in like 2003 or 4, whenever it was, like that, if you were like a teenager in that time, that is like a death sentence, dude. Like the addictive nature of like being like a young kid / teenager with like that that new world, never before really seen on that scale, right? It's I mean, you had Ultima and EverQuest, but like WoW is like something new, dude. I could have married, build a house, and have a family, but games are pretty cool too, yeah. Yeah, it's insane. I'm the top DPS on your raid team. What do you do for a living? That's right. I summed my total played across WoW characters, 1,000 days in total. I know, it's insane, dude. WoW / played is a horror to behold. It's like one of those like sinking feelings where you see it and you're just like, oh God. Oh yeah, Warriors of Chaos from Hadri's. Hadri's and I have been scheming Warriors of Chaos. I'm excited to see this. This will be fun. So Lizardmen versus Warriors of Chaos. Interesting. This matchup's actually very even. I feel like it's a 50-50 matchup, so. Yeah, this should be fun. Has 20,000 hours in Dota 2. That's pretty impressive, dude. That's really impressive. Holy shit. Yeah, I regret the time I put into WoW. That's like the only game I regret. Like, I played a lot of other games, but WoW was like, I vividly remember like not doing things I wanted to pursue in life because of WoW. You know what I'm saying? Like things I wish I could have done. Yeah, but yeah, WoW was a brutal one. It was fun in high school, like playing it, but I wish I hadn't done it as I got older. Yeah, like in college. College was like, I remember my roommates and I would just be in our dorm rooms, like literally, like it'd be the middle of the summer in California, like 100 degrees outside. We would just be like sweating fervently, playing World of Warcraft for like 6 hours in some sweaty room, just like, oh my god, it's just the filthiest, grungiest shit you can imagine. Yeah, that was WoW really was like, that South Park episode really captured it quite well. Yeah, it's nasty. 5,000 hours in Dota 2. That's very respectable, dude. It's very respectable. Hey, you know, Grayson, that's the way to do it. Born too early to be a TikTok star and too late to buy a 40K house. I know. Right in the middle to have 2 monitors and a glowing keyboard. It's so true. Dude. So, I don't know how many of you guys are from the States. You're probably all over the place. But man, my wife and I have been looking at like trying to buy a house. And it is just freaking impossible right now unless you just have a fuck ton of cash to put down. It is like impossible. The lending rates and like the housing prices, at least in California, even across the United States, it's kind of a thing, but obviously more so here. It's just absurd. Like the lending rates are like, what, 7% almost right now? Whereas like during the pandemic, they were like 2.5. And, you know, in 2015, they were like, what, 4, like 3, 4, 5%. And now they're like 7%. Trying to buy a house right now is just absolutely just getting punched right in the sausage. It's brutal. And I don't know if it's ever going to go back. I think it's just going to stay this way. Yeah, I don't think it's going to go down. I think legit house prices will keep going up and the rates will stay what they are and we're just going to get dicked, you know? Yeah, it's insane. Canada's even worse, yeah. Yeah, it's everywhere in the US. Renting costs, I know. My wife and I pay so much in rent. We pay so much. About to move to Colorado. And even looking at the condos or townhouses is bonkers, I know. There's like no escape. There's no escape. Market is horrible. Agreed. 800 square foot condo going for 500K. I know, it's gross. It's gross. I remember when I was a kid, my parents bought this like awesome house, you know, the one I grew up in for like, you know, my mom bought it for like 150 grand and it was like, you know, a big house with a backyard. And that same house that she bought in like 2001 is now worth like maybe 1.5 million to 2 million. And it was like a beater, you know, it was a beater of a house. My mom had to fix it up. It's like, dude, it's so stupid. Yeah. Yeah, what can you do? What can you do? Had to get a real estate license just to give my commission from sale to the seller's agent to get the deal. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. All right, looks like Kark is ready. Warriors of Chaos are about ready. Hopefully you guys don't mind the rants. It's always fun. You know, you got to be good at ranting if you want to host Total War tournaments because of how long they take. So I hope interest rates fall. I sure hope they do. So my house I bought after the army jumped 60K in appraisal value this year. Damn, that's crazy. That's wild. I know, it's like, I remember talking to my parents about like what it was like in the 90s, like buying property, and like it's absurd how easy it was. Like I have a friend's dad who's like, you know, worked a very like, you know, like hard blue collar job, didn't really pay much, and he was able to buy a house in the early 90s, late 80s, I think it was. Serious. It's insane. It's insane. Millennials really got karate chopped pretty hard with the housing thing. Like folks who were, you know, born in the late 80s, early 90s, like absolutely karate chopped. You could have gotten lucky if you like jumped in on the pandemic, you know, interest rates, but the housing prices weren't cheap though. You're still getting karate chopped in the housing prices. Yeah. I'm a Colorado resident. It's nice here. Gets hella hot in the summer and really cold in the winter. Yeah. Where we are, it's kind of like temperate. It's like pretty even keel year round, except like in July, it gets like really balls deep hot, like super hot. But we live in a mountain valley, so it's kind of like a little bit isolated. Yeah. Yeah, Jay Phoenix. No, I'm not surprised. Yeah, it's kind of like that here too. Imagine how it feels to be Gen Z right now. Yeah, I can only imagine. I have a brother and sister who are both Gen Z, who are, what, 10 years, 12 years younger than me, 13 years younger than me, give or take. Yeah, something like that. I can only imagine what they're going to be having to deal with for sure. Yeah, just got to use it as motivation, you know, to reach those uber levels of success. I love this build so much. Sigvald, the Chosen with shields are great against Lizardmen. Severed Claw are awesome. This is very similar to the build Hadries and I were scheming, although my build uses only one Chosen, and I think I have some Armored Trolls and more Marauders in it, but yeah, his build looks great. It's a Metalcaster too. I wonder what he's going to be doing with that. You know, Plague of Rust to let his Chosen kind of bash through the enemies. And we'll see. We will see. Yes, yes. Don't worry, guys. It's all going to become like Mad Max, you know? It's just going to... 2 years from now, 3 years from now, the world's going to be an apocalyptic wasteland. We're going to be riding around on modified dune buggies, wearing assless chaps, and, you know, fighting over scarce resources. We should all form like a Mad Max, you know, like biker crew. All of us folks here on the channel, we'll team up. We'll have like some Thunderdome experience. Yeah, it's going to be great. Yeah, good times for sure. All right. So taking a look, ladies and gentlemen, we have Cart coming in with Oxyotl. It's pretty exciting. Oxyotl does have the Blow Dart of the Gods, and should in theory be, yeah, we'll run a barter town. I'm already wearing Tassel's chaps. You guys remember that? No, you have to wear, you don't get pants, you have to wear the chaps now. That's... If you guys don't know the reference in the Mad Max movie, like the Enter the Thunderdome, there's like one of the villain characters. He wears these like leather chaps. Oh god, it's so funny, dude. Enter the Turin Dome. Don't tease me with a good time. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, we'll make our own pump wagons. It sounds like fun. Yeah, Dukes of Haggard, it's perfect. It'd be great. We'll have some like, you know, weird cultish behavior, and you know, it'll be awesome. All right, Oxyotl, kind of curious about his applications. In theory, he has good armor piercing, can snipe casters and chaos trolls. We got double solar engines, which in my anecdotal experience, you know, I have never seen the solar engines do that good against chaos. Like they kill marauders, but they aren't that good at killing the armor for some reason. So yeah, was it Master Blaster? Was that his name? Yeah. Source Warriors into the sunset. And over here, let's look at the Warriors of Chaos. So Warriors of Chaos coming in with Severed Claw. Chosen. Severed Claw are one of the best units in the Chaos roster. Insanely good. They can bash Saurus. They can bash any big monsters. They're small targets, so it's hard to actually snipe them, and they're really, 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 really good. All right. Chaos Warriors, Metalcaster here in the back with the... actually, Final Transmutation. Not bad. Lizardmen do like to blob, so having a blob punishing spell isn't terrible. And Sigvald the Magnificent. He's really good at just sitting on an objective and cutting through Saurus Warriors. He gets the job done. Yeah, all right. Should be fun. Romulan Dog says, I will begrudgingly accept the rule of this wasteland. Witness me, yeah. Oh my god, I love it. That's probably gonna happen someday though, legitimately. There'll be some screw up that will lead to a Mad Max existence, you know. Turns Thunderdome will just be a large Warhammer tabletop match. Yeah. It's in the ballpark, yeah, for sure. This is how you know we're getting late in the stream. We stop talking about the tactics in depth and we just start talking about our own power fantasies of Thunderdomes and things like that. Dude, imagine how cool it'd be to like, oh my god, the power fantasies are just like going through my head right now. It's great. All right, so Chaos has got some Marauders and some Chosen moving up with the sword and board. Going to be heading to objective number 2 as the dinos move up. We do see a Skink Oracle. Honestly, this lag isn't too bad. Hadries kind of sold it to me like this was going to be the laggiest game we've ever had. And to be fair, I've casted some Warhammer 2 land battle games that were just like the pits of despair with lag. So this really isn't too bad. Yeah, it's not too bad at all. Oxyotl going to be going after Sigvald. I'm really curious. Look at this. Oh, dude, the sniper going after Sigvald. Sigvald gets popped in the face, but his handsome face is able to repel those shots, and he literally takes no damage at all. So kind of interesting. So Prince Sigvald, Magnificent, going to be heading up to objective number 3. Kark's armies standing at the ready. Still on the solar engines. Not shooting yet, but probably going to be unleashing some firepower into the Marauders. And where's Chaos going to push? Chaos will probably just hold this back objective here with a couple baseline Marauders, sending in Mirror Guard to hold that objective as well. And then all the Chosen and the Elite Brick of Armor will grab objective 3 and force the dinos to kind of move up, which is good. That's what we're all here for, Turin. The mildly unhinged rants on economic commiseration. Yeah, it's great. It's good. It's good indeed. So Sigvald's up on the objective, and it looks like there's going to be a Skink Oracle coming in, trying to drop some poison darts. Honestly, probably won't do much damage at all. It looks like he's going after the Severed Claw. Going to be trying to take advantage of his single target damage against the low model counts of Severed Claw, but probably won't do too much. And the Bastiladons, it's a beautiful kind of lag. It's like cinematic slow motion, yes. It's good. Saurus Warriors will bash Marauders pretty hard, but Mirror Guard will give the business to Saurus Warriors. Much better stats, better armor, less HP though, but yeah, even still, they should win that fight pretty decisively. Yeah, it's a beautiful kind of lag. It lets us really get into the nitty-gritty of things and see the action for what it is here. Sigvald moving in and going to be engaging versus the Saurus Warriors with shields. There he goes. The man doing the flying karate chop attack, my favorite animation. I think my favorite animation is when you have like a fully armor-clad warrior with like a weapon, and he chooses to like Sparta kick somebody in full plate armor. I think that's probably one of my favorite things in Total War Warhammer. It's just, it's so janky. Objectives opening up. You can see this is a good play here by Hadrius. He's parking the Severed Claw kind of right in the middle of the two objectives so he can bounce out either way and react, which is good, and see where the Lizards want to make their push, right? Objectives opening up. Marauder's going to be holding this one. And is Chaos going to go for a full armored push and try and take all the objectives? Kind of looks like they might get a little bit aggressive here. Sigvald just being annoying as usual and taking down Saurus Warriors. He's taken down 2 models so far, and he's doing pretty well for himself. So far, Lizards pulling back. They do have their home objective, but Chaos is going to be doubling their points as this battle does progress. And I feel like Kark's army is like woefully unprepared to deal with this army. I could be wrong, but I guess that did do some okay damage. Oh, 69 models on the Chosen, the blessed number. That's what she said. Heavily debuffed. Blinded, actually. So the Solar Engine does debuff their stats pretty hardcore. Now the Chosen have gotten into combat. They should win that fight with Sigvald there. Depends on how effective that Bastiladon is at putting the hurt on them. Severed Claw should probably just be chasing the Bastiladons if it can. Just kind of like trying to weave through that seam and find those bad boys. And now we get the Mirror Guard moving up. We do get more Marauder infantry. Some Chosen as well. And this party is about to get started, ladies and gentlemen. It is about to get started. Dino's getting some good value in the beginning, but the value is going to start changing now that Chaos has gotten into combat and are able to grind with their big metal boxes, metal boys. Chosen taking some damage, but they are resilient folk. And these Chosen looking pretty cool with that Sigvald color scheme. I think it's a Sigvald, the Ecstatic Legion. Yeah, it's Sigvald's faction. And yeah, they should bash these Saurus pretty good. Their armor is just too much. Saurus don't have the best AP values, and Chosen have really good stopping power as well. So we'll kind of keep an eye on that fight. But yeah, it looks like Chaos is going to be pushing on all fronts, and I feel as if it's going to be a slow grind in which the Lizards slowly just start to lose more and more ground. But, you know, time will tell. Metalcaster hasn't found too many good targets for Final Transmutation yet. Looks like he did not cast anything yet. I believe he got hit by the old Skink Oracle back here. Tried to do a little bit of sniping, a little razzle-dazzle on those bad boys. But even still, yeah, he's going to probably be able to get it right here. Looks like Sigvald's trying to corral these monsters to get a Final Transmutation. Chosen, as expected, massacring the Saurus Warriors. Saurus Warriors doing barely any damage to them in the process. Nice down the lane shot right there. That was pretty good. Sigvald will do okay against Bastiladons, but they have 140 armor, and Sigvald doesn't really have good armor piercing, so he's going to kind of struggle. Also, the little howdas on the back of these boys are going to be mitigating some of his damage as well, but Sliver Slash is active. Okay, that's going to put him up to 700 weapons, something pretty respectable. Nice Final Transmutation right there. Does hit 2 units of Saurus Warriors. That's about as good as it's going to get. And now more and more of the Trolls are going to be on their way up, so the Chaos Armored Trolls are hustling, rolling. Starting to cause some big pressure as we do get a nice round. Hadrius using Chaos Warhounds to rear charge and envelop these skinks, and certainly doing good. Mirror Guard looking badass with their cool mohawks. And Slanesh units look so cool. I almost feel like I'm going to have to start a Slanesh army on tabletop as well, but it's like, oh god, there's so much to do. And then you have Nurgle looking cool too, but yeah, it's tricksy hobbitses. Yeah, so Chaos is winning more or less all of the grinding fights. Sigvald is on top of the Bastiladon Solar Engine, Chosen winning this fight. Lizards are able to hold on to their back objective, but for how long? We'll have to see. Armored Chaos Trolls are nasty here. They're going to be able to bash this Bastiladon, and Kark doesn't really have like a big, scary, terror-causing monster. I mean, he does have the Troglodyte here, which is okay at fighting, but I don't think the Trolls are going to be too concerned about it. Looks like they just John Wicked that shot. They dodged that one pretty hard, as the Chaos Trolls going to rear charge into the Saurus Warriors, probably going to be leading to a break here. Chosen, making their way downtown, having some fun, punishing some of these Saurus Warriors. Looking at the value on the Chosen so far, only 300, but still getting there. And Mirror Guard will most likely trade okay here, although good play from Kark. Kark does call in some Feral Cold Ones and Red-Crested Skinks, both of which are a very good answer against a lot of these type of units. So Chaos are really getting super aggressive here, super aggressive. Yeah, big envelopment here, a lot of Lizard infantry grinding into pretty good Chaos infantry as well. So the Marauders and the Chaos Warriors doing awesome. I think Chaos Warriors are probably one of the coolest looking models in the game, and Chosen as well. Chosen are just so rad. Yeah, that was. I remember when I was how old would I have been? It would have been in the 90s. I think like the first model I ever got for Warhammer Fantasy, which I didn't actually end up playing. I just kind of tried to paint them as a child. Was I think it was a Chaos Warrior, and then some Ultramarine models. But yeah, the Chaos Warriors were so cool. Prince Sigvald doing a lot of damage, actually dragging down that solar engine. Looking at the value right now, Hadri's is down a little bit of value, but not too much. Severed Claw still in good shape. Going to be heading to the back objective to try and provide some support as these Chaos Warriors move up into the Bastillodon, trying to mitigate some of its shooting. The Armored Chaos Trolls do get routed, though. Nice play by Kark. He pulls in Coldland Spear Riders to catch those overextending Trolls, and those Trolls are going to be paying the Troll Toll. And somebody we've completely forgot about was your boy Oxyotl. Oxyotl's just been kind of hustling around here, the Master Predator. He's a snipe, and I don't know what he's been shooting. Only 300 value on Oxyotl, so perhaps he was a bit of a weak link here. We'll have to see. I honestly feel like Kolek could be good in this matchup, too. Like Kolek just rampaging in and just going after the different solar engine units, it might actually be unironically good. It's just a shame that you can't bring Kolek with healing. If you could bring Kolek with healing, but yeah. You see what I'm saying, though? Kolek, like, against the Skink Oracle and against Oxyotl would be taking so much damage. But yeah, Sigvald's pinning currently right now. Hadri's is down about 1,000 value, but it seems to be a pretty even trade. Aside from that, they're staying consistent at 1,000 value. But yeah, the Dreadsaurian would have been pretty good here, actually. The Trolls can kind of fight the Dreadsaurian a little bit. But yeah, against the build Hadri's brought, I do think a Dreadsaurian could have been actually reasonably good, for sure. More Trolls on the way in. We got the Severed Claw still being an absolute pain of a unit. And I believe these are armored Trolls. Yeah, it looks like it. I think they're the armored boys. So they have 110 armor, which makes them very resilient against Saurus. And that's why you want to go armored Trolls pretty much always, is that, you know, Saurus and Skinks and Chameleon Skinks and all that low DPS stuff isn't going to be able to really punish them super hard. So yeah, Trolls bashing through the front line here. Warriors of Chaos still pinning back the old Lizards, but for how long? Objective 3 is owned by the Warriors of Chaos. It looks like there's a healthy unit of Marauders up there, but to be honest, Lizards might be able to break through this. Kark's value lead is kind of growing. He's got a value lead of about 1,200. Warriors of Chaos is going to be trying to take the back objective, but this is extremely cost effective. Having the Mirror Guard get bashed by Red Crested Skinks is about as good of a trade as you're going to get with the Lizards. They have good armor piercing and the massive numbers. Going to be able to drag down the elite armor here of Chaos. So yeah, looking pretty decent, ladies and gentlemen. Looking pretty decent. Hadri's trying to hold on to the points, but now he's going to be on the back foot a little bit as we do get Ripperdactyls being called in. And this is a great choice. Ripperdactyls are so good against Chaos. They absolutely annihilate a lot of the Chaos infantry. You can see the Warriors of Chaos going to be having a terrible time versus these Ripperdactyls. And some Armored Trolls going to be coming in to try and provide a little bit of support. We'll have to see. Hadri's calling out more Marauders from the reinforcements as a final transmutation does go down to the Bastillodon back here. But that Bastillodon is going bananas. He actually took down that Chaos Sorcerer on foot. Man, okay, he got in a melee. Gary is not taking any shit here today, ladies and gentlemen, as he is going to be hunting down that Chaos Sorcerer of metal. Severed Claw moving on up, and Chaos Warriors now heading back to this point. And looks like more Red Crested Skinks, but Sigvald might be able to wrestle this side point. So it could become a situation where the Warriors of Chaos get this point, Lizards take this one, and then it becomes a scrap for this point as well. Hadri's has got a pretty big points lead as well. He certainly doubled up in terms of the value here as the old Skink Oracle bounces about. Sigvald's going to be hunting that beast down, and this back objective is under pressure from the Warriors of Chaos. Mirror Guard showing why they're such an elite unit. Despite being like on death's bed and, you know, basically fighting in a losing fight, they still find a way to like grind down the enemy models and, you know, get some good value, which isn't bad. More Chosen on the way up. The Chosen of Chaos holding firm. Lizardmen do have some AoE magic that can punish elite infantry. Like, you'll see it via Comet of Cassandora and Banishment, things like that. But typically, elite infantry I've found are pretty safe against lizards. Not safe, but, like, you know, they're viable against lizards. It's kind of a bit of a safer way to say that. But yeah, the Chosen concaving in is going to be pretty strong. Chaos infantry really showing heavy resilience. And Hadri's does call in some Hellstriders of Slaanesh, the Hellscourge variant, which is going to be really solid. They do good damage against light armor and against, like, Ripperdactyl type units. They should do good. These are not Colossadon hunters. So these are going to be anti-infantry Ripperdactyls, which means that, you know, cavalry are going to be good against them. And it looks like Hadri's does stabilize this point, which really, really blunts Kark's momentum. We do see Kark being pulled to pretty much even value right now, which is a big loss for him because Chaos actually has a fair amount of healing on their Trolls and on Sigvald and several other characters. So yeah, overall, I do think that we probably are going to see Chaos start to pull ahead a little bit on the objectives here. As the Marauders are here, look at the Frozen Beam of Doom. Dude, look at this. Oh, epic, dude. Epic stuff. As the beam freezes. Hopefully nobody disconnects here. Usually there's not like a full lag like this, but yeah, it can happen from time to time. Yeah, because it seemed like their connections were chugging along pretty well there, but yeah, Hadri's messaged me. All right, he's just giving me the matchup. Not saying he DC'd or anything like that. Hold for Sigma. Come on, get there. Get there, get there. Is he going to do it? I don't know. Looking a little bit shady, guys. Looking a little bit shady. Oh, it's back. It's back, baby. Their internets are fighting. Look at them going strong. They're grinding hard. Come on, baby. It moved. That means there's hope. Somebody's internet is just like struggling for life right now. One of their internets is struggling. No disconnects. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't do it. It's gonna work. Lizards looks like they've got some dreaded unsummons going in the back. We could take a little bit of time to take a bit of a macro look at the battlefield. CA, please give us servers. God, please. It would be literally like zero sweat off Sega's back. Come on. Come on. Prince Sigvald moving up. Going to be karate chopping the Skink Oracle. And ladies and gentlemen, we're back in business. Hell yeah. Sort of. Somebody's internet is really, really having problems, so it is in trouble. Let's do this at slideshow. We're not quite at slideshow. We're like close, but it's definitely the next game. I'll probably let them play it offline or without me and see if that'll help, and then I'll just cast it afterwards. I'll have them send me the replay. So, which players from Australia? Well, Hadries lives on the East Coast, and Kark lives in Korea, and I live in California. So it's certainly connecting from a couple parts of the realm for sure. All right, we're back. And looking here at objective number 1, we do see it being held by the Lizards, but for how much longer? Chosen have now arrived. Sigvald's nearby, another unit of Chaos Warriors, and now we get some more Armored Trolls coming out of reserve. Hellscourge is able to come over here and clean up a lot of these units. They're certainly paying the Troll toll. Nice shots from the Solar Engines, though. They haven't been doing too bad this game. The Solar Engines moving across, ripping some shots into the lightly armored Slaanesh Cavalry. 900 value on this Solar Engine, and this other Solar Engine here is going to be sitting at 800. Yes, close-ups! We've gotten there. Yes, we've gotten there indeed. Yeah, Hadries does sometimes have some internet issues. Him and I play quite a bit, and there's sometimes some lag, so it doesn't matter who it is. He doesn't lag against some people, and he does against others. It's just kind of, all over the place. Severed Claw, man. I didn't hear no bell. These guys are great. Currently looking at the value, about 1,200, so they've more or less paid for themselves, a little bit more than they will have. Dragging down the Feral Cold Ones. Chaos Warriors heading up to the point. Marauder Horsemen being called in to chase down the Skink Oracle with Sigvald. Sigvald definitely wants to be fighting up on this point. Looks like those Chosen from the beginning are still going strong, man. Oh my god, look at these guys. I doubt their value's that good. About 1,000 value. And, Chosen don't cost that much more than that. And they probably will have an opportunity to pay for themselves. As the throwing axes continue harrying and circling the Lizard Force here, we see the Skink Oracle getting dragged down, and old Prince Sigvald hustling. He's fast. He's got them Slaanesh wheels, but still isn't super quick. Over on this side, did the Lizards have any chance of pushing this back? We see Marauders, Chaos Warriors, and Hellscourges. There is a Bastillodon with the Solar Engine, and it looks like Hadries is going to be calling some Horsemen out to put some pressure onto the Bastillodon, which is good, because the Bastillodon could, in theory, tear out all these Marauders off. They're not Slaaneshi Marauders, so they're not immune to Psychology, and they for sure could get tear routed. Yeah, we'll have to see. More Solar Engine fire, not doing bad. Chaos trying to grind this back objective. Hadries currently eclipsing 1,000 points. So Hadries pretty close to almost winning on one objective. He's very, very close to it. I'll let you guys know when that time has come, but we're certainly getting there. Trolls and Horsemen circling up and around, which is smart. You don't want to be losing this back objective. So what Hadries did is he pulled a bit of a tactical maneuver, retreated his Trolls and Horsemen, and is coming to reinforce this other point where the Lizards have a little bit more of an epicenter. I can't help but think that Oxyotl has been the big weak link this game. I mean, his value is only 700. He doesn't cost much more than that. Beautiful final transmutation, by the way, as well. It hits the Bastillodon, hits the red-crested Skinks, as well as the Skink Oracle. Sigvald and these Chaos Warriors might be able to break through here. It depends on how well Sigvald can connect with the Solar Engine. If he could drag down that Solar Engine, then maybe, just maybe, he's going to be able to kind of butter some of that bread. So, we'll have to see, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of Horsemen coming out for Chaos. Chaos does have very good skirmish cavalry. They're going to be throwing some axes into these dinos, as the Hellstriders of Slaanesh, a really nice anchor here because they are immune to Psychology. That's what's cool about Warriors of Chaos. You can bring a little bit of flavor from each faction, right? We have Hellstriders, we have Severed Claw over here, we have a little bit of love from all the different Chaos Gods. Well, not Khorne and Nurgle in this game, but oftentimes you will see Nurgle, you'll see Khorne units. It's very fun. It's very fun indeed. All right, so the big man moving in. Skink Oracle is going to be feasting. Hadries' caster does get feasted on. Oh, man, he just got his head taken off by that Trog. Oh, my God, that was some big damage right there. So down he goes. Sigvald's still doing good, though. He's got this thing, its armor sundered because of Sliver Slash. So you're going to be slashing at that Bastillodon. It seems like the lag is kind of partially subsided. It's really not too bad anymore, so we're getting there. And is that going to be an Earthblood? Yes, it is. Looks like it's an Earthblood. Warriors of Chaos seem to dominate on this side, which is probably going to be spelling doom for Kark, for sure. That's going to be really tough. Horsemen picking apart the Bastillodon. Trolls are going to be able to maneuver over. Sigvald and company grinding very well on this point. And it looks like Hadries is going to be probably taking this game. I don't see too many ways Kark can come back. Hadries has passed him in value, and yes, though he does have healing, so does Hadries. And Sigvald's just going balls deep on pretty much everything he can find here. He catches that Bastillodon, and with Sliver Slash, he's able to karate chop it. He did lose his caster, but not before he was able to get some really good final transmutations off. Horsemen cleaning up the last of the Lizardmen forces over here. Chaos Warriors and Trolls pushing up should be able to easily fend off these Skink cohorts. And here we do see old Bastillodon running, but it looks like Sigvald's actually faster than the Bastillodon. Yeah, he's chopping that thing down as he's able to kind of chase it. Saurus Warriors make their way over. Chaos Warriors being pretty cost-effective as usual. One of the better rank-and-file infantry units in the game. And some nice trickery play from Kark. He tries to steal the back objective from the Warriors of Chaos, but that's certainly not going to work out as the Marauder Horsemen are able to respond to that very, very quickly. Somebody in chat asking, are Doom Knights viable? They are good in some matchups, yes. I actually like Doom Knights against like Ogre Kingdoms and in a couple other weird situations, like where you're worried about your Chaos Knights being caught by anti-large cavalry, you can bring Doom Knights and have pretty good hit and run and all that sort of other stuff like that. So he's grinding, man. Skink Oracle's going down, but I think that Kark does not know that it's over. Currently, it would be a triple cap situation for Kark. He would need to get all 3 objectives, which is going to be extremely tough, as Sigvald is just putting constant pressure on these objectives. Sigvald and his Chaos Warrior here probably might be able to win this fight against Osiris. Granted, Dinos will just pull out more Saurus Warriors and, see what they can do. Chaos Warriors pulling back to the point. Armored Trolls also pulling back. Another unit of Chaos Warriors and Marauders. Looks like Marauders have made it up. Marauders don't mind Clever Girls as much because, the armor piercing on the Clever Girls isn't as devastating. Although the Velociraptor still did do some pretty considerable damage on the charge for sure. And I don't see Kark coming back from this. Hadrius is too good of a player to really throw a lead like this. As we do see the Horsemen circling about, getting them sweet throwing axes into the Skink Oracle. It's probably going to go down. And Oxyotl is like, I don't know, Kark had some weird tech here. For sure, but I liked it, and he put up a good fight, like a really, really good fight. But I just feel like Oxyotl, I don't know, he just feels like a weird choice. Like, whereas like even like a Nikai character or a Slan is going to be so much more impactful for sure. This new turn-based version of Warhammer 3 is pretty cool. I know. Paradox is nervous about their competition here. Marauders grinding up against the Feral Cold Ones. Here we have a Legion of Marauder Horsemen pulling in. Got to be getting some sweet throwing axes into the Cav, and Oxyotl with the Dart of the Gods, and dropping that last dart, eclipsing 1,000 value, more Hounds coming in. A good choice, that's going to give Chaos some nice capture weight here, so Hadrius is just going to park them on the edge of the objective. And once again, you can see Saurus Warriors being ground down by Prince Sigvald the Magnificent. Back objective, firmly controlled by Chaos, and we have Chaos Warriors, and Kark is going to be tapping out there. So, game 1 in the Grand Finals is going to go to Hadrius. If he wins the next one, that is going to be game blouses. Now, we'll put it to a poll. Next game. Wait for replay or watch it live. Wasn't watch it live, do it live. All right. So I personally didn't feel that was that bad, the lag, but you guys let me know. If it's a big problem, whatever the majority is after a minute or two, we'll go with that. But yeah, let me know. If you guys want to wait for the replay, what I would end up doing is I could just go play a battle and do that in the meantime. Is Sigvald a little overtuned? No, he's not. No. He's just designed and good at one thing, Do a Golem stream dressed up as Golem? That's what Italian Spartacus should do. Oh, you'd pay to see it? How much would you pay, though, is the question. How much would you pay? Do it live. That was a good game. All right, so it looks like you guys want to do it live. Have you guys ever seen that clip of Bill O'Reilly when he gets like all mad on the news crew and he's like, F it, we'll do it live. That's like one of my favorite clips ever. It's so funny. Okay, we'll do it live. Got $20. Yeah, he said do it. What can chat do against such reckless spelling? I know, I'm sorry. I kind of screwed up that poll there. All right, so we got the idea. No problem. Okay. Looking good. And let's see how this goes down. All right. So the next map is going to be, let's take a look here. It is going to be the Gates of Ekrend, one of my favorite maps. I love Gates of Ekrend. I don't know why. There's something about it. I just like the brawler nature of this map. I love my big open maps when I'm playing Empire, but I like to play these kind of maps when I'm playing Chaos and stuff. It's fun. We'll do it live. Yeah, that clip's really good. That's like a... Yeah, there's a lot of clips from like the early 2000s that are that are just like pure magic, like early internet stuff that kind of like spread on the internet in like maybe 2005, 2006 timeframe. Man, there's some golden memes there. Old timer memes. You watch it, dude. I'm not that old. Yeah, tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain that. I know. It's so good. There's literally like an easy scientific explanation for that, right? Oh my god, it's great. Someday maybe I'll start a podcast and we can just have stories about like these like terrible, these haggard memes from the days of old. Yeah, that's an old one. What is one meme that's like stood the test of time and like every generation has adopted it? So I'm talking like a meme that came out like with like the early vanguard of the internet, like, you know, my generation. And then, you know, the millennials used it, young millennials used it, Zoomers picked it up, like something that really, you know, carried the torch. Ultimate Showdown and Chuck Norris. Oh my god, those are old. That's some old deep lore right there, dude. I feel like cat memes, like memes with cats' faces on them, are just always going to be relevant. But like, there's not one that really stands out to me. Trollface? Yeah, Trollface, yeah, from the Rage comics. But the Rage comics were like from 2010 and 11. They're not like super old. Rickroll, okay. Share the load. That's a niche meme though. That's like Lord of the Rings. How would you kit bash a Turin Dome army? I don't know. They'd all have to have mullets for sure and just leather outfits. Yeah, it'd be great. Leroy Jenkins, yeah. Do Zoomers like to know about Leroy Jenkins though? Like for all of us, all of our glorious Zoomers here in chat, do you guys know about Leroy Jenkins? Was this something that like you stumbled across? Yeah. It's a Trap. Okay, It's a Trap is pretty good. Admiral Akbar. Yeah, that's a classic. Who Let the Dogs Out? Okay, fair play. Trogdor? Yeah, Trogdor is a classic for sure. It's a trap. Yeah, good stuff. All right, do we have dwarves versus Bretonia here in this game? All right, let's see. Hadri says there's a hidden bug that Dowie get a bonus stats during the lag for lore bonus. Oh my god, I love it, dude. My money is where my mouth is. $20 for the Gollum hot dog stream. Oh, dude, I'll happily. I probably wouldn't actually do that. So I didn't agree to the $20. I'll happily refund that if you want. But thank you for the donation, man. Thank you. John Cena. Okay, John Cena is, yeah, let's see. So Medley says, I grew up with 2008 World of Warcraft, so yeah, I know Leroy. Okay, yeah. So I think earlier you mentioned you were born in the year 2000. So you would have been like 8 or 9. Yeah, 8 or 9, yeah. Yeah. You definitely would have heard the Leroy Jenkins meme. I remember going into like my 10th grade class. What year would that have been? Oh my god. 10th grade for me would have been 2003, I think. 2004. Yeah, and people was it 2004 or 5? God, I can't remember. Leroy Jenkins memes, though, were pretty prevalent. The other one that really took over the my school was Borat. Holy shit. When Borat came out, I remember that was just like every kid was just like just nonstop Borat quotes. And Anchorman too. Anchorman was a big one. When Anchorman came out and Borat came out, those like Anchorman quotes became like common vernacular with like my generation. And same with Borat didn't stick around as long, but when it came out, man, that was popular. Like every kid was saying like very nice and, you know, all these different kind of things. Yeah. The G.I. Joe PSAs? Yeah, I remember those. Oh my god. Dark Age Rush, Gollum when? Thank you for the donation. Wait, are you talking about the Gollum game? That terrible one? That like has literally like 0.0 stars out of 10? Is it co-op? Can you play with other people or is it just solo? Because like I've never cared for games like that. People born after 98 need to get off turns long. Yeah, you'll never get this. Yeah. We bears are a proud race. What is that from? Is that... I don't know why that's funny, but I recognize that from somewhere. Yeah. Pork chop sandwiches. Oh my god, yeah. Some wild stuff from those days, man. Early meme culture. What was really big? Chuck Norris memes are big. Dude, you know what a truly magical experience is? So how many so I mained Alliance when I played World of Warcraft Vanilla, but I also played Horde. I played both on different servers. So how many of the Barons chat homies are here? How many of you fellow warriors endured the Barons chat? And by Barons, it's one of the starting level up locations for the Horde in Vanilla WoW, where it was just nonstop Chuck Norris jokes and memes. Oh my god, Barons chat was like truly a phenomenon of phenomenons. This is one of the few places you can talk with folks that rented from Blockbuster. Oh my god. Where's Vanix 5? Yeah. Baron's chat was anarchy. Oh my god. Just the haggard Chuck Norris jokes. My favorite part about Baron's chat was like people who were like, there would be people who would be frustrated by it, be like, will you guys shut up? And then there's just like constant waves of just Chuck Norris jokes. And oh my god, yeah. Okay. Baron's chat is still the best WoW experience. Is it still a thing, really? It was the peak of human existence. Baron's equal chat muted. Says Decay. Holy shit, Baron's chat. Oh, that was so good. Oh man, what are some good Chuck Norris jokes? I'm trying to think of my favorite ones. There's some dark Chuck Norris jokes. There's some, family friendly ones. I actually bought a book it's a book of Chuck Norris jokes, so it's like a little encyclopedia. Yeah, those were fun. I remember the Baron's chat. The crossroads were the definition of the Wild West. I know. Then you would just have some like maxed out Alliance Frost Mage like sitting on top of the building somehow and just like nuking all the shitty like Horde low levels below. Paul Rodriguez, thanks for becoming a member. The Bears quote is from Anchorman. Oh, that's right. That's where I knew it from. Thank you. We Bears are a proud people. It's so stupid, but so good. Oh, man. Yeah, that was fun, man. For the Alliance didn't really have like a straight up Barons equivalent. I mean, you have Goldshire, I guess, and then you have with Hogger, and then you have you had the Westfold or Westfall, whatever the hell that place was called. That was like pretty similar. Yeah. You're saying that Barons is now just radical politics? It's just become a cesspool of just despair and misery. Just awful shit. Oh my god. A snake bit Chuck Norris once. After 2 days of excruciating pain, the snake died. That's a classic, yeah. What was the other one? Chuck Norris's tears cure cancer. It's too bad he never cries. Yeah, there's a ton of good ones. Yeah, lots of good Chuck Norris jokes. Chuck Norris died 30 years ago, but death is too afraid to take him. Oh, I love it. It's so stupid. It's so good. And what's great about it is like Chuck Norris really leaned into it too. Like he finds the jokes funny and he like leans into them, Like he even appeared on some late night shows here in the States and like would read his own Chuck Norris jokes. It was like awesome. Just a good sport. My dad met Chuck Norris in the 1980s, and one of my friend's moms did fitness classes with Chuck Norris in Los Angeles and said he was like the coolest dude ever and like super nice and humble and stuff. So it's nice to hear that. It's nice to hear it. Yeah. That Pinky became Vern Troyer. Oh wow, that's good. Holy shit, man. I hung out in Goldshire when I was way too... Yeah, Goldshire is pretty magical. All right, guys. Holy shit. I got to focus on this. We're having way too much fun. Looking here at the Dwarf Army, it's going to be Hadries commanding the Dwarves with the Ancestral Throng. Longbeards are an excellent infantry piece. Their immune to psychology certainly cause quite a bit of disruption and can bash most of the infantry of Bretonia, although foot squires are a bit of a problem. We got Felix Gotrek, so the hero squad, which is really good on like a lane push for sure, because you don't have to worry about being backcapped as much since you could just push with these elite characters. And so he's got the character squad. In the back, we do have the Goblobber, and that's pretty much it. So Dwarf Warriors and Longbeards character squad and one artillery piece. Give us Steven Seagal jokes. He is a joke himself in every way. Steven Seagal is just like, I've only ever heard horrible things about him. My dad met Steven Seagal in the 80s and said he was awful. Pretty much every first, second, third, whatever, hand to count has said he's bad. He's like a terrible person. So yeah, he's quite a creature. Fey Enchantress, pretty good against dwarves. Mortis Engine effect, not bad. Granted, the other characters are also good. Henri Le Massif, going to be surprisingly relevant here because he actually has anti-large against Thoric over there, which is pretty crazy. Foot squires, and looks like there's going to be some cav coming in. Knights Errant, and up in the sky, we have the old Royal Hippogriff Knights. So here they come. Hey, Agent, watching from the UK. Glad you're enjoying it. Yes, it's just time. Yes, Gerard, I've seen that one. I've seen that one. I saw you retract it very quickly. Longbeards on their way up. Felix, Gotrek, and Thoric Ironbrow. Kellen, thank you for becoming a channel member. Yes. Greatly appreciate it. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. How are the dwarves going to be handling those royal beasties? Oh, giant slayers coming in, baby. Oh, yeah. Are the dwarves the secret forbidden tech to counter the Dark Lord's Bretonia? I was really hoping that, you know, the Bretonia or Empire would never become a Dark Lord faction, because it's just, I always love rooting for them. Like, they were just these, like, underdogs, right? But now there's just these dark evil wizard factions that are just so menacing. So it looks like the Goblob are actually shooting into the Griffin Knights, and we do get some runic magic going down, so Thoric is going to be dropping some fat runes. He drops the Rune of Slowness, which is going to be kind of lowering their speed down to 36, so they're still kind of quick, probably going to be fast enough to get away from the dwarves. We'll see if Thoric can make contact here as the dwarves continue pushing up. Hippogriff Knight's very problematic. What else are the dwarves going to be calling in? Hard to see. In the forest, we got the Fey Enchantress and her paladin buddy going after these dwarf warriors, and the Mortis Engine effect should be able to drain them down relatively effectively. We get Knights Errant coming in, but Knights Errant are just chaff cavalry. They're not going to be big, heavy hitters as the Hippogriff Knights move over and go after the other unit. Certainly going to need some Thunderers, I feel. I feel like having like 1 or 2 Thunderer units to kind of keep them honest is really, really important in this matchup. But, you know, time will tell. Bretonia is going to be advancing with its Foot Squire so far. A lot of damage going down to the Dwarven lines, but we do also see some Longbeards and Giant Slayers advancing and getting a little bit of damage on these Knights Errant. But the Knights Errant going to charge into the Giant Slayers. Kark getting absolutely bananas, and it will do good damage, but they're going to take massive casualties against the Giant Slayers. And we do see the Goblobber shooting at, I believe, Foot Squires now. Yeah, so Foot Squires are getting hit. So yeah, Giant Slayers take some damage, but also we see the Knights Errant getting plowed pretty good in terms of HP, but they're able to move through. The Giant Slayers don't really have the best mass, so they do get back onto the artillery here as Miners with Blasting Charge is going to be called out from Hadries. And Bretonia pressing up, man. It seems like, yeah, just like all their cav are able to just do so much work. And these are just Knights Errant, too. They're not even like crazy, big, powerful Knights. And I guess they could have done that pre-patch as well. Yeah, some snares, some slows, like flash bombs. I think you need more things like that, for sure. A side objective is taken by Bretonia, so Men-at-Arms able to grab that point. And now we do get the old Longbeards getting ready to battle the peasants in the front. Questing Knights on their way in. Questing Knights, big armor-piercing characters. Gotrek and Felix kind of standing idle, certainly need to get a little bit more active. And Giant Slayers most likely need to come back here and defend this. Otherwise, they're going to be losing the Goblobber, which is going to be a big, big loss. And looks like it is going to be going down here and paying the ultimate troll toll. I also think Longbeards with Grey Opens would be a better choice here because of how they could beat Foot Squires, and they could also trade into the cavalry and do have like charge defense and all that. Nice spear charge coming in from the Knights Errant. Kark showing some really, really solid micro here as he envelops these formations. Giant Slayer is going to be chasing back after the Royal Hippogriff Knights, but they've pretty much gotten their prize. And it seems like Bretonia really just putting a ton of pressure on the dwarves. But, you know, we'll see how it goes when the dwarves get in sustained combat. That's when things can change a little bit for sure. As these dwarf warriors not trading terribly into Henri Lamassif, it looks like, as a matter of fact, he is going to be running away. And the Dwarven Wall is now entrenched in combat. And is this where the dwarves start to pull some value back? It very well could be. More Slayers on the way up. Blasting Charges going to be trying to nail some of the Foot Squires if they can. Big cav charge from those Questing Knights. Granted, Questing Knights are more of a sustained combat unit. Is that going to be... Oh, is this going to be the rune from Hadries? So Hadries pops... Wow, look at that Dwarven magic. What the hell is this? The Rune of Wrath and Ruin. Holy shit. That actually did some good damage. It almost makes me think you go triple Runesmith in this build and just spam Rune of Wrath and Ruin to clear out the Foot Squires, and then you also have like mass slows and different things like that. I have no idea. So Hippo Knight's going to be intercepting the Blasting Charges. Here, Giant Slayers engaging against Knights Errant, but yeah, these poor Miners are going to be paying the price. Hadries does get his Goblobber back online and has Dragonback Slayers coming in, so maybe he's going to be able to grind something. What's really nice for Hadries is that Kark has pulled the classic Kark play and forgot to capture his back objective. He had such a wrecked hard-on to kill his opponent that he literally just forgets to get the objective, which is pretty great. So Blasting Charge is getting punished here. Dragonback Slayers are on their way in, going to be trying to catch some of the Bretonian cavalry in the backfield, and they should be pretty effective against Questing Knights. Anti-large and also have a slowing effect on contact, so the Bretonian Knights do get caught up a little bit on those dwarves. Dwarves are quite thick indeed. But yeah, the Questing Knight's going to start taking some big casualties. As far as this objective goes, the dwarves are holding on to this one. We do have Giant Slayers bashing in combat versus, unfortunately, Foot Squires, which isn't the best trade for them. But yeah, Thoric not doing bad. Gotrek and Felix entrenched in combat, I believe somewhere in the blob. I'm not sure where they went. Where's Gotrek and Felix? Where'd they go? Where are the mysterious heroes of the old world? Here they come. So Gotrek is on his way in. He's got his axe out. And the Fey Enchantress better watch out. If she gets caught by Gotrek, Gotrek will certainly lay quite the beating down. Blasting Charges on their way in, and it looks like an overcasted heal from the Fey Enchantress does end up doing a little bit of damage. Longbeards being difficult to remove as usual, and Slayers chasing down the Hippogriff Knights in the backfield. More Blasting Charges being called out. Nope, it's going to be Miners. And Miners honestly won't do bad against Questing Knights in the tree line because Cavalry and Monstrous units are penalized for fighting in the trees, and Miners do have okay armor piercing, so they might actually be able to potentially finish off these Questing Knights in that situation there. On the far side, Dwarves pressing up. We do have ye old Miners moving and some Dwarf Warriors, as well as basic Miner units. The response is going to be Knights Errant. Knights Errant going to be problematic for many of these Dwarven units for sure, so we'll see if Kark is going to be able to hold on to that one. Kark finally does call his, or get his back objective, so now he's going to start getting some points. Whoa! Whoa, what happened? Holy shit. The Fey Enchantress just got karate chopped by Gotrek and Felix. Oh, Thoric must have cast a Rune of Slow on her. Oh, that is not good for Bretonia. The heroes of the old world bringing him down. Oh my god, brutal stuff. So Gotrek and Felix getting the pick, and Henri La Massif's getting the journey now too. Did the Fey Enchantress think she could stand up to these two mighty champions? I love that Gotrek and Felix are actually like brought together. I love when like lore and flavor becomes like good in multiplayer. It's probably one of my favorite things ever. It's just great. Back objective held onto by the Dowie, but with the Fey Enchantress being down, Hadri's is up pretty heavily on value, and the Dwarven army is just outgrinding the Bretonian hordes. Absolutely outgrinding them. And now the Miners moving up, but Knights Errant don't kill armor that quickly. You'll notice that they're going to do a little bit of damage on impact, but for the most part, the Rune of Doom is active, so suddenly the Dwarven Miners here have 44 melee attack, becoming a pretty cost-effective DPS unit. Dwarf Warriors on the way in, and more Miner infantry, and honestly, the side objective looks like it's going to get folded. Oh, never mind, Kark coming over here with the Royal Hippogriff Knight. So he's got his Air Force and is going to be coming in and crushing all these Dwarven infantry. So now with the Hippogriff Knights being over here, Kark is for sure going to win this one. But Hadri seems to be winning this grind here, and most likely will make a play for his opponent's home objective. With Fey Enchantress getting karate chopped off the battlefield, that is going to be tough. And we see the value lead becoming pretty stark here as the Dwarves just mow through the Bretonian troopers. Battle Pilgrims have good leadership, and they will hold for some time. Felix and Gotrek, Longbeards, and more Longbeards here. Blasting charges clearing out a lot of the peasants. It is going to be a tricksy hobbit. No, Gotrek's heal never got fixed. That's like literally been one of those bugs that CA is just like known about and just not fixed for years. What do we got here? Questing Knights. I'm surprised we didn't see Grail Guardians, like one Grail Guardian unit. We did allow one to be brought in the tournament, but yeah, strangely enough, I don't know. Hadri's is a beast in land battle too, honestly. If Hadri's applied himself to like land battle competitive, I know that there's still some tournaments being run. I know Human Boy has a great circuit and several other people. I think Hadri's could be probably one of the best players in the world at land battle as well. Like, it's not that hard to go between them, to be honest. It really isn't. Once you familiarize yourself with the meta and whatnot, you can easily bounce between them. Battle Pilgrims still holding here, but the Dwarves are giving them a nice old grudgeon, giving them a good beatdown, and Thoric doing some sick rune magic. Where's he dropping some fat beats? I'm not sure what he dropped there. Was it a slow? It looks like he was doing some sort of a ruin of some sort. Dwarven Miners battling against the Royal Hippogriff Knights, and are we going to get some Slayers called in? No, we get Longbeards with Great Opens, which actually finish off the Knights Errant. Longbeard Great Opens are a great unit. Really, really good against the forces of Bretonia. Maybe that's why he brought the shielded variant, just to max out on Longbeards for the ITP and different things like that. Yeah, it's hard to say. So Longbeards and Dragonback Slayers still fighting here. The Bretonian Cavalry are hemorrhaging a lot of value. Every time they charge into the Dwarves, the Slayers are just waiting there with full chubs. And now we get a very scary goon squad moving up to objective number 1. Like Gotrek, Felix, and Thoric standing shoulder to shoulder with Felix healing an extremely tanky Dwarf Lord with insane leadership is going to be very, very tough. So, yep, Felix is going, and I honestly think that this is going to be the beginning of the end for Bretonia. There's 2 behind in value at this point, 8.1. And it just goes to show that the God tier factions can bleed for sure as the Dwarves come in. The Dwarves have always been kind of like that. They've been like this faction that can come in and just beat the strongest factions just because of how focused they are at doing certain things. Yeah, it's a weird paradigm about the Dwarves, but they've always been able to kind of deal with some of these big scary factions for sure. The side objective is currently owned by Bretonia, and it looks like they're going to be able to restabilize that one. Yes, most likely. Longbeard's coming in, more Miners with blasting charges, whereas the Dwarves are still heading to their opponent's home objective, so it's probably not going to be long before Hadri's gets the triple cap here and moves up and grabs that. Slayers causing big havoc, man. Giant Slayers are a pretty cool inclusion too. Dragonback Slayers still very healthy. And honestly, even basic Dwarven Miner infantry are going to be pretty good against Bretonia, simply because they have armor piercing. So they can fight against, a multitude of different units. I'm glad we ended up doing this game live, because it's really not that laggy. Not to put a curse on this or anything, but Grail Relic getting taken out. Thoric Ironbrow, the absolute chattest of the Dwarf Lords, is able to move and, reading his book. I'm sure he has his own mini book of grudges up there. Who knows? Hey, the Fey Enchantress is back for Kark, but I think it's too little too late. She's expensive, Well, not that expensive, I guess. I think she costs about $1,400-1,500, give or take, depending on the kit that you do bring. But, yeah, the dwarves definitely are stalwart people. Blasting charges going in, nailing into the men-at-arms here. Royal Hippogriff Knights battling against Longbeards with Great Opens and actually taking some damage in the process. And the dwarves really want to stay on this objective. They're so close to flipping it, and that would just be brutal for Kark if he manages to get the objective flip. But I'm sure Hages will notice in a moment and move back onto the objective here. Meanwhile, the Dwarven character squad has cackled and taken objective number 1. So this objective has been taken, and there's basically nothing in the Bretonian roster that is going to be able to deal with this character squad at this point. And yeah, there's some cavalry causing havoc back here, but if you just like park Slayers, the cavalry can be as cute as they want and cycle charge all day, but like those Slayers are going to be waiting just fully chubbed, and yeah, they are going to be paying the price for sure. This objective flips to the Dowie, and it looks like the Longbeard's going to be holding on to that one until the sun and stars die out. Hadri's up almost a 5,000 value lead. Granted, there was some healing in the beginning, but not that much. Enchantress coming over on our Unicorn, but Hadri's is really going to start to run away with the points now. He was behind on points for some time, so Kark has a little bit of a window of opportunity here, but once dwarves get their like super stalwart units just stacked on objectives, dude, it is so tough to remove them. It is really, really tough. Once you let them in, they are certainly tough to get out here. So we do see Knights Errant coming in to try and clear out some more of the chaff units. Hadri's just straight up chilling over here. He's like, Kark, you can do all you want on the other side. I'm just going to hold objective 2 and objective 1 and chill out. Although, no, it looks like Hadri's is actually calling in more units here. Got Dwarf Warriors heading across, and those Hippogriff Knights, though, are doing so good. And they got 245 kills, 1,900. They were always good against dwarves. Like, even pre-buff, Hippogriff Knights were a very strong choice against the Dowie. They were a good armor-piercing mobile piece that could really stick and move around the battlefield and certainly cause a lot of havoc. Yeah, some Miners doing work. Fey Enchantress, Mortis engineering them down. This objective probably will flip back to Bretonia now that they have some Battle Pilgrims on the way in. Hadri's has got some Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons to try and just buy as much time on these objectives as he possibly can. Currently getting, they actually fixed Gotrek Seal in 3.1. They did? I can't believe it. I can't believe that was fixed. But I'm glad to hear it. That's great. If it actually was, then that's outstanding. Giant Slayers hustling across, going after Questing Knights, and here we get the Miners as well as Slayers moving up. Questing Knight's going to be moving up on the objective, but probably not going to be able to clear these characters off. Hadri's needs to just kind of be patient, I think, and sit on the objective, make sure his opponent doesn't get that back. And Dwarven Infantry just being dwarves, being stubborn and holding on, even in the face of very dire circumstances. We see Bretonia start to get the capture way back, but another dwarf unit is going to be making its way up. It looks like Hadri's is kind of done summoning here. Not really going to be messing with too many range units in his build. Probably feeling that it's too hard to protect the range units against the diving Bretonian cavalry, which I totally understand. I totally understand that for sure. A character squad just cackling. Subjective held by Longbeards. More minor infantry just going to be trying to chase down these cavalry. And man, this is just a brutal war of attrition. Hadri's with it, just a massive value lead at this point. And Longbeards looks like they're finally going to get broken. They're wavering. -1 leadership. Do they stabilize it too? They might stabilize. The leadership's a little bit fickle. Longbeards are immune to psychology though, so those bad boys will hold on to the bitter end. And these Hippo Knights are just such a hard carry, man. If they had brought 2 of these Royal Hippogriff Knights, if Kark had, they would just be so devastating against the Dwarven army, especially since Hadri's didn't really bring missiles. So he's relying on Slayers for his like anti-large and anti-armor. So yeah, it's a tricksy hobbitses. Objective 3, going to be flipping back to the lady, but not before Hadri's pulls a pretty substantial points lead. So he's up by about 200 points now. Kark is going to be having to try and find a way to scrap back on these objectives, but that's going to be so incredibly difficult. The dwarves can just mass summon on top of objective 2 and then put their just nasty character squad on objective 1. And I just think that's going to be too tough for Kark to get. You know, if he didn't lose Fey Enchantress, I think Bretonia could potentially be like in a good position right now, or at least in an even position. But yeah, losing the Fey Enchantress earlier and having her get karate chopped is going to be very tough. Questing Knights, good armor piercing, clearing through Longbeards. Longbeards are not the great weapon variant, but they still might be able to win the fight. Longbeards just have good stats in general, 31, 49, 32. So they are kind of lowering down these Questing Knights, but if they were the great weapon variant, it would be quite a bit better, but they do a couple of 100 HP in damage. As the Rune of Doom is active, Giant Slayers going to be battling against these Knights Errant, and Giant Slayers, even though they're low in models, will be very happy to take that fight. And Hadri's just knows that he just holds on to this point. And what's going to happen is Kark is going to come back, right? He's going to do this. So Kark's basically going to grab the Fey Enchantress, these units here, and just move all the way up and try and fight. But what's going to happen then is the dwarves are going to be like, we didn't hear no bell, and they're going to be moving up with just 1 million units right here. And yeah, then he's going to pay the price. So hopefully you guys enjoyed those in-depth tactics. That's the 3rd one today. We're going hard. No blows are being withheld. Dwarf Warriors and Longbeards fighting the good fight right here. Thoric Ironbrow looking to move up to objective number 1 as the Dwarven Minor Infantry prepare to Royal Rumble it with these units. Yes, we will have to see. Been a great game so far, guys. Been a fun one. Hadri's showing that, he's got the forbidden text, the dwarves in the back pocket. They're pretty great. And just like we talked about, the dwarves doing exactly what we said. Longbeards moving up, Resurging infantry, going to be retaking objective number 3. And Bretonia in a bit of a desperate situation to try and get one of these other objectives back, which is not going to be easy. He's going to be taking rough trades here. Considering there's so many Slayers, I think that's going to be hard. I wonder if Hadri's brought any Rangers with like great weapons or things like that. I feel like that could be a pretty cool tech. I'm not sure. Thoric Ironbrow moving in, and Felix is nearby. So that's going to be some good infantry clearing power. We see Gotrek hustling back in. So this is a fair amount of capture weight. Oh, I love that he's using the Rune of Wrath and Ruin. That's so cool. Let's see what kind of damage this does. A little bit off in the timing, but okay, still did pretty good. Nukes down those peasants. Those guys popped the business. Sice, how you doing? Yes. Yes. All day, every day, man. That's how we roll, brother. That's how we roll. Enchantress Mortis Engine is going to be a problem, but there are so many dwarves to clear off. And when you're down by almost 5,000 value, dude, you're going to be paying a huge price. And the dwarves are just going to get this one back. You know, these dwarves over here remember that they were wronged by that Hippogriff Knight. So they're going to go get vengeance by taking this objective. And, you know, these dwarves remember being wronged earlier, too. So the grudges are just perpetual. Bretonia trying to get up here with some cap weight. Battle Pilgrims do have full cap weight, but Peasant Mobs do have expendable capture weight. And there's no way they're going to get that. Felix and Gotrek are just so powerful. The Enchantress over here with a really cost-effective Mortis Engine. Her value is probably not bad considering. Oh, it's only 600. Wow. I guess she really... What's taking the Feint... Oh! It's the Dragonback Slayers. I was like, how is the Enchantress getting owned so hard by these like basic dwarf infantry? But no, there's a couple Dragonback Slayers mixed in, and they are their anti-large attacks do a lot of good damage. Trollhammers could be okay as like a one-off. I think Rangers with throwing axes can be good too. There's a lot of different things that can work, but clearly Hadri's build has worked pretty well, which is basically just Slayers being the real backbone of your build with Longbeard. So like just elite, durable dwarves moving in with Slayers and yeah, doing their thing. Yeah, maybe like on one Trollhammer, but with like Bretonia's new weird mass issues, I can see them being problematic. You know, because I feel like they could just charge through and get right on top of them, which is tough. They've wronged us. Yeah, I love it. The dwarven flavor is great, man. It's awesome. Looking here, we do see the Knights Errant being dragged down. The dwarves just coming in numbers, blasting charges. Gonna get it, and Kark is... he's got to get a tap out soon. Does he? I don't know if he really thinks he has a chance here. Hadri's is just super happy dwarf mode. Just camping on all 3 objectives here. Grudges are being hard satisfied, and Bretonia finally going to be taking an L today after... I think they won most of the games we saw. Although, did one of the Chaos Dwarf games beat them? I'm not sure. Yeah, I think Bretonia won most of their games, but some people, of course, did lose with them. But yeah, from the games that we did cast there. So, the Enchantress is routed, and yeah, now the Hippogriff Knight's going to be coming to try and get this objective. Bretonia would literally have to get like a triple cap here. Kark sending in Foot Squires to try and get this objective, but Hadri's has Longbeards with Great Weapons waiting. Longbeards with Great Weapons are just jacked, dude. They're such a good mid-tier infantry unit. They have the charge defense. They don't have anti-large, but their stats are good enough with armor piercing. That they're like more of a generalist unit, so they can really just cut through these cavalry, no problem. You can see they're just butchering through these Bretonian knights, just getting hacked off their horses by these giant battle axes. And when the Rune of Doom is active, dude, they have like chosen level stats, which is pretty rad. No, in domination mode, there's no rules about duplicate abilities and spells. That's just what some land battle hosts do that. Not all, but it depends on which. I know in the land battle scene, there's like 3 or 4 different sets of rules that different communities use. So it depends on which one you're talking about. But in Dom, you don't really need those rules, in my opinion. Yeah, I think it's fine. So, yeah, Longbeards are thick for sure. Up on the high ground, Objective 1 is held. Objective 2 is looking pretty dicey. And down here, we do see the Bretonians being fully routed. Kark is basically on death. He's Palpatine, but he's not going to have Anakin to save him. He's going to get finished off by Mace Windu here. As the Fey Enchantress looks like she's going to get taken out for the second time. She's got 1,500 HP, and Dwarf Infantry do have pretty good mass for what they are. So it's kind of hard for like the Unicorn characters to push away. Thoric with the Steel Hammer, given the good bash and -8 leadership, she might actually just route like straight off the side of the map. We'll have to see. Oh, he hits her. He gets her again. 23 leadership. It's going to be tough. Oh, is Thoric going to get the kill? No, looks like the Knights, very chivalrous Knights Errant, going to be saving the Fey Enchantress one more time. And yeah, there's no way. 1434. I don't know why Kark hasn't left yet. Maybe he's just having fun playing. No idea, but this one is 100% over. It literally has like a couple seconds left to win the game, and he would have to capture all 3. So, GG, well played, ladies and gentlemen. The Dwarves have done it, routing the forces of Bretonia. And it's hammer time, baby. They got the job done. The Dwarves have always been pretty good against Bretonia. Like, I remember in land battles back in the day, the Dwarves traded pretty damn well. You could just have, like, Longbeard Slayers and, like, you know, some artillery for cav and or guns. And it was pretty good. Yeah, Thoric literally has, like, a metallic chair, so it's about as close as it's going to get. All right, guys. That's going to be it for today. Congratulations, Hadri's, the champion. He has won today. taking down Bretonia with the Dwarves, a 2-0 victory there in the grand finals. The grudge is satisfied, and if you guys did enjoy this stream, please do drop a like on the way out. It helps out quite a bit, helps keep this old man going. There's a lot of, a lot of new shiny stuff out there, but we keep going with the old Total War. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you all. It was super fun. Well played to everyone who played, and thank you guys all for the feedback as well in the event. We got 4 new channel members, bunch of donations. You guys are the best, man. GG, well played. Congrats to Hadries. You got another victory under the belt of the old champ, and we will see you all on the other side. Take care, and that is it for tonight.